Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Awakened His True Powers. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. This day isn't starting off on the right foot. That's what the young man remarked once he spotted an all too familiar scene occurring on the opposite sidewalk. Three high schoolers with wild looks, probably third-year students judging by their haphazardly worn uniforms, were accosting a junior high schooler. Wide grins were engraved on their faces at the sight of the terrified boy, who looked ready to pass out. Seriously, these damn hoodlums. Is there a rule or something that says all of Destroy High students must be bullies and troublemakers? The young man said with a sigh. At that moment, one of the delinquents pushed the younger boy, sending him tumbling down. The largest one, who seemed to be the leader, picked up the young boy's bicycle, which had fallen to the side, and started inspecting it. "That's a pretty good ride, especially for a shrimp like you," he said, eliciting a round of laughter from his two companions. "But I think it suits me better, don't you agree, guys?" "That's right, boss. With this, gals'll be all over you. It's the hottest fad right now." The trio of delinquents laughed once again. The spectating young man couldn't help but groan at how lame they sounded. The boy extended his arms towards his bike and spoke with a weak voice, tears streaking down his eyes. Give it back. This was a gift from my parents." The leader of the trio raised his fist in a threatening manner. "You say something, twerp? Want to feel this Ryo-sama's fist of fury?" The boy let out a small whimper, his trembling arms raised to defend himself. "Hey, that's enough." The three high school students turned around, coming face to face with the young man, who was staring at them with a harsh look on his face. After checking him out, noting that he was of average height and build, the one who had introduced himself at Ryo zeroed in at his school uniform, letting out a snort. "A Kyo Academy student, eh? The hell's a loser from that princess breeding school doing interfering with my fun? Who do you think you are, eh?" "Ryugamin Takeshi." The young man introduced himself. "I would say nice to meet you, but that would be a lie. Now, would you mind giving that boy's bike back to him?" The three delinquents looked at Takeshi with blank looks before they burst out laughing. "What an idiot. It's 3 against 1. You think you can take us on? Listen up here, Brett." Ryo placed a hand on Takeshi's shoulder. "Here's a bit of friendly advice for you. Don't stick your nose in private affairs. Walk away now, and you won't get hurt." Ryo's brown eyes met Takeshi's amber ones, staring him down in an attempt to intimidate him. "However, no." Takeshi slapped away Ryo's hand and glared back at him. "I won't repeat myself. Leave the boy alone." Thou. Everyone present felt a chill go down their spines. Despite their bulkier physique and numerical advantage, the three delinquents inadvertently took a step back. Cold sweat was running down their backs as their instincts warned them of some unfathomable danger. They felt as if they were staring into the eyes of a savage beast ready to pounce on them. "TCH." Ryo clicked his tongue in irritation as he turned away. "You ain't worth it. Let's go, you bastards. This is no longer fun." Boss." "Wait, Boss Ryo." The three delinquents took their leave without so much as a backward glance. Phew. Takeshi let out a relieved sigh as the tension left his body. If it came down to a fight, he wasn't confident at all that he could hold his own against 3 people larger than him. It was a stroke of good luck his special skill had proven useful for once. He turned to the boy with a smile on his face. "It's okay now. You can." Takeshi's words died in his throat at the sight of the boy pedaling away as if his life depended on it, an even more terrified expression than before on his face. "Figures." Takeshi let out a dispirited sigh as he ran his hand through his short auburn hair. "I hope at least he won't start any rumors about the big bad Ryugamin Takeshi bullying 3 poor delinquents or something. No good deed goes unpunished after all. In any case, I hope I didn't waste too much time here." Checking his cell phone, Takeshi was glad to see that this altercation had only cost him a few minutes. Just to be on the safe side, he quickened his pace to almost a jog. At the same time, he took the opportunity to review some of his notes for today's upcoming math test. After a few minutes, Takeshi arrived at the gates of Kyo Academy, the most prestigious school in not only Kyo Town, but also the surrounding area. Just like him, a large number of students were pouring in, either alone or in small groups, chatting among themselves. However, whether intentionally or subconsciously, everyone was keeping their distance from Takeshi, with large groups of students parting like the Red Sea whenever he approached them. It's been almost a year, yet this keeps on repeating. A dejected expression appeared on Takeshi's face. Ever since he began middle school, everyone had started avoiding him like the plague for reasons he couldn't understand. That trend had also continued in high school so far. It wasn't like he was hideously deformed, was part of an infamous group or had a terrible personality. During elementary school and before, he had no problem socializing with others and making friends. Somehow, something in him was repelling people, but he couldn't for the life of him figure out what. Every time he tried to approach someone for an explanation, they would make excuses in a panicked manner and take their leave as fast as they could. He had got used to such reactions and spending most of his free time alone after almost 5 years, but the way he was treated was so frustrating and unfair he felt like throwing a temper tantrum at times. or setting something on fire. All right, that's enough moping around. Slapping his cheeks, Takshi pushed away his negative thoughts. At that moment, familiar voices were heard in the distance. I keep telling you, the actress at Big-Breasted Naked Sumo 2 had bouncier breasts compared to the one in the sequel. A teenage boy with spiky brown hair and eyes shouted. That's a fact. Nonsense. A teenage boy with a shaved head and gray eyes countered. If you're saying that, then you need to get your eyes checked, Issei. There's no way Rina-chan is less bouncy than Amin-chan. The mere thought is sacrilege. You're the one who's spouting crap here, Matsuda. Are your eyes only for decoration? You tell him as well, Madohama. Unfortunately, I can't decide with a mere 12 viewings. A bespectacled young man with light brown hair said with a smirk. I suggest a big-breasted naked sumo DVD marathon this weekend to settle the matter for good. All in favor say aye. Takshi groaned as he turned around, coming face to face with Hayato Issei, Matsuda Eiji and Madohama Naoto, three rather infamous students attending Kyoto Academy alongside him. Upon catching sight of him, Issei raised his hand in greeting. Oh, if it isn't Ryugamin. Good morning. Hey, Ryugamin. What's up? Morning, Hayato, Matsuda, Madohama. Takshi greeted the three students back. You seem very energetic this fine morning. Why wouldn't we be? Matsuda said with a sly grin. Commuting to this school while surrounded by beauties of all shapes and sizes will never stop being a refreshing experience. Not to mention, the wind's blessing was especially generous today. Madohama straightened his glasses with a perverted grin. Many skirts were sent flying and many sacred territories could be glimpsed. Just because you're trying to sound poetic, that doesn't change the fact you peeked under girls' skirts. Takshi pointed out. Seriously, the attitude and reputation of you three is beyond salvation at this point. Over the past year, the trio of Hayato Issei, Matsuda Eiji and Madohama Naoto had quickly become notorious across Kyoto Academy for their perverted ways, leading to students labeling them as the perverted trio. They would always be heard talking about porno DVDs, discussing the many eroge they had played or comparing the three sizes of the girls in campus, with Madohama even claiming he had the ability to check them at a moment's notice, much to the horror of the female student body. All that, coupled with rumors about them peeping inside the locker room of the girls' kendo club, had led them to become social outcasts and pariahs in the eyes of the entire student body. The three of them, however, didn't seem to care about that and kept going as they were. Takshi found that mental fortitude admirable on some level, but while he also enjoyed a porn DVD or an eroge every now and then as a healthy male, he thought they took their antics way too far at times. It can't be helped, Ryugamin, Issei said while crossing his arms behind his head. After all, we have to look when there are breasts, butts and hips in front of us. That's the essence of a man. Also, if you're talking about reputations, yours is as bad as ours, comrade. It's very frustrating that I can't deny that. A sour look appeared on Takshi's face. There was truth to Issei's words, much to his annoyance. Once he started school, his special skill as he called it had led to all sorts of rumors flying around about him. Most of the students had labeled him a frightening delinquent, others had claimed he was a member of the Yakuza, and a few odd ones had insisted he was demon-possessed. His stellar academic record and impeccable behavior had caused most of the rumors to die down after a couple of months, but there were several students on campus who still believed them. Because of that, Issei and his two buddies were usually the only ones who dared to speak to Takshi. As students who didn't believe the rumors about him, they felt a sense of kinship with a fellow unpopular male. While he was grateful for that, he never tried befriending them since their overly perverted behavior left much to be desired. Moreover, judging from the fact that they always kept some distance from him and the weariness in their eyes, he could tell they weren't comfortable with the idea of becoming friends with him either. Still, I can't believe it's almost the end of January, Matsuda commented. Time is going by so fast. In just a couple of months, we'll be second-year students. Well, I can't believe we still don't have girlfriends, Madohama grumbled. Being surrounded by girls while studying is all well and good, but what's the point when we haven't got any action so far? I hear you, buddy, Issei said with a sigh. Kyoto Academy is filled to the brim with girls, so I thought it would be easy for me to get 2 or 3 girlfriends during the start of the first year. But reality is cruel. Seriously, Takshi raised an eyebrow. Is that why you three enrolled in Kyoto Academy? Just because the number of girls is higher than the number of boys. It was the perfect plan, Issei responded. With the school having turned co-ed only a couple of years ago and there being so few boys here, we should be drowning in desperate high school girls fighting over us. In hindsight, I should have known it would have been something like that, Takshi said. I'm kind of amazed that you three achieved the high marks necessary to enroll in this school only for that. Kyoto Academy's entrance exams were really challenging. It wasn't easy, but nothing can stop a motivated man, Issei said with a resolute expression. But why do you sound so surprised about this, Ryugamin? Isn't that the reason why you enrolled here as well? Not even close, Takshi said. Settle for nothing less than number 1. That's my motto. Kyoto Academy is the most prestigious school in the region and its escalator system is very convenient. You're almost guaranteed to find a top-tier job if you graduate from here with good marks. Yua, an answer fitting for good-looking scum. Issei frowned. As for me, something as trivial as grades doesn't matter. I, Hayato Issei, have a dream, and I won't stop pursuing it until it comes true. That is, building the biggest and greatest harem ever here in Kuo. Matsuda and Madohama started clapping following Issei's passionate declaration. As for Takeshi, he felt his face spasming, unsure if he was supposed to laugh or groan here. Well, way to aim big, I suppose, but there are a lot of problems with that plan of yours, Hayato, Takeshi said after a few seconds. For starters, I'm fairly sure polygamy is not allowed in our country. Now, if you were in the Middle East or Africa, you might have had a shot at a harem. Second, if you want several girls to be chasing after you, you'd probably have to be at least as handsome. Takeshi pointed at the entrance, where a young man with short blonde hair, blue eyes and a refreshing smile on his face could be seen walking into campus. Upon catching sight of him, several girls started talking in an excited manner, their faces reddening and their lips curling into wide smiles. Our handsome prince, Kibaa-kun, has arrived. He looks like he's come straight out of a painting even this morning. How dreamy. Ah, Kibaa-kun. What I wouldn't give to be held by him for just 5 minutes. Kibaa-kun and I under the moonlight ... or Kibaa-kun and me in the library after classes. In contrast to the excited girls, the 3 boys next to Takeshi. Matching expressions of hatred, disgust and jealousy appeared on the perverted trio's faces as they cursed the blonde youth together. Takeshi couldn't help but snicker at that sight. The trio's loathing of popular males, especially of the renowned school prince Kibaa Yudo, was known far and wide. Of course, this did nothing to win them points with the girls, who almost worshipped Yudo. There you have it, Takeshi said. Hate him as much as you want, but it's an undeniable fact that guys like Kibaa-kun would have it easy if they wanted to make a harem, assuming of course the law allowed it. That's true, Issei grumbled. Even so, I won't give up. If I can't make a harem, I'll at least have heaps of girls fighting over me in a massive battle royal to decide who gets the privilege of dating me by the time we graduate. That sounds like a surefire way to end up getting stabbed and left bleeding out in some dark, deserted alley. Takeshi remarked with a flat tone. Look, Hayato, and you too as well. You're decent-looking fellows and don't seem like a bad sort, peeping rumors aside. If you lose that excessively perverted attitude, I'm sure you could find a nice girl and enjoy your youth with her. Lose our perverted guts. Issei had an incredulous expression on his face. Nonsense. We're healthy high school boys who operate purely on sexual desires. Not doing anything perverted is an insult to the parents that gave birth to us. That's right. If you are a man, you must be perverted. Matsuda and Madohama backed up Issei, nodding as they did so. Takeshi let out an exasperated sigh as he shook his head. I give up. Do whatever you want. Later, perverted trio. Bidding farewell to the 3 boys, Takeshi made his way to class 1 degree Celsius, the students once again shuffling out of his way. Once he sat down in the front seat of the middle row and opened his textbook, the discussions from the nearby students flowed into his ears. Have you heard? Apparently, they still haven't caught the people responsible for the recent string of murders in the wider Kuo area. Seriously, what the hell is the police doing? Because of that, my parents won't let me leave the house after it gets dark. Same here. But it's better than ending up like one of those victims. Their bodies ... they look like some wild animal or monster got them. Takeshi frowned upon hearing that. Over the past couple of weeks, several bizarre homicides had occurred in various locations all over the part of western Saitama Prefecture that included Kuo Town, with the most recent ones taking place within the town's boundaries. Apart from the fact that the number of victims had already reached the double digits, the other disturbing issue was that the bodies of the deceased appeared to have been hacked to pieces with some unknown object or, in some cases, looked like they had been eaten. Evidence about the perpetrators was scarce and the police were stumped on how to proceed. Takeshi knew all this firsthand since his mother was a journalist, and one of her co-workers was covering this case. It's almost like the Amazons from the remake have come to life, Takeshi muttered with a low voice. At that moment, a small commotion was heard coming from outside. As if obeying some signal, almost all students turned their gazes to the hallway. It's them, one student murmured as if he was in a daze. Walking past the classroom were 2 girls so beautiful that one could easily mistake them for idols or supermodels. There was no student in Kuo Academy who was unaware of their existence, and Takeshi was no exception. The first one was a girl with a voluptuous figure, long black hair tied in a ponytail and violet eyes, a bewitching smile on her face. Her name was Akeno, a second-year student who was said to perfectly embody the principles of a Yamato Neichiko, and the second most popular girl in school. Countless boys had attempted to ask her out, but were all mercilessly shot down without exception, leading to some labeling her as the untouchable queen. Next to her was a person of equal, or perhaps even greater renown and beauty. She had long, flowing crimson hair, blue eyes and pure white skin, traits that marked her as a foreigner, along with a well-shaped and buxom figure that made most boys drool, especially the members of the perverted trio. According to the rumors, she was the daughter of some businessman from Northern Europe who had moved to Japan due to her father's work. That girl was Rias, also a second-year student and the most popular girl in the school, who was universally accepted by everyone as the school idol. Unlike Akeno, no one had tried asking her out during her almost 2 years as a high school student. Her noble atmosphere made most guys think, that girl is beyond me. Furthermore, there were rumors that her family was connected to this school, which could invite a lot of trouble for anyone who approached her carelessly or with bad intentions. Like usual, everyone stopped what they were doing and locked their gazes at the two girls, entranced by the beauty of the two great ladies as they were known throughout the school. Takshi also couldn't help but be fascinated by them, even though he was well aware they were completely out of his league. They were the kind of girls one wouldn't mind selling their soul to the devil for, so long as they could spend a night with them. Suddenly, Rias turned her gaze to the classroom for a few seconds, narrowing her eyes for a bit before taking her leave. Once she and Akeno were gone, excited murmurs could be heard all around. "Oi, did you see that? Rias Gremory was actually checking out our classroom. Think she's interested in someone here. Guys, she was definitely checking me out. I could feel it. Dream on. She was totally undressing me with her eyes." "Oh, really? If you're so confident, why don't you go ask her out? Why don't you? If any of you think you have a chance with her, you're delusional. Like you're any better. Geez, you boys sure are dumb." Such discussions and small arguments could be heard all around the classroom. As for Takshi, he was feeling restless inside. For a second there, he was certain that Rias Gremory was actually looking at him. As if that could happen. Takshi dismissed that thought as fast as it came with a snort. There was no way the most popular girl in school would have any sort of interest in him. At most, she was probably curious about the weird first-year student who was a people repeller. Any further thoughts about the crimson-haired girl were banished from Takshi's mind as the teacher entered class, with all students rising in greeting. "A little while back. Ara, you seemed pretty distracted back there, President. Saw something you liked." Akeno spoke in a teasing manner as she and Rias walked through the corridors. The crimson-haired girl shook her head as she spoke. "No, I thought I felt something unusual ... but it must have been my imagination. More importantly, were you able to get the information we discussed about before?" Akeno's expression became serious. After checking around to make sure there were no students near them, she spoke in a low tone. "It's all but confirmed. The perpetrator of the recent murders is a stray. Not only that, but probably several of them are involved if the number of victims is anything to go by. A cluster, eh?" Rias frowned. "This could turn out to be a major issue. Clusters are not to be taken lightly. We might need to coordinate with Sona and her peerage to deal with this as quickly as possible. If the number of victims starts rising even more than this, the authorities will start getting suspicious, which will make cleanup even more troublesome after all is said and done." Akeno completed Rias' sentence. "Not to mention, all the recent victims have been clients of ours and Sona's so far, which is bad for business. But if a cluster is involved, shouldn't we request for reinforcements from the Archduke? Let's try to get a feel of what we're up against before resorting to that." Rias said, "This is the first major crisis I've had to deal with ever since I was sent to this town. It wouldn't look good on my evaluation if this incident turned out to be something that we could have managed on our own and I troubled the Archduke's side for nothing." "Understood, President," Akeno said. "I'll make sure to notify Yudo-kun and Kaniko-chan." "Please do," Rias said. "We must be ready to move out at a moment's notice." As the two girls made their way to class, Rias glanced back. "That strange feeling. I can't get it out of my mind." Rias thought, could it be that someone in that first-year class is an ability user? Once this situation is dealt with, maybe I should look into this further. Several hours later, school seemed to pass by in a flash. Takshi was whistling to himself as he made his way home. He felt confident that he had done well in the math exam, so his mood was very good. After a few minutes of walking, he arrived at a luxurious two-story building, the residence of the Ryugamine family. "I'm home," Takshi announced as he stepped inside the house, leaving his shoes at the entrance and putting on his slippers. Just as he expected, there was no one else home. Both his father and mother had jobs that sometimes required them to pull all-nighters, or perhaps not even come home at all for several days in some cases. Right on cue, his cell phone rang at that moment. "They both won't be back until late at night," Takshi said as he read the messages his parents had sent him. "More of the usual, eh?" Feeling a bit dejected, Takshi grabbed a cup of instant ramen from the kitchen along with a pair of chopsticks. After placing them in boiling water for a while, he began slurping the noodles while reviewing today's lectures. Once he finished eating, a wry smile appeared on his face. "That guy would probably scold me for not adding more seasoning in the ramen if he was here." Takshi grinned. Each time he had a cup of instant ramen, his mind would flash back to one of the last friends he had made before everyone started avoiding him. A cheeky brat who loved ramen to an abnormal degree and would pester him all the time about their greatness and the various flavors he combined to make the ideal dish. "Wonder how's he and that other kid doing now?" Takshi said. "Probably up to their necks in trouble if their attitude is the same as it was back then. Then again, you never know how one's life will turn out." Diving on the couch, Takshi turned the television on, but found nothing of interest. Just more news about the recent homicides and experts dissecting the motivation hidden behind these murders in an attempt to profile the perpetrator. He thought about having a Kamen Rider marathon until dinner time, but reconsidered. The day was still young and the weather was great. Staying inside would be a waste. "All right, it's decided," Takshi declared as he stood up. "Let's go out and enjoy the evening wind for a bit." Takshi headed to the garage adjacent to the main building. The cars his parents were using were of course gone, but there was a black 155cc motorcycle parked there. Said vehicle was a gift from Takeshi's parents for his 16th birthday and his successful entry to Kuo Academy. While the examinations for the driving license had been a pain, Takeshi considered the feeling of freedom when riding his bike and the feeling he could emulate his favorite heroes to a degree well worth the price and trouble. After putting his helmet on and making sure everything was in order, Takeshi revved up the motorcycle and shot out of the garage like a missile. As he sped up, he felt a wide grin forming on his face. As expected, this sensation is the best. Although he was feeling excited as he weaved through Kuo Town's roads, Takeshi still made sure to keep his speed within the appropriate limits. Violating traffic laws or causing an accident would be extremely problematic in more ways than one. After driving aimlessly for quite some time, Takeshi arrived at a deserted area which was filled with half-finished buildings and construction sites. Stopping there, he dismounted from the bike and took a good look at the place. The redevelopment area, Takeshi muttered as he leaned on his bike. Should I thank you for being here or curse you, I wonder. This place was the whole reason as to why Takeshi's family was staying in Kuo, at least for the time being. About 5 years ago, some freak accident had caused widespread destruction in this part of the town, leaving it a smoldering ruin. Speculation was still running rampart up to this day as to what had caused this devastation. Some claimed it was a ruptured gas pipe, while others insisted it was a case of arson that had gone out of control. Regardless of the cause, it was decided that this was a prime opportunity to not only rebuild, but also expand Kuo Town, which had been steadily receiving an influx of new people over the past years. After many delays, negotiations, and biddings, the Kuo redevelopment project was eventually entrusted to the construction firm Takeshi's father was working in a year ago, with him being appointed as the head of the project. Because it was expected that the redevelopment project's completion would take several years, the Ryugamine family had moved away from their old home just as Takeshi was about to start high school and had bought a new house here in Kuo. While he missed his old house at times, there wasn't really anything major tying him down back there, so the transition had been pretty easy for Takeshi, all things considered. I mean, it's not like I had made any friends or anything back there. Takeshi let out a self-deprecating laugh as he reminisced about the past. After a while, he noticed that the sun was going down fast. Caught up in his memories, he had lost track of time. With the news about the recent murders still fresh in his mind, he decided not to tempt fate and return home before it got dark. However, at that moment, a blood-curdling scream tore through the air, causing Takeshi to freeze. It seemed to come from within the redevelopment area. Don't tell me, the worst-case scenario went through Takeshi's mind. With trembling fingers, he dug his cell phone out of his pocket and tried to dial the local police department. However, for some reason, there was no signal even though his phone had proper reception just minutes ago. What the hell is going on? Another scream was heard, along with incoherent words that echoed across the construction sites. Takeshi looked around in panic, but there was no one else around at this time. If this truly was the serial killer, whoever was screaming was probably running out of time fast. What do I do? Takeshi muttered. The smart thing to do would be to get out of here and call for help. But by then, it would probably be too late for whoever was being attacked. Wrestling with indecision for a few seconds, Takeshi stomped his foot on the ground while grimacing. Aw, damn it, I guess I really am an idiot. Years later, Takeshi would often wonder how his life would have turned out if he had left to call for help, or just straight up ran away from that place. But that wasn't what happened. Revving up his bike, he dashed forward, weaving through the narrow streets and piles of materials placed throughout the area with reckless maneuvers that would have got his license revoked 10 times over. Following the sound of the screams, Takeshi came across a scene so bizarre that his mind had trouble processing it at first. Crouched with their backs against the wall were the 3 delinquents he had encountered earlier this day. Their faces were as pale as a corpse and their knees were shaking like crazy. However, Takeshi thought that was only to be expected upon getting a good look at their assailant. She was a woman with long, messy blonde hair clad in a torn black dress, whose lower half was similar to that of a snake, serpentine and comprised of thick dark green scales. What the hell? Takeshi pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Unfortunately for him, the sight in front of him seemed to be quite real. Having heard the sound of the bike's engine, the unidentified creature turned her head towards Takeshi, a savage smile and a fierce look on her face that seemed to paralyze him. Even more morsels for little old me, the snake woman said with a pleased tone. This must be my lucky day. USS, stay right where you are, child. I'll be with USS soon once I'm done with my appetizer. You damn monster. Despite his evident terror, Ryo grabbed a pipe from the ground and charged at the creature, only for her lower half to slam on his chest and send him crashing to the wall. Ryo collapsed to the ground, a pain groan escaping from his lips. Boss, hang him there. The other 2 youths rushed to support their friend as the woman laughed, her voice reminiscent of a snake's hiss. I commend you, a puny human, for trying to fight against a lamia. But it's useless. All of you are destined to become my dinner, so quit this pointless SS struggle. The lamia opened its mouth wide as it dived at the 3 youths. However, at that moment, a speeding motorcycle slammed on the lamia, the impact sending her tumbling to the side of the street and straight into a dumpster. What are you three standing there for? Takshi shouted at the three youths, who seemed petrified from shock after ramming the Lamia. Get out of here. Run, run. The delinquents shook themselves out of their stupor, with the two of them grabbing the still-dazed Ryo and half dragging, half carrying him out of there as fast as they could. The Lamia glanced at their retreating figures as it extricated herself from the dumpster before zeroing on Takshi, her rage evident in her expression. What a lively morsel you are. Since you are in such a hurry to die, I'll start with you first. Takshi wasted no time in turning his motorcycle around, accelerating to the limit and dashing through the narrow streets. While he was glad that the Lamia seemed to be focusing on him instead of the retreating youths, he was alarmed to see that the snake woman was hot on his tail, slithering on the ground faster than he thought possible. At this rate, she was going to catch up to him, and then, damn it, I really should have stayed home today. Takshi cried out as he tried making his way back to more populated areas, hoping that the snake woman would stop chasing him there. Having realized his aim, the Lamia jumped high and landed in front of Takshi, blocking his path. Before he had time to react, the Lamia's tail slammed on the bike, sending both it and its rider flying. The bike crashed on a nearby wall, while Takshi was sent tumbling to the ground, a cut opening on the side of his head. Ugh! Takshi groaned as he tried to stand up, his vision swimming and his breath ragged. The Lamia grinned as she grabbed him by his collar and tossed him on a pile of debris. He let out a cry of pain, which the Lamia seemed to enjoy. Enough scurrying around, the Lamia said as she slithered closer to Takshi. Some pre-meal exercise is good and well, but I must catch up to the other three morsels. Such, die. Time seemed to slow down for Takshi as the Lamia lunged at him. This is it. This is the end. Such a thought passed through Takshi's head. He was about to die in a deserted alley, eaten by some weird snake monster straight out of a tokusatsu show. Although he was well aware it was useless, he aimed a kick at the Lamia's torso. But much to his surprise, his kick actually sent the Lamia flying back and through a wall, screams of pain echoing throughout the area as the creature crashed through a couple more walls in succession. Takshi was shocked to say the least. Just before his blow connected, he felt as if additional power had flowed into his body. At that time, a burning sensation and a bright glow coming from his waist caused him to wince and shut his eyes. Once the light died down, "What the hell is this?" Takshi shouted with a bewildered expression. A plain-looking chrome-colored metal belt with a black gem embedded in the buckle area had materialized on his waist out of nowhere. He felt like his brain was about to overload from all the bizarre stuff happening to him today. However, the outraged howl of the Lamia snapped him out of his daze. Wasting no more time, he turned around and ran as fast as he could. Much to his astonishment, he felt he was running much faster than what he was capable of, perhaps even faster than what a professional athlete was capable of. Driven by instinct, he crouched and jumped, finding himself on the third-floor balcony of one of the nearby dilapidated block of flats. Unbelievable, Takshi muttered as he looked from the ground below to the belt on his waist with wide eyes. Is this ... the belt's power? Where are you, you little maggot? The Lamia screamed on the street below, turning her head left and right in rapid succession as she searched for Takshi. He jumped once again to land on the building's roof and started running again, leaping from rooftop to rooftop. After he was sure he was far enough from the raging monster, Takshi crumbled on the spot, his breath coming out in short gasps and his heart hammering on his chest. His eyes darted around as he wiped the sweat and blood from his face. Much to his relief, the Lamia was nowhere to be seen. Hello, I think I lost her. Think again, brat. Takshi shot up, his gaze turned to the sky. Floating above him was the Lamia he thought he had shaken off, a pair of bat-like wings protruding from her back. Bat wings and the lower half of a snake. A cramped smile appeared on Takshi's face. Someone had a lot of fun modifying you. Unless that's your natural appearance. SSSO, you are a SS Sacred Gear possessor, eh? The Lamia said as she landed on the rooftop. That was unexpected, but it matters not. From the looks of it, it must have just awakened in response to the threat on your life. You cannot possibly hope to fight or outrun me in this SS state. Maybe so, but that doesn't mean I can't try. Takshi shouted as he dashed forward, aiming a punch at his opponent. The Lamia smirked as she dodged his blows with agile movements that shouldn't be possible for such a creature. Just as he went for a low kick, the Lamia jumped, her tail shooting forward and striking Takshi's abdomen. The youth let out a cry of pain as he fell to his knees. The Lamia grabbed his leg and swung him around like a ragdoll before tossing him through a nearby pile of metal beams. Takshi coughed blood as he fell on all fours, struggling to draw breath. His knees were trembling and his body ached all over. I may not look like it, but I was a former knight. The Lamia hissed out as she slithered closer. When it comes to SS speed, I won't be beaten by an immature SS Sacred Gear possessor. Anything else you want to try, or are we finished yet here? Takshi forced himself to stand up despite feeling as if his body was made out of lead. Truth be told, he was out of opinions at this point. However, since this so-called sacred gear or whatever of his was a belt, then perhaps. Transform, Takshi shouted as he struck a pose. For a few seconds, only the sound of the wind could be heard as both combatants were still as statues. Predictably enough, yeah, I didn't think I would be that lucky. A dejected expression appeared on Takshi's face as he lowered his hands. Whatever this so-called sacred gear's functions were, they apparently didn't allow him to equip a power suit. The Lamia let out a sinister smile. No more tricks up your SS sleeve, hey. SS such a SS shame. But if you want to blame SS someone, blame the SS system and fate which put SS such a worthless SS sacred gear in you. This time, perish for good and become my dinner obediently. Takeishi braced himself for the pain that was about to follow, hoping it would be over quickly. However, stop right there, stray. An unexpected voice was heard, prompting Takeishi and the Lamia to look to the side. Standing there with her hands crossed was a girl with brilliant crimson hair waving in the evening wind, a sly smile on her face. Rias, Gremory-senpai. Takeishi couldn't believe his eyes. For a moment there, he was sure he was hallucinating due to his impending death. However, the terrified reaction of the Lamia indicated otherwise. The daughter of the Gremory family. How is this possible? USS shouldn't be here. ISS should have covered my tracks. You and your comrades have caused so much trouble in my backyard and thought you could keep getting away with it. Rias spoke with a serious tone. We had our familiars scout the town, especially the deserted areas, for the past couple of days, waiting for a hit. Lo and behold, we finally got you. Damn you, Gremory filth. Now then, let's get down to business. Rias clapped her hands. I'll have you answer some questions for me, stray. How many of you are there? Where's your hideout? Give me an honest answer, and I'll see that you get out of this with only life imprisonment as your sentence. Not a bad deal, wouldn't you agree? Don't make me laugh. Why SS should ISS say anything to a dead woman? Sharp claws extended from the Lamia's fingertips as she tried to stab Rias with them. Before Takeishi even had a chance to warn her, a silver flash tore through the air, followed by something flying past Rias and the Lamia's howl of pain as she clutched the bleeding stump that was once her right arm. Trying to harm President is something that I, her knight, cannot allow. Standing in front of Rias was the familiar figure of Kibaa Yudo, brandishing a European-style sword that was pointed towards the Lamia. Takeishi was in disbelief at his sudden appearance, as well as the speed with which he had sliced the Lamia's arm off. However, the surprises didn't stop there as yet another individual known to him intruded at this peculiar scene. Ara, this stray is quite lively. Let's see if we can fix that, shall we? Takeishi felt like his eyes would pop out of his sockets at the appearance of Hajime Akeno, a playful smile on her face, and electricity crackling around her hands. Pointing her hands at the stray, Akeno unleashed several bolts that enveloped the Lamia's body. The monster screamed in pain as it fell on the ground, her body burnt in several places and convulsing. "Ah, done so soon," Akeno said with a beatific smile on her face. "I was hoping we could have some more fun together, Yufufu." For some reason, Takeishi felt a chill go down his spine. From his point of view, Akeno seemed to enjoy the stray's pain. However, the fact that she could apparently shoot thunderbolts from her fingertips was even more astonishing right now. "That's enough, Akeno," Rias said as she approached the fallen Lamia. "We need her conscious for this. So, do you feel more willing to speak now, stray? Or should I have Akeno continue with her treatment? Oh, please, say yes." Akeno's smile became wider. "I haven't had nearly enough fun yet." The Lamia glared at Rias as she spat at her face. Go to hell, crimson-haired bitch. I have nothing to say to you." At that moment, a seal appeared on the Lamia's forehead, with the creature's eyes glazing over and losing their focus. "A memory-erasing spell," Rias said as she wiped her cheek. "Unfortunate. It seems there's no room for negotiation. Then, in the name of Duke Gremory, I consign you to oblivion." A black mass of power gathered on Rias's palm and was shot at the Lamia. The bewildered stray didn't even have time to scream as her body was devoured by the mass, vanishing in a matter of seconds and leaving only a gaping hole on the roof. "That's one down, and who knows how many more to go," Rias remarked. "Good work, everyone. Shame that the stray wasn't willing to cooperate. We could have got an idea what exactly we're up against. Now then, on to the next matter." Rias turned to Takeishi, who seemed unable to move or speak, and smiled at him. "I understand you must have many questions, but for now, know that you are safe. My servants and I mean you no harm." His body and mind a wreck from intense exhaustion and the pain from his injuries, to the point where he felt he was on the verge of losing consciousness, Takeishi didn't respond to Rias' words at first. Pointing at the group with a trembling finger, Takeishi struggled to get the words out of his mouth. "You, that monster, what's going on here? Who no, were you? There's not really a way to ease you into it, so I will get straight to the point." After Rias said so, a pair of bat wings similar to the Lamia's extended from her back, much to Takeishi's shock. "I am Rias Gremory, a devil. It's a pleasure to meet you." Takeishi stared at her with a blank look for a few seconds, his mind incapable of processing the crimson-haired girl's words. What did you just? Despite his attempts to keep questioning Rias, that was the straw that broke the camel's back for Takeishi. Without warning, he blacked out on the spot, his mind and body overwhelmed from the successive shocks and injuries he had received over the past few minutes. At the same, the belt around his waist turned into particles of light and vanished. Ara, that was probably a bit too much, President," Akeno said. "The poor boy must have had quite the tough time, and hearing such an outrageous thing on top of all that." "Yes, I didn't handle it very well," Rias said with a sheepish smile as she took a closer look at the unconscious Takeishi. "That boy he seems a bit familiar. Is he a student of our school?" "That's Ryugumin Takeishi, a first-year student like me," Yudo said. He's got a bit of an odd reputation for some reason, but for the most part, he seems like a regular fellow. Not so regular anymore, Rias remarked. It appears he's a sacred gear possessor, which means he belongs to this side now. I wonder if he's the one I sensed this morning. That's most likely the case. President, I've brought them. A white-haired girl with gold eyes and a petite build suddenly landed on the rooftop, carrying the 3 delinquents, who were unconscious, on her arms and back. Despite their combined weight, the girl didn't look uncomfortable in the slightest. Thank you, Kaniko, Rias said. I trust there wasn't much trouble handling them. Caught up with them before they ran into someone else, Kaniko said with an expressionless face. I had to knock them out when they started struggling. I see, Rias said as she turned to Akeno. You know what to do with them. Make sure they have no recollection of their encounter with the stray. Erase the signs of battle as well. Of course, President, Akeno said. But what about our unconscious Kuhai over there? Are you going to erase his memories as well? No, Rias said as she took out her phone. For better or for worse, he's involved with our matters now. As such, I'll take care of him for now. A while later, Takshi groaned as he slowly opened his eyes. What greeted him was the familiar sight of his room's ceiling, much to his relief. From what he could tell, it was nighttime outside. It was all just a dream. How long was I out? For about 2 hours. But I'm afraid none of what you experienced was a dream. Takshi's eyes widened as he shot upwards, turning his head towards the source of that voice. Sitting in a chair next to his bed was Rias Gremory, a book resting on her lap. For the second time today, he had to pinch himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Gremory-senpai. Good afternoon, Ryugamin-kun, and apologies for my intrusion. Rias said. Do you feel a little better after today's ordeal? I gave you some basic first aid, but it would be better if you didn't make any more sudden moves. Today's ordeal ... you say. Takshi said with a troubled expression on his face. Then, everything was real. The strange monster. The weird belt that appeared out of nowhere. You saying that you're a devil or something. All that stuff actually happened. They did, Rias said with a gentle expression. I know this is probably a lot to take in, and that you're most likely very confused right now. Understatement of the century, Takshi muttered as he got out of the bed and sat on a chair opposite to Rias. First things first. Why are you in my room, senpai? After you fainted, I called my father's acquaintance in the school board and asked him for your home address. Rias explained. Once I got it, I brought you here. Since there's a chance the comrades of the stray devil we eliminated might come after you, I decided to remain here as well in order to keep an eye on you. Nothing's happened so far, but I think it would be best if I stayed here for the night just in case. Better safe than sorry. Comrades, Takshi raised an eyebrow. There are more like that creature out there right now. Unfortunately, yes, Rias said. The recent strings of murders in this area is their handiwork, though I'm not sure what they're playing at. Clusters are usually smart enough to keep a low profile, but those blatant acts of violence are rather counterproductive to that. It's like they want us to notice them and go after them. I wonder, how many of them are there? We're not entirely sure, which is why it's unfortunate that we couldn't get anything of use out of that Lamia, Rias said. Even without that spell erasing her memories, she seemed like the type who would rather die than divulge any information, if she had any to begin with. So, there isn't only one. Takshi shivered before speaking again. What about the 3 guys that monster was about to eat before I showed up? Are they all right? All 3 of them are alive and well, Rias said, much to Takshi's relief. Akeno modified their memories, so they won't remember a thing about their encounter with the stray. Modified their memories, you say? Takshi frowned. Okay, I think it's time for the real questions. Who exactly are you, Gremory-senpai? You called yourself a devil, but I don't understand what that means. Are Hajime-senpai and Kibaa Yudo-kun devils as well? What was that snake woman from before? Also, what about that weird belt that showed up out of nowhere? That monster called it a sacred gear, but I don't know what that is. And also, I understand you have a lot of questions, but be patient. Rias cut off Takshi's words. I promise I'll give you a full explanation tomorrow. It's better to rest for now before hearing what I have to say, since I don't think you're in a state to listen to more shocking revelations. Takshi couldn't argue with that. He also felt that his brain would definitely explode if he heard more about how weird the world had got. Rias got up from her chair and stretched herself before turning to Takshi. After I brought you here and looked around the house a bit, I noticed you have a guest room. Rias said. Do you mind if I use it for tonight? Sure, no problem, senpai. Takshi said. Make yourself at home. Also, Takshi got up as well and bowed to Rias. I didn't get the chance to say it before, so allow me to say it now. Thank you for saving my life. If you hadn't been there, I would have died for sure. You're very welcome. Rias smiled. However, credit where credit is due. If you hadn't struggled with all your strength until the end, we might not have arrived in time to save you or the other 3 boys from the stray. Take pride in that. Now, is there anything else I can do for you? It would be nice if you could fix my damaged motorcycle, Takshi said in a joking manner. But I guess that should be easy enough, Rias said. It's back at the redevelopment area, right? I'll call Akeno right away. She'll retrieve it and repair it. Repair it? Takshi was surprised to say the least. The bike should be in a pretty bad state. How is she going to fix it? With magic, of course. Rias winked at Takshi. He was about to retort that such a thing was impossible, but the words died in his throat once he recalled the scene of Akeno shooting thunder out of her hands and Rias summoning some unidentified black mass of energy, along with her mention of a memory alteration spell. He rubbed his temples as he felt a big migraine coming. Are you all right, Ryugamin-kun? Just dandy. Takeishi sighed. Again, thank you for going through all that trouble, senpai. No trouble at all, Rias said. I'll see you tomorrow, Ryugamin-kun. Have a pleasant night and don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, no strays will dare approach this place. Also, nice collection you've got here. Rias pointed at the bookcase and the several shelves on Takeishi's room, which were filled to the brim with DVDs, figures, and merchandise from a variety of tokusatsu shows. A large number of posters from said shows also decorated the walls. Oh, you like it, Takeishi said, a wide grin on his face. This is my pride as a tokusatsu fan. I dare say few people in Japan, no, the whole world can match it. While this might not be my style, I think I understand your feelings. Rias smiled. Once again, good night, Ryugamin-kun. Once Rias had left, Takeishi collapsed on his bed, his strength drained and his body aching all over. He had trouble believing the drastic changes his life had undergone in the span of only a couple of hours. Worse yet, he was certain things would get even stranger once he got the full picture out of Rias. He could feel there was no going back to his everyday life. The thought was enough to make him anxious for what would happen next. Well, there's no choice at this point but to move forward, Takeishi concluded as he made a fist. I'll deal with whatever happens tomorrow when tomorrow comes. However, it's funny that the first person close to my age that I've brought home in more than 4 years is a devil girl. Takeishi grinned, but then his expression fell as he thought of a very important issue he had neglected so far. Shit, what am I going to tell my parents about all this? In an unknown location, inside what appeared to be a large cavern illuminated by several crystals, a young woman with silver hair, pointed ears, bat wings protruding from her back, a tail growing from her rear and a curvaceous body, who was dressed in a provocative outfit, let out a sigh as she checked a floating crystal ball. Celia, you idiot. The woman grimaced. I told her she shouldn't move out too much and hunt people beyond the assigned ones or the devils might get her. Because of her gluttony and thoughtlessness, we're down one member. Does it really matter? No. A bearded man with messy brown hair whose lower half was that of a horse said as he approached Nell, his hooves making clopping sounds that echoed across the cavern. She was the weakest among us, so losing her doesn't change anything. If anything, that means there's more prey for me. Ever the battle-obsessed idiot, Dena. A woman with short light blue hair and green eyes that was clad in a witch's outfit with an oversized hat said with a low voice as she laid on a rock. It would have been better ... if you had gone and offed yourself somewhere, instead of Celia. What do you say, you bitch? The centaur raged as he unsheathed his long sword and pointed it at the blue-haired woman. Maybe I should teach you some respect first before we deal with those uppity devil princesses. Just try it, the witch said as she pointed her staff at Dena, a fireball forming at its tip. I'll burn you to cinders before you take a single step. Dena, Arnott, that's enough, Nell said as she got between the two of them. Spare me the childish fights. Our task is hard enough already without you two being at each other's throats all the time. To both Dena and Arnott looked displeased, but lowered their respective weapons. Nell sighed before turning to her crystal ball once again. As she reviewed the events leading to her comrade's demise, she frowned upon taking note of a particular detail. You look troubled, Nell. What's the matter? The one who had spoken was an individual clad in a medieval-esque suit of armor. However, his most eye-catching feature was the distinct lack of a head attached to his neck. Instead, he carried it in his hands. Valdez, Nell acknowledged the newcomer with a nod. I trust the hunt went well. Everything proceeded without a hitch, Valdez said. Talon and Anishi eliminated the targets before the Citri girls group arrived. What about your end? Celia went out to hunt on her own and was taken down by the Grimmery girls' peerage. Nell said, I was reviewing the scene when something that could prove troublesome down the line caught my attention. Is that so? Would you allow me to take a look as well? Valdez brought his helmet-covered head closer to the floating orb, observing the scene unfolding before his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he sighed. A sacred gear possessor appearing out of nowhere. What are the odds? Our mysterious benefactors are seemingly experts at locating oddities, so how come they missed this one? You'd have to ask them that yourself, Nell said. That might be a bit difficult though since the communication-type magic circle they provided us with is one way. But I digress. The issue here is that this possessor's presence might affect our task. Should his sacred gear be strong and should he join the devils, this will make eliminating them all the more difficult. But, Dena snorted. If he joins the devils, that means we get to add one more corpse to the body count by the end of all this. If you think a novice sacred gear possessor will be any trouble, you're all gutless idiots. Being careful is how we've all survived so far, Dena, Nell pointed out. Even then, we would have been long killed by pursuit squads if it weren't for our current patrons bailing each of us out. You of all people should be well aware how carelessness leads to disaster. Burned, Arnott chuckled, prompting Dena to shoot her a nasty look. They might have saved us, but I still think it's a terrible idea to work for them. Valdez said. Not only do we know nothing about them or their objectives, but much like most of the races, they probably have no love for stray devils like us. Who's to say they won't turn on us once we're done taking down the two heiresses' peerages? You know, take care of the loose ends. We have no choice but to gamble on this possibility, Nell said as she dismissed the crystal ball with a wave of her hand. Even if we had escaped without our patron's interference, chances are we would have been discovered and killed at some point in the future. Strays like us don't belong anywhere after all. The only faint hope we have for a semblance of a normal life is the promised reward from our benefactor's side. What I want to know is why we're wasting time killing worthless humans. Dena's grumbled. There's no joy to be found when your prey isn't fighting back. What the hell are those damn mystery bosses of ours thinking? It's probably to agitate the devils and make them impatient, Valdez suggested. Impair their judgment and all that. Or they're thinking that even if we fail, they'll at least make them hurt by removing some of their clients. More importantly, what about the sacred gear possessor? Arnott asked while yawning. What do we do about him? This was unexpected, but there's also a good opportunity here, Nell said as she projected an image of Takshi. Whether he joins the devils or not, we can take advantage of his presence. However, if he proves to be too much of an unknown variable, to the point where we can't afford to leave him alone. A sinister smile appeared on Nell's face as she made a slashing motion. Then we'll eliminate him as well. Ready to go? Count 0. Kamen Rider Ajito. You must become more. Takshi turned off the action figure like alarm clock next to his bed and turned his sights to the ceiling. I couldn't sleep a wink. Takshi let out a dispirited sigh as he got up from his bed and opened the curtains, the rising sun's light flooding his room. Despite his best efforts, yesterday's events were still weighing on his mind, preventing him from even dozing off. As such, he had resigned himself to a sleepless night in the end. The only bright spot was that nothing else of note had happened, much to his relief. No strays had come banging at his front door or something like that. Stifling a yawn, Takshi picked up the school uniform he had tossed on the chair the night before and started dressing. Takshi, are you awake? Breakfast is ready, and we shouldn't keep our guest waiting. Coming down in a second, Mom. Takshi responded to his mother's call. After making one last check to ensure everything was in order, he headed downstairs to the dining room, where a middle-aged woman of average height with a petite build, short auburn hair and green eyes was busy setting plates. Good morning, Takshi. Ryugamin Shiori, the lady of the house, smiled upon seeing Takshi, but her expression then morphed into a frown as she kept speaking. Did you rest properly? Is your body hurting anywhere? Are you perhaps still feeling dizzy? Maybe you should stay home today just to be on the safe side. Taking care of your health is of the utmost priority after all. Maybe I should also request a leave from work so that Whoa, slow down there, Mom. I'm fine. Everything's fine. It was just a dizzy spell, nothing to fuss over. There's neither a need for you to take a leave nor for me to miss school. Takshi made a placating gesture as he rushed to assuage his mother. And collapsing on the side of the road due to vertigo, Rias noticing him and bringing him back home was the story the two youths had come up with to excuse his bruises and Rias's presence in the Ryugamin residence. As for Rias convincing his parents to stay for the night even though she was a total stranger, or the fact that his parents hadn't questioned him more about his accident, that was something Takshi couldn't wrap his head around. However, he did notice that his parents' expressions had become glazed at some point while Rias was speaking to them, so he figured she had used some mysterious devil magic or something like that to persuade them. If you say so, Shiori said with an unconvinced expression. However, please, don't take any chances. If you feel sick again, call your father or me, and we'll come pick you up straight away. Promise? Yes, Mom. Takshi rolled his eyes as he sat at the table. Seriously, you're such a worrywart. At that moment, two more people deep in conversation entered the dining room. One was Rias, while the other was a bespectacled middle-aged man with messy black hair, amber eyes similar to Takshi's, and a muscular build. Upon catching sight of Takshi, the man grinned. Yo, Takshi. Ryugamin Hiroto, Takshi's father, said with an energetic tone. You're looking better today. As expected of my son, you won't let a trivial thing like vertigo keep you down. Good morning, Ryugamin-kun. Rias greeted Takshi with a smile. Were you able to get some rest last night? Good morning, Dad, Gremory-senpai. Takshi nodded at the two of them. Unfortunately, I was a bit too high-strung to sleep. But I'm feeling fine, so there shouldn't be a problem. That's good to hear. Rias-san and I were just having a very interesting conversation. Hiroto said as Shiori started putting food on everyone's plates. Apparently, both her father and older brother are into the construction business as well, among other things. Why, their company was the one that built that large high-class hotel in Kyoto which was featured in the news a while back. Isn't that right, Rias-san? Yes, that is correct, Rias said. However, their work in that department so far doesn't seem that impressive compared to the project you're currently undertaking. If memory serves well, once the redevelopment project is complete, Kyo's size will be tripled, if not quadrupled. This must be a big responsibility for you. It is, but I prefer to think of it as a big opportunity. Hiroto smirked. Plus, everyone in this family loves a good challenge. Isn't that right, Shiori? Takshi took the words right out of my mouth. Can't argue with that. The two of them said in succession, prompting Rias to smile. Once Shiori had finished serving, she sat down as well, with everyone putting their hands together as they bowed. For a couple of minutes, there was no sound other than the movement of chopsticks. Eventually, Rias spoke. "These are delicious, Shiori-san. As expected, nothing beats a homemade meal. However, I do feel bad for imposing on you. Not only did I burden you with my presence last night, but I'm also intruding on your breakfast time as well." "Nonsense." Shiori waved her hand in a dismissive manner. "Rest assured that you aren't bothering or burdening us at all, Rias-san. You helped our son, so that's the least we can do for you. Not to mention, you're the first guest he's brought home in a long time. Then, if I may be so bold, may I ask what exactly did you put inside this miso soup?" Rias asked. "Its taste is simply divine compared to the ones I've had in the past. It's quite simple actually. The recipe goes like this." As the two women started conversing, Hiroto edged closer to Takeishi and whispered to him with a mischievous smile on his face. "So, when can I expect some grandchildren?" It took all of Takeishi's self-control to not choke on his breakfast. "Aren't you skipping quite a few steps there, Dad?" Takeishi whispered back with a frantic tone while glaring at Hiroto. "To begin with, where the hell did this come from? I'm sure I told you that Gremory-senpai and I hadn't even spoken to each other before yesterday. We're practically strangers." "Hey, but that's such a waste." Hiroto frowned. "I mean, look at her. She's beautiful, she's well-mannered, and she comes from a rich family. What more could you possibly ask for? Maybe get to know her a bit first." Takeishi sighed. "Plus, I doubt you'd be singing the same tune if you knew what she was." "What was that? I didn't quite catch that last part." "It's nothing." "Oh my, look at the time," Rias said as she got up. "We really should get going if we don't want to be late for school, Ryugumin-kun." "Right you are, senpai." Takeishi followed suit, grabbing his bag before turning to his parents. "See you later, Mom, Dad. It was a pleasure meeting you, Shiori-san, Hiroto-san." Rias bowed to Takeishi's parents. "Once again, thank you for your hospitality. On the name of the House of Gremory, I swear I shall repay you for this." "No need to be so formal." Shiori smiled. "The pleasure was all ours, Rias-san. We'll be glad to have you over again." "Don't be a stranger, Rias-san." Hiroto grinned. "If you need help with something, our door is always open for you." After that exchange, the two youths exited the Ryugumin residence, walking side by side as they made their way to Kyo Academy. Despite having walked this path numerous times before, Takeishi couldn't help but feel that everything seemed more vibrant today, more alive. "I guess nearly dying does make you appreciate the little things a bit more." Takeishi thought so as he gazed at the cloudless sky with a small smile on his face. "Mine-kun, Earth to Ryugumin-kun. Can you hear me?" "Duh." Takeishi was startled when Rias's face suddenly appeared before his eyes, causing him to stumble and almost fall down. "Are you all right?" Rias asked. "My apologies if I surprised you, but you didn't respond at all even though I was calling out to you all this time." "Sorry about that, senpai," Takeishi said while rubbing his neck. "My thoughts ... They were wandering a bit. Still thinking about yesterday's events, eh?" Rias nodded with an understanding expression. "I can't blame you for that. All this must have come as quite a shock to you." "It has, but I was mostly thinking about how lucky I was to have made it out in one piece," Takeishi said. "Speaking of which, you still owe me an explanation about everything that happened, senpai." "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten," Rias said. "But this is neither the time nor the place for such a discussion. Make sure you clear your schedule for today after school. Once classes are finished, someone will come and pick you up on my behalf." "Pick me up and take me where exactly?" Takeishi eyed Rias in a suspicious manner. "Your devil lair." "Something like that, though not quite as sinister." Rias giggled while saying so. Takeishi couldn't help but think she was really cute when she smiled like that. However, whatever pleasant feelings he had were replaced by a feeling of dread upon realizing he had overlooked something crucial. He was commuting to school next to its #1 idol, something that was bound to garner a lot of attention from his surroundings. As expected, that's Ryugumin and Rias-senpai together. Why is the Rias Gremory, who hasn't shown any interest towards any guy, walking next to him? Is Ryugumin blackmailing her? Wouldn't be surprising. Think there's something fishy going on with him after all. I heard that Ryugumin's family is well off just like Rias-senpai's family. Maybe their parents set them up. No, I refuse to believe that my chances with Rias-senpai are now 0. Dude, don't kid yourself. They were always 0 to begin with. Such whispered discussions could be heard coming from all around Rias and Takeishi by passing students, prompting the latter to let out a small groan. He had a feeling his life was about to become even more complicated than before. As for Rias, she looked unperturbed, either because she hadn't heard everyone's remarks or because she didn't care for them. "I'll be going ahead. See you later, Ryugumin-kun," Rias said as she and Takeishi split from each other at the school's entrance. Feeling as if the numerous stares from the surrounding students were burning holes through him, Takeishi made his way to his classroom, only to be met by even more stares and an uncomfortable silence upon entering. Taking a page out of Rias's book, he paid no heed to them and their hushed conversations as he sat down. However, the next distraction proved far too difficult to ignore. "Ryugumin, you bastard. What's the meaning of this?" Rushing into the classroom while flanked by his two friends, Issei slammed his hand on Takeishi's desk, his face inches away from Takeishi's face. "First off, you're too close," Takeishi said as he pushed Issei's face away with his finger. "Second, what's the meaning of what? Don't play dumb," Matsuda shouted. "The whole school is talking about it. That unattainable flower, Rias Gremory, actually walked to school with you even though she shuns most boys. What's the deal with that? Doesn't the whole school have anything better to do than this? Takeishi sighed as Madohama spoke next while fixing his glasses. I thought of you as a comrade in our unpopular guys alliance, but you're actually craftier than you let on, Ryugamin. To think that your aim was Rias-senpai all along. Truly devious. What happened to our oath of us four becoming magicians together? I don't remember swearing any such oath with you guys, Takeishi said with a deadpan look. Also, you're blowing this way out of proportion. There's nothing going on between me and Gremory-senpai. You really expect us to believe that? Issei exclaimed. What, you just happened to run into her and she let you walk to school with her? Do you take us for idiots? Believe what you want, and that goes for all of you listening even though you're pretending not to, Takeishi said, causing all the students present to flinch. Classes are about to start, so don't you three think you should be getting back to your classroom? Issei looked like he wanted to say more, but refrained upon realizing they would be late if they stayed here longer. This isn't over, Ryugamin. We'll be back to wring every last bit of information out of you. With that parting line, Issei, Matsuda and Madohama dashed out of the classroom, disappearing as fast as they had come. Can't wait, Takeishi sighed once again. He had a feeling this would be a long day. Later on, finally, classes had just finished in what might have been Takeishi's most frustrating day in school so far. His anxiousness and impatience made him feel as if time was passing by slower than normal, while the constant pestering from the perverted trio at random intervals and his classmates' hush gossiping only served to further aggravate his irritation. That's why he was glad it was over. A small commotion outside of the classroom that sounded like girls shrieking caught his attention. Just as he wondered what had happened, the answer presented itself in the form of Kibaa Yudo, the school prince, who walked inside the classroom and headed straight for Takeishi. Hello, Ryugamin-kun. I've come to pick you up. Cue even more shrieking and hushed discussions erupting around the two boys. From what little he could make out, they seemed to be discussing the possibilities of the school prince and the school oddity having a secret rendezvous, something which only added to Takeishi's frustration. Once again, he chose to ignore them as he focused on the blonde-haired youth. Pick me up, you say. Takeishi narrowed his eyes. Did Gremory-senpai ask you to do this, Kibaa-kun? That's right. Yudo confirmed it. I'm here under Rias Gremory-sama's orders. Please, follow me. Everyone's waiting for you. Takeishi did as requested and followed behind Yudo. After a couple of minutes of walking, the two of them found themselves in the back of the school, where the old school building was situated amidst several trees. From what Takeishi had heard, most students avoided that place due to its somewhat eerie atmosphere and had labeled it as one of the 7 wonders of Kyoto Academy. However, from what he could see, the 2-story building before him looked old, but well-maintained and not creepy at all. It seemed the students were exaggerating about things as usual. Gremory-senpai is in there. Why, this is the headquarters of the Occult Research Club, of which Rias Gremory-sama is the president. Yudo explained. However, this is mostly a cover for our activities. Your activities? Takeishi raised an eyebrow. Like going around town and killing snake monster-shaped ladies. Among other things. Yudo smiled. But I'm getting ahead of myself. President should be the one to explain things. After saying so, Yudo entered the old school building, with Takeishi following behind him. Going up the stairs, the duo arrived at the 2nd floor in front of a classroom with a sign that read hanging above it. Yudo knocked on the door and spoke. President, it's me. I've brought Ryugamin-kun. Good job. Come in then. Yudo opened the door, gesturing for Takeishi to step inside. As he did so, he was surprised by the interior, which was filled with strange signs, words, and glyphs. The middle of the former classroom was occupied by a large magic circle that gave Takeishi the goosebumps for some reason. There was also a large desk inside the room along with a couple of sofas and a shower on the corner. Sitting on the desk was Rias, with Akeno standing next to her, while a white-haired girl with a petite build was sitting on one of the sofas and munching taiyaki. Ah, you're here, Ryugamin-kun. Rias greeted him with a smile as she stood up. Please, have a seat. Akeno, if you would bring us some tea, please. Of course, President. Takeishi sat on the empty sofa, with Rias sitting on the one across him next to the white-haired girl. You must be acquainted with Yudo and Akeno, but you probably don't know this girl, Rias said as she gestured to the girl sitting next to her. This is Tauju Kaniko, a 3rd-year student in Kyo's middle school division. I'm Ryugamin Takeishi. A pleasure to meet you, Tauju-san. Takeishi introduced himself while bowing. Kaniko also bowed, but remained expressionless and didn't say anything in response. Takeishi assumed she was a girl of few words. Here's her tea. Akeno placed a steaming cup on the table and then went to sit next to Rias. After blowing it a couple of times, Takeishi took a sip from it, letting out a satisfied sigh. This is really good. You made this, Himejima-senpai. Yufufu, sure did. Akeno let out a small laugh. I'm glad it's to your liking. Yudo, there's no need to stand, Rias said to the blonde-haired youth, who was standing near the door. Take a seat as well. Yes, President. After Yudo had sat down next to the girls, Rias turned her sights to Takeishi, causing the latter to straighten up. I promised you answers before, and I intend to deliver, Ryugamin-kun, Rias said. However, let me start with a question first. How much do you know about Christianity and the Bible? Not much, Takshi admitted. I know Christianity is a monotheistic religion common to the Western countries, but is not that widespread here in Japan, especially after the end of the Shimabara Rebellion back in 1638. As for the Bible, it's a collection of religious scriptures sacred to Christians that details the guidelines of their faith among other things if I'm not mistaken. I suppose devils fit in there somewhere. Indeed, Rias said. We devils are one of the 3 mystical races recorded in the Bible. We are the denizens of the underworld, or what Christians commonly refer to as hell, tasked with fulfilling requests from humans that summon us. In exchange, we receive an appropriate price from them. Price? Takshi gulped. You mean, taking their souls or their firstborn or something like that? No, nothing like that. Rias made a dismissive gesture. True, the devils of old used to collect souls from their contractors, but we don't do that anymore. In this day and age, we receive objects of value or money as payment from our customers. Much more efficient. That's one stereotype crushed. Takshi remarked. You said there are 3 races, so what about the other 2? The other 2 are the angels and the fallen angels. Rias said. Angels are the agents of Deus Trinity, the God of Christianity. They reside in heaven and are responsible for hunting down devils and fallen angels among other things. Fallen angels are former angels that fell due to having impure thoughts or committing a sin. Like angels, they are also our enemies. Wait, so fallen angels and devils aren't the same? Takshi frowned. I sort of had the impression that the angels who fell were transformed into devils or something. Unlike what some forms of media portray, that's not actually the case. Rias said, and then frowned. Well, I guess it kind of is when it comes to our first leaders, but that's a tale for another time. You only need to remember that fallen angels and devils are 2 distinct races. The first fallen angels took control of a portion of the underworld a long time ago, forming the Grigori organization, and have been at odds with us devils ever since. Yudo added from the side. While we gather strength and influence by forming contracts with humans, they also make deals with humans and seek to use them against us. As for the angels, they seek to destroy both races and employ trained humans as warriors to hunt us down. So, there's a war going on between the 3 races behind the scenes. There was full-scale war going on for a long time, but it ended about 6 centuries ago, Akeno said in response to Takshi's question. Right now, it's more of a tense armistice. There are small conflicts occurring here and there, but there are no large-scale battles anymore. All 3 factions came out exhausted from the Great War after all. Continuing it would only mean certain annihilation for everyone involved. I see, Takshi muttered, still trying to wrap his head around all this. Does that mean Christianity is the one true religion and everything else is just made-up nonsense? No, every other religion exists as well. Come again. Certain he had misheard something, Takshi couldn't help but ask so. All the other pantheons and deities worshipped by humans across the world are real. Rias repeated. I never said that Christianity was the only religion that existed. If anything, I'd say that the humans' knowledge about deities is incomplete and quite lacking. But that's, Takshi struggled to find the words to speak. While he was amazed at how the world was much bigger than he actually thought, he had a hard time wrapping his head around the fact that every pantheon ever recorded actually existed. Christianity's existence was already hard enough to swallow as it was. Are you all right, Ryugamin-kun? You're looking a little pale there, Rias asked with evident concern. Takshi took a deep breath and gulped down his tea in one go in an attempt to compose himself. After feeling confident that he could speak without reducing himself to a stuttering mess, Takshi addressed Rias. Sorry, but this went completely beyond my expectations. Takshi said, all these gods actually existing. If this got out, the world would be overturned big time and there'd be chaos in the streets. Right you are, which is why the existence of the supernatural is kept hidden by everyone involved. Rias said, gods are beings that depend on human worship after all, and such a revelation could have unexpected ramifications on the human world. No kidding, Takshi said. But wait, if the Shinto gods are real, that means Japan is their territory, right? In that case, what are devils doing here? Since there is a small presence of Christians in this country, we're allowed to operate here as long as we don't infringe on territory that is under the direct jurisdiction of the Shinto gods and their followers. Rias explained. We also don't request assistance for problems that concern our faction and vice versa unless the situation is truly dire, to the point where it has ramifications for both of us. Is everything clear so far? Yeah, I think I got the general idea, Takshi said. However, I'm more interested in that monster that attacked me yesterday. What exactly was that thing? I think you called her a stray devil. This issue is connected to the war Akeno spoke of. Rias's expression became more serious, causing Takshi to stiffen. Once the Great War concluded, all 3 factions found themselves on the brink of extinction. We devils especially were hit pretty bad, having lost more than half of the founding noble families and our leaders, the Devil Kings. As such, it was decided that we should recruit and turn humans and other creatures into devils in order to preserve our race. Recruit ... and turn. Takshi frowned. Then, that creature back there was also turned into a devil. That's right, Rias nodded. Among the reincarnated devils, there are some who commit crimes and abandon the master they serve, running off to the human world usually and causing all sorts of trouble. These devils are given the label of stray devil and are to be captured or disposed of when encountered. Rias took a sip from her cup before continuing. Stray devils typically have a low life expectancy since they are killed by either us or members of other factions. However, in some rare cases, stray devils can evade pursuit long enough to join with other strays and form a group. We call such a group a cluster, and it's most likely what we're dealing with here. That means there could be a dozen stray devils out there similar to her. She shivered. Isn't that pretty bad? It's unlikely there are that many devils gathered in this cluster. Rias said. Such a large group would have drawn a lot of attention to itself long ago. No, I estimate we're dealing with 3 to 4 stray devils, including the lamia we killed yesterday. Having a member of their group taken down should be a major blow to them. However, you still don't know where they're hiding, do you? She asked. That means they'll keep killing people in the meantime. Rest assured that we're doing our best to draw them out. Rias said. We won't allow them to do as they please anymore. Before I elaborate on that though, we should first address the matter of your sacred gear. Sacred gear, she murmured. That's the strange belt that appeared while that lamia was trying to kill me, right? What's the deal with that? Sacred gears are artifacts created by Deus Trinity and bestowed to certain humans upon birth. Rias began explaining. For example, many historical figures over the ages rose to prominence by utilizing the power of the sacred gear they were born with. They grant a variety of abilities to the possessors, ranging from mundane ones to ones that can potentially destroy the world if misused. Destroy ... the world, she shouted with a shocked expression. I'm carrying the equivalent of a planet buster bomb within me. That's unlikely, Rias said. There is a very small number of sacred gears with such power, so chances are you don't have something like that. It definitely gives you power beyond that of average humans though. Most sacred gear possessors in the human world use the abilities granted to them to gain positions of power or fame. You'd be surprised by how many important people worldwide are secretly sacred gear possessors. If that's the case, how come the existence of the supernatural hasn't become public knowledge already? She asked. I mean, for every cautious sacred gear possessor, there has to be at least 1 or 2 idiots who try and show off. Get their moment in the spotlight along with tons of money, you know. Like I said before, all factions make sure to intervene if our world is in danger of being exposed by modifying individuals' memories and covering up traces of supernatural activity whenever necessary, Rias said, and then smiled. Plus, you'd be surprised by how easy it is for people to dismiss the truth even when they're staring at it right in the face. In this digital age, they're more likely to attribute special abilities and supernatural occurrences to elaborate setups made possible through technology rather than magic. Can't argue with that, she said. Have you encountered other sacred gear possessors before, Gremory-senpai? Of course, Rias smiled. Why, there is one in this room apart from yourself, Ryugamin-kun. Yudo, would you please give our guest a demonstration? Yes, President. Yudo extended his arm, with a blade materializing out of thin air. Grabbing its hilt, he pointed at the blade as he spoke. This is my sacred gear, Sword Birth. It enables me to create demonic swords with various attributes and abilities. Whoa, that's so cool, she exclaimed with sparkling eyes. You can create as many blades as you wish without limit. When you say attributes, does that mean your swords have elemental powers? What about concepts? Can you create concept-destroying blades? Easy there, Ryugamin-kun. Yudo made a placating gesture, somewhat surprised by Takeshi's intensity. To answer your questions, I can create blades up to a certain limit. I can give them some elemental powers, and no, I cannot create blades that can cut concepts. If I could, my sacred gear would probably be classified as one of those world-destroying ones. That's a shame, Takeshi said. Still, it's a pretty cool sacred gear. What about mine? Which one is it and what sort of powers does it have? First things first, Rias said. Let's try summoning your sacred gear. Can you do it at will? Takeshi closed his eyes and concentrated, trying to recall the sensation he had felt yesterday. However, despite his best efforts, nothing seemed to be happening. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and let out a sigh. I've got nothing. Sorry, Gremory-senpai, but it doesn't seem to be working. In that case, we'll start with the first step, Rias said as she stood up, with Takeshi following. Ryugamin-kun, I need you to close your eyes and picture the strongest being that comes to mind. Strongest being. Takeshi did as Rias asked, closing his eyes and bringing the image of a certain person in his mind. Done. Good. Now, imagine them in a specific pose where they look the strongest and mimic it. The image of power and rush of emotions should help you summon your sacred gear once again. Although he was a little reluctant to pose in front of everyone, Takeshi's eagerness to call out his sacred gear overpowered whatever small amount of embarrassment he felt. Transform, Takeshi shouted as he thrust his left hand forward and made a fist with his right hand, swinging it next to his left shoulder. Then, he made a motion with his left hand as if inserting something in his belt. Open your eyes. In this place filled with demonic power, it should be easier for the sacred gear to appear. Feeling a rush of power, as if an unknown switch within his body had been flipped, Takeshi opened his eyes as his waist glowed. Once the light died down, the chrome-colored belt from yesterday could be seen enveloping his waist. Oh, I did it. Takeshi cheered as he tapped the belt. This is my sacred gear, eh? That's right, Rias said. Now that you've done it twice, you should be able to call upon it and dismiss it at your command with ease. All you have to do is remember the sensation you just experienced. Takeshi gave a mental command, causing his sacred gear to disappear. Then, doing as Rias said, he summoned it once again by recalling his earlier feeling. Nice. Takeishi grinned. Does this thing have a name, senpai? We were hoping you could help us a bit with that, Ryugumin-kun. Rias said. I had Akeno look through the sacred gears we devils have documented yesterday, but found nothing about yours. Of course, that doesn't mean much considering there are a lot of sacred gears still unknown to us. Did you notice anything about it or its capabilities yesterday? Well, I did seem to be running faster and jumping much higher than a normal human should, Takeishi said while rubbing his chin. I think I was much stronger as well, considering that I was able to kick that Lamia away. Then it's a sacred gear that amplifies one's basic parameters. Rias frowned for a bit. But then why? In any case, how about you give us a demonstration, Ryugumin-kun? Perhaps this will help both of us understand things a bit better. Demonstration? Where exactly? Come and you'll see. Takeishi followed after the members of the Occult Research Club, who led him to the back of the old school building. Akeno, place a barrier if you would. We don't want any onlookers here. Right away, President. Some sort of magic circle appeared in front of Akeno's hands, which she pointed upwards. Takeishi felt a chill going down his spine as a crimson wave of energy spread around the area before disappearing. What was that? Just a simple anti-detection and human warding barrier, Akeno explained. You can let loose here without worries. But you'll need some targets first. Akeno pointed at the ground, with 3 magic circles materializing there and 3 human-shaped dummies made out of metal emerging from them. Takeishi couldn't help but gawk a bit at the unexpected display of magic. Thank you, Akeno, Rias said before turning to Takeishi. Now then, Ryugumin-kun, if you would be so kind as to punch these with all your strength. Punch them. Takeishi raised an eyebrow. With my bare hands. There's no need to worry, Rias said. The Lamia you fought should have been much tougher than these dummies. Just remember that a sacred gear responds to a user's thoughts and feelings. The more intense they are, the more power you can draw from it. Intense emotions, Takeishi said. Then, it's kind of like a hazard level, isn't it? Hazard level? Rias tilted her head to the side. What's that? Never mind, Takeishi said as he bumped his fists together. All I have to do is punch those dummies, right? Here I go. Takeishi's fist struck one of the dummies, opening a wide hole on its chest. Oh, that's quite nice, Takeishi said with a wide grin. Superhuman strength confirmed. Awesome. This is truly power that exceeds the limits of humanity. It's not that impressive. After saying so, Kaniko punched the second dummy, sending it flying and crashing into a nearby tree. She then turned into Takeishi with a somewhat smug look on her face. Oh, so that's how want it, my dear Kuai. Takeishi grinned. Very well then. Take a look at this. Facing the remaining dummy, Takeishi kicked it with all his strength. The dummy flew off, crashing into the edge of the barrier and sending a ripple through it. Takeishi turned to Kaniko and made a V sign while grinning. Rias sighed upon seeing this. You too, this isn't a competition. Of course it's not, Takeishi said. After all, I won, didn't I? Better luck next time, half pint, whoa. Takeishi jumped to the side, barely avoiding Kaniko's jab. Don't call me short. Kaniko spoke with an annoyed expression. You could have just told me that without trying to deck me, Takeishi muttered before turning to Rias. Did you get anything useful out of this demonstration, senpai? For now, it looks like physical amplification is indeed this sacred gear's only trait, Rias said. I'll contact the Underworld's record holders later and see if they can dig up some more information about it. In the meantime, we'll help you whenever possible with practicing with it. Perhaps there are more abilities that are dormant as of yet. I hope so, because this sacred gear seems pretty basic all things considered, Takeishi said with a troubled expression before turning to Yudo. You want to trade yours with mine, Kibaa-kun? Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way, Ryugumin-kun. Yudo said. Sacred gears are embedded into their users' souls. Extracting a sacred gear would spell certain death for the possessor. Damn it, Takeishi clicked his tongue in irritation. Can't be helped then. I'll make do with what I have. That's all any of us can do, Rias remarked. Let's move on to the final matter and the other reason I called you here today. Ryugumin-kun, if possible, I would like you to cooperate with us in the subjugation of this cluster. Pardon, Takeishi said after a few moments of silence. You want me, a normal human with a sacred gear I've barely began to understand, help you hunt down these creatures that are probably as strong or even stronger than that Lamia? Are you out of your mind, Gremory-senpai? Trust me, I normally wouldn't suggest this, but I'm afraid you might be already involved with this problem. Rias spoke with a foreboding expression. Since they've gone after clients of ours for the most part, we believe this cluster might be targeting us Kyo devils specifically for some unknown purpose. If so, it stands to reason that they're monitoring our movements to some extent. And if they do, worst case scenario, they already know I'm a sacred gear possessor and that I'm somewhat affiliated with you, which makes me a potential target. Takeishi groaned. Great, just great. I haven't been involved in the supernatural for more than a couple of days and my life is already in danger. Still, my earlier point still stands. I can't fight as of yet, so I don't see how I can help you. Well, Rias hesitated for a bit before speaking. If they're really monitoring us and we could convince them you're fully affiliated with us, we might be able to set a trap for them with your aid. Chances are they'll aim for you in order to kill you and thin our numbers, or capture you to set a trap for us by using you as a bargaining chip. In other words, you want to use me as bait to lure them out. Takeishi said. You do know that the bait ends up getting eaten most of the time, right? I'm not sure I like this plan of yours at all, senpai. This is the only way we can draw them out and confront them on our own terms. Rias said. The sooner we bring this incident to a close, the more lives we'll be able to save. Moreover, I'm not asking you to do this for free. An appropriate compensation, whether it's money or goods, will be prepared by my house. Compensation. There was a glint in Takeishi's eyes for a moment. If I can make some profit out of this. Suddenly, this doesn't sound like such a bad plan at all. Ryugamin-kun changed his tune rather quickly. I wonder why, Yufufu. Greedy senpai. Haha, I didn't expect that. Ignoring Akeno, Kaniko and Yudo's words, Takeishi addressed Rias. That said, I'm still not fully convinced. To begin with, how do I know you'll keep your end of the bargain? More importantly, how can I be sure you won't use me as a sacrificial piece or a meat shield to take down these strays? Or that you won't abandon me and save yourselves if the situation goes south? You seem to have some pretty serious trust issues, Ryugamin-kun, Rias said with an amazed expression. Do you really think we're the sort of people who would abandon others? We did save you yesterday, didn't we? You did, and I'm grateful for that, Takeishi said. However, at the end of the day, the only one you can fully depend on and trust is yourself. That's quite the depressing outlook. Plus, you're devils, a race completely different from humans. Takeishi continued, ignoring Rias's remark. There's no telling how you think or what sort of values you have. Making some profit would be meaningless if I don't come out of this mess in one piece, so I would appreciate it if you could give me some assurance, Gremory-senpai. Your concerns aren't unfounded, Ryugamin-kun, Rias said. You don't know us, just as we don't know you. No matter what I say, I can't reassure you about our intentions in a manner satisfactory to you. At this point, I'm afraid you'll just have to trust us, just as we must trust you that you won't make a deal behind our back and sell us out to the stray devils. That's fair, I guess, Takeishi said. Still, as a sign of goodwill, you could perhaps provide half the payment now. Then deliver the other half when everything's said and done. I'd prefer it in cash and sent to my bank account. That can be done, Rias said. As for the total sum how about that much? Takeishi let out a whistle upon hearing the proposed sum from Rias. Quite generous, aren't you? I'd be crazy to turn that much money down, so you've got yourself a deal. One other thing though. What happens if the stray devils decide to attack my house? Also, what about my parents? What if they target them? Don't worry, I've taken the appropriate measures. Rias assured Takeishi. I set up several wards and anti-intruder spells around your house yesterday that will notify us immediately if any stray devils approach. As for your parents, I placed a basic teleportation seal on them. If any of the strays try to attack them, they'll be transported to the Occult Research Club and rendered unconscious, provided that they are within the limits of this prefecture. Thank you, senpai. Takeishi bowed to Rias. I'm grateful for your consideration. What's the next step? Like I said before, we must convince them that you indeed have a close connection with us, Rias said. There's no better way to do that than having you spend some time with one of us. Kaniko. Yes, President. Would you accompany Ryugamin-kun for the rest of the day? Rias asked. You don't have to do anything special. Just being together should be enough to convince the strays if they're watching. Is that all right, Kaniko, Ryugamin-kun? Understood. I don't have a problem with it, Takeishi said with a smile. Though Taoju-san might be bored with me. I haven't gone out with people my age in some time. I'm sure it'll be fine, Rias said before turning to Yudo. Yudo, I would like you to shadow them and try to ascertain if anyone is observing them. If they do, that means our prey has taken the bait. Will do, President. Yudo turned to Takeishi with a mischievous smile on his face. I'll be watching closely to make sure you don't do anything untoward to Kaniko-chan. Please. Takeishi waved his hand in a dismissive manner. Even if I tried to, she would probably flatten me in 5 seconds tops. 3 seconds tops, Kaniko remarked, prompting Takeishi to chuckle. I'll take your word for it. Once the three youths had taken their leave, Akeno turned to Rias with a curious expression on her face. I'm surprised you didn't ask Ryugamin-kun to become part of the peerage, Rias. Is it because his sacred gear doesn't seem to be that powerful? It's true that his sacred gear troubles me, but for a different reason, Rias said with a frown. We might not have the extensive database the Grigori have regarding sacred gears, but we should have at least cataloged most, if not all of the common ones. However, you weren't able to find anything about Ryugamin-kun's sacred gear. Not to mention, sacred gears usually awaken during childhood, not when one is a teenager. Don't you find all that strange? You think there's more to it than meets the eye. Perhaps something dangerous. Maybe I'm overthinking this, Rias admitted. However, I could sense there's something off about Ryugamin-kun. The atmosphere around him is somewhat unsettling for lack of a better term. Whether it's because of him or his gear, that's something I can't say as of yet. Is that why you wanted him to work with us? Akeno asked. So that you could keep an eye on him. I suppose that's also why you placed your rook next to him and your knight to observe them. I just hope nothing happens on that front. Rias sighed. We have enough trouble on our hands with this cluster without adding more to the pile. In any case, we should give an update to Sona. She's going to be angry if we keep her out of the loop. Not to mention, she might have some new information for us. Right. Akeno nodded as the two girls started making their way back to the main school building. In hindsight, I should have expected this. Takeishi rubbed his temples, while Kaniko next to him remained impassive as ever. Standing before the two of them were the members of the perverted trio, matching expression of outrage on their faces. Apparently, they had been lying in wait for him just outside the school gates. Ryugamin, you little, Natsuda said with a trembling voice. Not only Rias-senpai, but you've also put your hands on the school mascot Taoju Kaniko-san. You damn traitor. You finally crossed the line and become one of those detestable normies, haven't you? Issei wailed. Damn it. Good for you I guess, but this is the worst. More popular guys mean less chances for us to get a girl. Execution by flaying ... No, execution by stoning. Madohama bellowed. That's the only punishment fit for oath breakers. Friends of yours, Ryugamin-senpai. Kaniko addressed Takeishi with a deadpan look, prompting the latter to snort. No, they are acquaintances at best, Takeishi said before turning to the three youths. I don't know what sort of crazy scenario you've come up with this time, and I don't want to hear it. There's nothing going on between Taoju-san and I, just like there's nothing going on between me and Gremory-senpai. Liar, Madohama exclaimed. Gremory-senpai is one thing, but there's no way you're not aiming for Kaniko-chan. That budding physique, complete with a petite frame and small breasts, is simply irresistible. Not to mention, okay, for your sake, stop right there, Madohama. Takeishi cut off the bespectacled youth's rant, having noticed Kaniko's displeasure growing by the second. Trust me when I say you'll regret it if you say another word. In any case, you guys are once again making a fuss over nothing. I approached Gremory-senpai this morning because I was interested in joining the Occult Research Club. Senpai said she'll think about it and had Taoju-san here show me the ropes. That's all. You ... want to join the Occult Research Club? Issei asked with a dubious expression on his face. Then why didn't you say anything about it before, Ryugamin? Because my business is none of your business, Hayaru. Takeishi said. Do me a favor and stop pestering me. Let's go, Taoju-san. Leaving behind the members of the perverted trio, Takeishi and Kaniko walked in silence for a couple of minutes before the latter spoke. You were much more patient and tolerant with those three perverts compared to the average student. Are you sure they aren't your friends? No, but they are among the handful of people who will strike a conversation with me every now and then. Takeishi said. Got to be grateful for that. But enough about them. Is there any place you'd like to go, Taoju-san? There's one. Follow me. Takeishi followed after Kaniko, with the two of them finding themselves in front of a large arcade. Oh, I've come here before several times, though I frequent the one downtown usually, Takeishi said as he turned to his companion. Is Taoju-san a gamer as well? You could say that. I'll let senpai chose the first game. We'll settle the score like that. The score, Takeishi wondered, but then he realized what she meant. Is this about the strength measurement of my sacred gear from before? I refuse to let things finish as my loss, Kaniko said, her fighting spirit evident. That's why we'll have a showdown here. Best out of 3 games. Nice look you've got there. Takeishi grinned as he cracked his fingers. However, I won't relinquish my victory even to someone as cute as Taoju-san. I'll take you down once again. Less talking, more playing, Kaniko said. What's your choice? I think a racing game is just what we need to get our blood flowing. Takeishi pointed at a nearby machine. Don't you agree, Taoju-san? Let's do this. Once both players had taken their seats, the race began. Takeishi was confident in his driving skill and took the lead early on, but was surprised to see Kaniko keeping up with him, operating her car with dexterous movements. His surprise turned into shock when Kaniko managed to overtake him at a sharp turn and eventually reached the finish line first. The first round goes to me, Kaniko remarked. Didn't expect that, eh, senpai? No, I didn't, but it's too early to start celebrating, Takeishi said with an intense expression, his hands twitching. What's the next game? My favorite. Kaniko led Takeishi to a fighting game machine. What do you say we make this a bit more interesting? I'm listening. 50 matches, Kaniko said. The one who wins the most takes this round. Sounds good. Perfect. Both youths took their positions, chose their fighters and started the first round. Although the first matches would go either way, this time, it was Kaniko's turn to be surprised as Takeishi seemed to adapt to her fighting style after a while, cinching win after win. Despite her best efforts and the occasional win, the match eventually ended with a 31-19 score in favor of Takeishi. I forgot to mention it, but those kinds of games are my favorite as well, Takeishi said with a smug look. Bad choice, Taoju-san. With this, we're even. So it would seem, Kaniko remarked, a little impressed by Takeishi's display of skill. And the tiebreaker will be, I don't know about you, but I'd like to move my body a bit. Takeishi gestured at a dance arcade machine. How about you, Taoju-san? Challenging a devil to a physical contest. Kaniko raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to lose on purpose, senpai? I always play to win, Takeishi declared. Besides, I've got a secret weapon of my own. Takeishi tapped his waist, with a dull metallic sound being heard. Kaniko also saw a glint for a brief moment. You summon your sacred gear. I wasn't sure if I could sew underneath my clothes, but I just thought of it and it worked. Takeishi grinned. Good thing it did, or else everyone here might have freaked out a bit. That won't be enough to beat me, Kaniko said. You're going down, Ryugamin-senpai. Took the words right out of my mouth. Takeishi shot back with evident fighting spirit. One loss is bad enough as it is. There's no way in hell I'm giving you the match as well. Then, let's settle this. Both youths stepped on the machine with matching expressions of determination on their faces. Once the start prompt was given, they both began moving with such fast and dexterous movements that their feet seemed to disappear. Getting perfect score after perfect score, they eventually had a crowd of onlookers gathered around them, gawking at the spectacle before their eyes and cheering for the two youths. This went on for several minutes, with both Kaniko and Takeshii matching each other's score and ending up with draw after draw. However, after some time, Kaniko slipped up and missed a step, allowing Takeshii to claim victory. It looks like it's my win again, Taoju-san. Takeshii made a V sign as the people around them clapped and cheered. But you were pretty good. If this had gone on for a while longer, I would have been the one to lose. Yes, it's your win. For now, that is. But there is always next time, Kaniko declared with a resolute look, prompting Takeshii to smile. I'll take you on anytime. In fact, how about trying a different game right now? Or maybe another racing game. I wouldn't mind a rematch. It's getting late, Kaniko said. How about we get something to eat? There's a good place nearby. Now that you mention it, I'm feeling a bit hungry, Takeshii said. Lead the way, Taoju-san. After leaving the arcade and walking for several minutes, Takeshii and Kaniko arrived at a cafe near the station. The staff seemed to be familiar with the white-haired girl as they led the two of them in what seemed to be one of their best tables. Plus, once Takeshii gave his order of casella and mocha, the waiter left after Kaniko asked for the usual. This seems like a nice place, Takeshii remarked while taking a look around. Do you come here often, Taoju-san? Yes, Kaniko nodded. Their chocolate parfait is unmatched. You should try it next, give me a moment. Kaniko cut off her sentence as she put her hand near her mouth, whispering something in it. Takeshii was puzzled, but didn't interrupt her. After a few seconds, she turned to him and spoke. That was Yudo-senpai. He hasn't detected any suspicious movements around us so far. Kibaa-kun. Takeshii raised an eyebrow. How did he contact you? I don't see any cell phone on you. Magic. Right, magic. Takeshii sighed while rubbing his temples. This is going to take some getting used to. It looks like we wasted your time for nothing. Kaniko bowed her head. I'm sorry, senpai. Hey, what are you apologizing for? Takeshii said. I wasn't expecting us to get them on the first try. Plus, escorting a cute girl like you is never a waste of time, Taoju-san. Shameless flirt, Kaniko said, but didn't sound annoyed. At that moment, the waiter arrived, bringing Takeshii's order and an oversized chocolate parfait that shouldn't be possible for a single person to finish. Much to his surprise, Kaniko started digging into it in an enthusiastic manner, devouring it bit by bit. He couldn't help but wonder where such a petite body stored so much food. Perhaps having noticed his thoughts, Kaniko frowned. Are you thinking of something stupid, Ryugamin-senpai? Not at all, Takeshii said in a hasty manner. I was just wondering if I could have a bite out of that delicious-looking parfait. No, this is mine. Kaniko put her hand in front of her dessert in a protective manner. Come on, don't be stingy. Takeshii pouted. Here, I'll give you some of mine in exchange. Takeshii cut a piece of his casella with his fork and offered it to Kaniko. After some deliberation, the white-haired girl opened her mouth wide and ate the casella in one bite. She then cut a small piece from her parfait and offered it to Takeshii, who also gulped it down in one go. Ah, young love, aren't they cute? I remember when I used to do things like that with my husband. A hushed conversation coming from two smirking ladies sitting in a nearby table caused both Takeshii and Kaniko to blush as they just realized how their action could be misinterpreted. Seeking to break the uncomfortable silence that had ensued, Takeshii cleared his throat and spoke. So have you fought strays like the ones we're facing before, Taoju-san? Several, Kaniko said as she kept eating her parfait. It's a common problem in devil society. There are several masters who mistreat their servants, causing them to run away, while some servants get drunk on their newfound power and go on a rampage. Takeshii noticed that Kaniko's expression had become glum for some reason. He assumed there was some story there, but felt he had no business inquiring about what was probably a loaded subject for the white-haired girl. I see, Takeshii said. And you guys feel confident you can take them on despite their numbers. Like I said, we've done this before, Kaniko said. If things get too difficult, we'll request for reinforcements from the higher-ups. Then why haven't you already done so? Takeshii asked. Looks to me like the situation is already serious enough to warrant some extra help. It's not that simple, Kaniko said. If President asks for help and it turns out she could have handled this on her own, her estimation will be lowered and her standing among her fellow heirs of noble houses will take a hit. Also, this might have an impact on the reputation of her family as a whole. Devil society sounds like a royal pain in the neck, Takeshii remarked, but then frowned. Wait a minute, did you just say heir to a noble house? Is Gremory-senpai a noble? Yes, Kaniko nodded. There are 72 noble houses in the underworld, with more than half of them having gone extinct due to the war like President said before. One of the surviving ones is the Gremory family, which President belongs and is the heir to. Damn, Takeshii spoke with an amazed expression. Gremory-senpai always had a noble atmosphere around her, but to think she's actually a noble. But then, what's she doing in the human world? Shouldn't hunting stray devils and making contracts be left to the lower-class folk? Most high-class devils are required to acquire hands-on experience in making contracts and dealing with problems. Kaniko explained. It's considered part of their training for when they eventually inherit the position of head or house. That makes sense, I guess, Takeishi said while sipping his mocha. So, you guys are what? Her servants. We're her peerage, Kaniko said. Every high-class devil has the right to recruit servants, though some choose not to. I'm a bit surprised President didn't ask you to join her peerage. Even if she had asked, I'm not sure I would have accepted, Takeishi said. Being a servant doesn't sit that well with me. Plus, I don't think I would qualify even with my sacred gear. It seems a bit too basic. That remains to be seen, Kaniko said. But if that's how you feel, President wouldn't force you. She and her family are among the kindest devils in the underworld. Kind and devil usually don't go together, but I'll take your word for it, Takeishi said as he glanced at his cell phone. Since it's getting late and we haven't had a hit, we should probably head back. I'll cover the bill, Kaniko said as she signaled the waiter to come. I lost the match, so it's only fair. Suit yourself, Taoju-san, Takeishi said. I'm not one to turn down someone's kindness, or a free meal for that matter. After paying, Takeishi and Kaniko left the cafe and started making their way back to the former's house. Feeling anxious about the possibility of the stray devils attacking them, Takeishi couldn't help but glance around at random intervals. He thought he caught sight of Yudo's figure tailing them once or twice, but couldn't be sure. He just hoped that if the strays were watching, they hadn't located him. Relax, Ryugamin-senpai, Kaniko said. Even if the strays do end up attacking us, Yudo-senpai and I will keep you safe. I appreciate that, though it's a little demeaning to be protected by my junior, Takeishi remarked. Despite his worries though, the trip home proved to be an uneventful affair. No stray devils attacked them, much to his relief. This is goodbye, Taoju-san, Takeishi said after the two of them arrived at his house's front door. Thanks for keeping me company today. For my first outing with a peer in quite some time, I've got to say I enjoyed myself. Kaniko, HM, there's no need to call me by my surname, Kaniko clarified. You can use my name if you want. In that case, feel free to use my name as well, Takeishi said with a smile. Is it all right, Kaniko-chan? Understood, Takeishi-senpai. Kaniko responded with a faint smile of her own. See you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to her, Takeishi headed towards the garage to check up on his motorcycle. Much to his surprise, it had been restored to its former condition, bearing no sign of the damages the Lamia had inflicted to it. He tested the bike by revving it up and was pleased to see that everything seemed to be in working order. They actually fixed it, Takeishi remarked. Magic sure is handy. Better remember to thank Hanjima-senpai for this tomorrow. Suddenly feeling exhausted, Takeishi dragged his feet up to his room and fell on his bed. His outing with Kaniko had distracted him and kept his mind occupied, but now, the weight of everything he had learned today felt like crashing on him all at once. Devils, angels, gods and monsters. Takeishi sighed. This got way more complicated and bizarre than I expected. Not to mention, I've got to act as bait for a bunch of psychopathic stray devils. Gremory-senpai and her group seem nice enough, but can I truly count on them? And then, there's you. With a mental command, Takeishi summoned his sacred gear, tapping the belt with his fingers. What are you? Takeishi asked. What's your name? Are you really just a strengthening sacred gear, or are you hiding something else? Would be nice ... if you could do something amazing. Takeishi's exhaustion got the better of him as he fell asleep. Because of that, he failed to hear the faint whispers that seemed to be coming from the belt. Hannah, damn, that girl is crazy. Short gasps of breath escaped Takeishi's mouth as he leaned his back on the trunk of a tree, his head peeking out as he surveyed his surroundings with a wary gaze. He was currently in the small forest surrounding the Occult Research Club, facing what was perhaps one of the greatest crises in his life so far. Where are you, Ryugamin-kun? Come out wherever you are. The one approaching his hiding spot with slow steps was Akeno, thunder crackling around her hands and a wide smile on her face that would send chills running down the backs of most people. Behind her, several trees had been turned to cinders, there remained smoking. If it wasn't for the anti-detection barrier, Takeishi was certain someone would have rushed here by now. Keeping Akeno in his sights, Takeishi considered his options. Her firepower was far superior to his, so there was no point in keeping his distance, especially since he didn't have any long-range techniques of his own. Trying to ambush her hadn't worked so well before. As such, no other choice but to charge. Takeishi jumped out of the tree, his fists raised, and headed straight for Akeno. There you are. Akeno's smile became wider. That's some nice resolve, but will it work out? Several thunderbolts were shot from Akeno's right hand and headed straight for Takeishi. Raising his concentration to the max, Takeishi drew out as much power as he could from his sacred gear, dodging the bolts and charging at Akeno. If he could bring this to close-quarters combat, he was certain he could take her down this time. As the distance between them shrank, a triumphant smile appeared on Takeishi's face. Got her. Certain of his victory, Takeishi prepared to drive his fist into Akeno's abdomen. However, Ara, you really should mind your surroundings a bit more, Ryugamin-kun. Suddenly, Takeishi felt as if his whole body was being barbecued, a sensation he had unfortunately become very familiar with over the past few days. Letting out a cry of pain, he fell on the ground convulsing. That's enough. Rias' voice was heard coming from the side. The match is over. It's Akeno's victory for the 5th time in a row. Damn it, Takeishi cursed as he stood up with some difficulty, his hands twitching. It's not ... over yet, Gremory-senpai. I can still fight. Ara, while I do like a man who can withstand pain, continuing this isn't in your best interests. Akeno said, the output might be low, but taking too many of my attacks head-on won't be good for your health. Akeno is right, Rias said as she walked towards the two, Yudo and Kaniko by her side. Your sacred gear might be increasing your physical capabilities, but you're still a human in the end, Ryugumin-kun. Taking it too far might result in permanent damage, and that would defeat the purpose of those practice sessions. She couldn't help but agree with this reasoning. Over the past week, he had been training with the Gremory peerage whenever there was free time upon his request, and he could tell the fatigue and injuries were slowly piling up. Pushing it was not advisable. Alright, but we're having a rematch soon, Hanjima-senpai. She pointed at Akeno. I'll definitely find a way to beat you one of these days, I swear. Speaking of which, what the hell happened back there? I was sure I dodged all the thunderbolts. You were paying too much attention to Akeno-senpai's right hand, Kaniko explained. She used her left to form a magic circle behind you, and one of her bolts ricocheted off it and straight on you. The difference in combat experience, eh? She remarked with a bitter smile. Something to keep in mind for next time. You'll keep coming back for more. Akeno licked her lips with a suggestive look. That means our fun time together won't be over anytime soon, Yufufu. Now that's a sadistic expression if I've ever seen one. She sighed. The image of the prim and proper Lady Akeno presented herself as had long since shattered into pieces for him. Over these few practice sessions, he had realized the hard way that the raven-haired girl had quite the sadistic streak. I have to admit I was surprised when you came to us and asked for training, Ryugumin-kun. Yudo said as he passed a towel to Takeshi. What brought this on? Isn't it obvious? Takeshi said while wiping the sweat from his brow. While there's no way I'll be able to fight on even ground with these strays yet, I want to be able to hold my own and defend myself as much as possible. Plus, this is much better than staying at home and worrying about what will happen next. Also, this could help us figure out if Ryugumin-kun's sacred gear has any hidden abilities. Rias added, although that doesn't seem to be the case so far. Well, I'm sorry for my disappointing sacred gear. No, I'm not looking down on you, Ryugumin-kun, Rias assured him. At the end of the day, it's the metal and skills of the user that define a sacred gear's true power. A seemingly weak sacred gear can be deadly at the hands of a skilled possessor, while a powerful sacred gear can turn out to be useless if the user is incompetent. Remember that. I will, Takeshi said. So, what's the plan for today, Gremory-senpai? If our assumptions are correct and the strays are observing us, then by now, they should be convinced that you're our ally. Rias said. Therefore, I think it's about time we set our trap for them. Takeshi tensed at those words. He knew this day was coming soon, but he didn't feel the least bit ready for this. However, bringing this case to a close was something that had to be done sooner rather than later. 2 more victims had been reported so far and, despite their best efforts, the Gremory group hadn't been able to catch them in the act. Takeshi could tell Rias was getting more impatient and furious as the days went by, so a part of him expected they would implement their plan any day now. Still, are you certain that the strays were observing us? Takeshi asked. I mean, Kibaa-kun didn't spot anyone suspicious tailing us during the times I went out with Kaniko-chan over the past few days, so they might not take the bait. While it's possible, I find it unlikely that you've escaped their attention, Rias said. Apart from Yudo, I've also had Akeno scan the area for traces of remote scrying magic. Let me guess, you got a hit. Takeshi said. No, to begin with, such magic actually leaves traces. If the user isn't skilled enough, then yes, Rias said. Because of that, we know that our cluster was definitely keeping an eye on you. As such, we'll move to the next step. So, what am I supposed to do? Takeshi said. Parade around town with a banner that says here I am, strays, come and get me. I was thinking something a little more low-key than that. Rias said. Kyoto Town's park is spacious enough for us to go wild without attracting too much attention, especially if we take the proper precautions beforehand. Tomorrow is also Seti, so it's perfect. But will it be alright? Takeshi asked. The park is usually crowded and weekends up until late at night. Ordinary people might get dragged in the fight. Also, won't it be suspicious if I just start hanging around there by my lonesome? Who said anything about you being alone? Rias let out a sly smirk. This time, you'll be working together with Akeno. Wait, why are you hiding, Ryugumin-kun? Sorry about that, Takeshi said as he emerged from the foliage. For some reason, my fight or flight response was triggered. Then, just like with Kaniko-chan, I have to spend some time with Hanjima-senpai until the park is empty enough for the strays to decide to attack. Essentially, yes, Rias said. Akeno will separate from you after some time has passed, leaving you seemingly vulnerable. Once they show their faces, we'll surround them and crush them with our full power. Simple, right? It would be nice if things go that smoothly. Takeshi muttered before turning to Akeno and bowing to her. Looks like I will be in your care tomorrow, Hanjima-senpai. Please treat me well. Ara, that's my line, Ryugumin-kun. Akeno smiled. I'm sure we'll have a lovely time tomorrow. I don't think our definitions of lovely match, but I'll refrain from saying anything else on the small chance I'm off. Takeshi murmured. Tomorrow it is then. How about we meet at 7:30 in front of the fountain? Sounds great, Akeno said. What do you think, President? Yes, this should give us ample time to prepare beforehand as well. Rias said, try and get some rest today, Ryugumin-kun. Things are probably going to get quite hectic tomorrow. Got it. After bidding his farewells to the members of the Occult Research Club, Takeshi made his way home. Unbeknownst to him, however, an odd-looking crow was flying above him, its 4 eyes focused on him. Stupid devils, Arnott said while observing the situation through the eyes of the familiar she had created within the cluster's hideout. So busy setting traps ... they never stopped to think ... that we might be setting one as well. They're too used dealing with dumb stray devils who act like brutes that only kill for pleasure and are easily taken down. A tall young man with short black hair, elongated nails and teeth, and a tail growing from his rear said so while grinning. That works just fine for us though, so I won't complain. You said it, Issei. A creature resembling a gargoyle with copper-colored skin and a pair of bat-like wings growing from his back that only wore a loincloth nodded. Looking down on us, so much will prove to be their undoing. I can't wait to see their faces full of despair once we make a bloodbath out of them. You and me both, Talon, Dena said with a savage smile on his face. But first, I want to have some fun with the girls. Experiencing a virgin devil princess or two should be a treat. Oh, the things I will do to them once I have them in my grasp. Carnal delusions aside, we should plan our assault well, Valdes said. If this fails, we won't get a second chance. Not to mention, we're dealing with 2 peerages here, so we're at a disadvantage if this turns into an all-out brawl. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, Nell said as she walked in, a pleased expression on her face. It appears our sponsors have graced us with some reliable backup. This should make things a bit easier for us. Everyone turned to the cavern's entrance, only to see several figures concealed in the shadows. Once she took a closer look at them, Arnott let out a sinister smirk. Oh, I see. This will definitely ... even the odds. With this manpower, it might be better to implement a divide-and-conquer strategy here. Valdes tapped the top of his helmet with his right hand as he said so. I believe it's more efficient that way. We should lure one of the peerages here first while keeping the other one occupied in our second hideout. You leave that to me, Nell said with a sly smirk. Since they went to the trouble of setting a trap for us, it would be rude not to show up. If you're going out, then I'm coming as well, Dean said. It's the first serious action I've had in a while. I ain't missing this for nothing in the world. In that case, I'll be tagging along as well, Valdes said. Someone needs to curb your hot-headed attitude lest you get yourself into trouble like that time you almost got caught. Yeah, attacking a devil peerage on your own of all things just because one of the female servants was your ideal type of woman was pretty stupid, Issei said while snickering. You people aren't going to let me live this down, will you? I knew I shouldn't have said anything about it. Deans growled with a dissatisfied expression, but refrained from saying anything else. If you 3 are going out, I'll be placing defensive spells on you ... that will limit the effectiveness of demonic power, Arnott said. Give you ... some extra protection. Then, it's decided, Nell said. Soon, everything will be over one way or another. I say that this calls for a celebration, Issei said as he pulled out a bottle of wine and several glasses. I found this little treasure in the house of our latest prey, so I figured we could let loose a bit for today. Raise morale and all that. An excellent idea. Talon nodded in approval. It's been some time since we've had something this delicious. A toast then. Nell raised her glass while saying so. To the painful and gruesome deaths of these detestable devils that took everything from us. And to our freedom. To our freedom. All 6 strays down their glasses in one go, matching sinister smiles on their faces and killing intent radiating from their bodies. The next day, half an hour before the appointed meeting time, Takeshi could be seen standing in front of Kuo Park's large fountain, his gaze wandering around as he waited for Akeno. Despite Rias's assurances that they had planned everything, Takeshi couldn't help but feel anxious. Several times, he caught himself almost falling back into past tics like biting his nails or tapping his foot on the ground. With great effort, he suppressed his urges and tried to distract himself by playing scenes from several tokusatsu programs in his head. Ryugumin-kun, the one who had called Takeshi out, was, of course, Akeno, who made her way to him while smiling. Instead of her student uniform, she was dressed in a stylish one-piece, which gave her an even more youthful and lively appearance than usual, and was holding a basket. Sorry for the wait, Ryugumin-kun, Akeno apologized. Our preparations took a bit longer than expected. No problem. Takeshi made a dismissive gesture. I just got here not too long ago after all. Also, this dress looks very good on you, Hanjima-senpai. Really brings out your charm and beauty. Ara, thank you very much for your kind words, Akeno said with a pleased smile while checking out Takeshi's outfit. You look dashing as well, Ryugumin-kun. Well, I'm escorting one of the school's most beautiful girls, so I must look the part, Takeshi said. Plus, if I'm heading straight to an early grave, I'll at least do so in a fashionable manner. We'll all make sure it won't come to that, both for you and for the rest of this town's residents, Akeno said. Now then, since there's still some time left until everything starts, how about I have Ryugumin-kun be my escort until then? Consider this my apology for all the pain I've put you through over these past few days. Escort, Takeshi raised an eyebrow. Do you have something specific in mind, Hanjima-senpai? Because I came completely unprepared for a date scenario. Yufufu, I thought as much. Akeno giggled. But don't you worry, your kind senpai has taken care of everything. Just follow me. Akeno wrapped her arm around Takeshi's own and began pulling him along, the sensation of her supple breasts on his arm causing a faint blush to appear on Takeshi's face. He fervently hoped that no one from Kyoto Academy was around to take notice of the two of them. Otherwise, he was certain the entire male student body with the perverted trio at their helm would lynch him before he could say it's a misunderstanding. I've heard the rumors in passing before, but I didn't believe it until now. Akeno's words snapped Takeshi out of his ruminations. Everyone seems to be avoiding you. Taking a look around, Takeshi noticed that the people around them were indeed giving them a wide berth. Just more of the same. Takeshi shrugged. It's annoying, but I've more or less got used to it after all this time. Come to think of it though, you don't think it could be some sort of curse, do you? I mean, magic is real, so curses should be real as well, right? They are, and it's true that there seems to be something that's a little unusual about you. Akeno said, when all is said and done, would you like me to try some purification rituals? It'll be on the house. Purification. Takeshi raised an eyebrow. Devils, the creatures of sin and darkness, can perform such rituals. Normally, no, Akeno said, but in my case, my mother was a shrine priestess. When I was younger, she taught me some of their practices. I see. Takeshi's expression became somber. I'm sorry for your loss. Hey? Akeno seemed surprised. How did you know my mother is dead? Apart from you confirming it just now. Takeshi said. You said she was a shrine priestess, emphasis on was. Plus, your expression fell when you mentioned her, so I assumed that was the most likely scenario. Again, you have my condolences, and I'm sorry if I brought up some painful memories, Hanjima-senpai. There's nothing for you to apologize, Ryugamin-kun. Akeno said. Also, thank you, but enough about these depressing matters. Things are already gloomy enough without adding to the pile. With that said, let's turn those frowns upside down and try to enjoy ourselves a bit. Yes, easier said than done. After a couple of minutes, Takeshi and Akeno arrived at the base of a large tree. Separating herself from Takeshi, Akeno opened the basket she was holding and took a sheet out, spreading it on the grass. After sitting down, she motioned for Takeshi to do the same. We're having a picnic then, Takeshi said. You actually went to the trouble of cooking for me. It was no trouble at all. Consider it an expression of my gratitude for helping us and part of my apology for the rough way I've been treating you during training, Akeno said with a smile. Takeshi was forced to reevaluate his opinion of his senpai a bit. Even though she had a sadistic streak on her, she seemed to be kind and considerate as well. After the two of them sat down, Akeno opened the basket once again, taking out 2 lunch boxes and giving one to Takeshi. After taking a few bites from an onigiri, Takeshi's expression lit up. This is really good. One of the best I've had so far, in fact. Is that so? Akeno said. I'm glad you're enjoying it so much, Yufufu. Senpai is both beautiful and a good cook, Takeshi said as he kept eating. Eccentricities aside, I'm sure that, one day, you'll make a fine wife for some lucky bastard. I can't tell if you're praising me or making fun of me, Akeno said while placing her finger near her mouth. Perhaps both. I just call things how I see them, Takeshi said. If you're confused though, I was praising you, Hanjima-senpai. In that case, I'll gratefully accept your praise. Akeno smiled. There's more if you want, so there's no need to hold yourself back. As good as this is, I don't know if I'll be able to eat much more, Takeshi said. There's a battle coming up after all, one that I cannot help but feel that I'm completely unprepared for. There's no need to worry, Ryugamin-kun, Akeno reassured him. Chances are you won't be involved in this fight at all. Plus, if things get too dangerous, the other peerage that's based on Kuo will lend us their assistance. Other peerage? Takeshi raised an eyebrow. There are more devils stationed in Kuo apart from you guys. That's right, Rias didn't mention it, did she? Akeno said. The devils that do business in the neighboring area also attend Kuo Academy like us. They've also been helping us with tracking down the cluster, though, much like us, they haven't had much luck locating them until now. Who are they? Takeshi asked. Do I know them? Unless you've been living under a rock, you should be quite familiar with them. Akeno smirked. The other devil peerage is comprised of the student council's members. The student council, Takeshi frowned. Then, that means the recently elected student council president, Shitori-senpai, is a devil as well. That's right, Akeno said. Her true name is Sona Citri, a noble devil like Rias and the heiress of the Citri clan, one of the remaining 72 pillars. She's also a friend of mine and Rias. That detestable woman is a devil. Takeshi growled as he made a fist. It makes perfect sense somehow. Ara, do you have a grudge against Sona or something? Akeno remarked with a curious expression. Is there some sort of juicy history between the two of you, Ryugamin-kun? Please tell me that's the case. Nothing remarkable for her, I'm sure, Takeshi said with a serious expression. But for me, that woman is an enemy, someone I must take down with my own hands and make her taste defeat like I have so many times before. But enough about that. Are there any other devils I should know about that have taken residence here? Kyoto Academy does have several people with supernatural backgrounds attending it, but the Occult Research Club and the Student Council members are the only devils in this area, Akeno said. The other devil peerages in Japan are situated in areas farther away from here. It's strange though that the heiresses of 2 prominent noble families would both set up shop here. Takeshi noted. Is there something special in this area that requires 2 devil peerages to handle? As far as I'm aware of, no, Akeno said. The true reason is actually more mundane than you think. Rias loves Japan and always wanted to do business in this country. So, when she was offered the position, she jumped at the opportunity to come here. After that, it seems Sona was captivated by Kyo Academy when Rias gave her a tour of the place and submitted an application to be assigned to the neighboring area. Shitori No, Citri-senpai was interested in our school. Takeishi asked, "Why?" "I'm not really sure," Akeno said. "I think it has something to do with her future plans and goal. Rias should know more, so if you're curious, you should ask her." "No, I don't care that much about her business," Takeishi said. "Still, the student council is currently comprised of 6 members, right? With the additional manpower, no wonder Gremory-senpai feels confident. That's why there's no need to be concerned," Akeno said. "We have the numerical advantage here. As long as we can draw the strays out and face them in open combat, we should have no problem taking them down." "Let's hope so," Takeishi said with a frown. "These strays mean business from the looks of it. I'm curious though what exactly led them to run away from their masters and do all this." "I'm not going to sugarcoat things, Ryuga-kun," Akeno said with a serious expression. "The underworld can be a harsh and cruel place for reincarnated devils. Many noble devils treat them as disposable pieces to use at their leisure. It's possible that those strays were mistreated and abused by their masters." Kaniko-chan said something similar before. Takeishi said, "But in that case, shouldn't there be, I don't know, laws or something to prevent that sort of thing?" "Unfortunately, no," Akeno said. "A king doesn't have to answer to anyone about how they treat their servants unless that somehow has ramifications on the underworld as a whole. The others and I are lucky to be serving under Rias, who treats us like family. Other reincarnated devils aren't so lucky." "That's really messed up," Takeishi grimaced. "You're telling me no one is against this kind of thing?" "There is a progressive faction within the underworld's higher-ups that's struggling to make changes," Akeno said. "However, most of the noble devils oppose radical reforms due to their old-fashioned ideals and traditions. Most likely because they would lose face and influence if they were upstaged by reincarnated devils, eh?" Takeishi snorted. "Sounds like the devil's world has quite a few issues. But that means that we're hunting down people who were potentially victimized." "Make no mistake, Ryuga-kun," Akeno said. "Whatever their circumstances may be, those strays chose to murder innocent civilians, people who hadn't wronged them in any way. They deserve everything that's coming to them." "But what about those who only killed their abusive masters?" Takeishi asked. "Or those who simply ran away from the underworld and hid without harming anyone? What happens to them? Imprisonment at best, execution at worst," Akeno said with a somber expression. "I'm not going to lie and say it's fair, because it's not. But it's not something we can change." Takeishi said nothing in response to that, opting to look around instead. After a while, he spoke again. "How strong are these strays we're hunting exactly? We can't be sure, but if they're like that Lamia, their strength shouldn't be higher than low class." "Low class. It's how the 3 factions classify individuals in terms of power level," Akeno explained. "Low class is the lowest level of power. After that, it's middle class, high class and ultimate class, with leader classes like Seraph, Devil King and Cotter being the highest in the ranking. That means they're pretty much at the bottom of the ladder then," Takeishi said. "But what about you guys? All servants in both peerages are also low class," Akeno said. "However, Rias and Sona are high-class devils, both due to their noble heritage and the amount of demonic power they were born with. The luck of the draw, eh?" Takeishi smirked. "Looks like you guys have one more reason to be confident." "True, but we still can't afford to be overconfident," Akeno said. "We could be in for a nasty surprise if we misjudge our enemy's strength." The crowd is really starting to thin out, Takeishi noted at that moment. "Is this also part of your preparations?" "Right now, we're sending subtle mental suggestions to everyone's minds to clear the area," Akeno explained. "In a few more minutes, the place should be deserted enough for the strays to make their appearance. Won't they sense they're being led into a trap?" Takeishi whispered to Akeno. "If I was in their place, I'd find this suspicious." "Perhaps, but we believe they'll take the risk and jump at the opportunity to take down one of us, especially if they've been ordered to as we assume," Akeno said. "With that said, I'll be taking my leave for a bit." "Bored already, Hanjima-senpai?" Takeishi said with a faux-hurt expression. "And here I thought I was pleasant company." Ara, if you show me such an expression, I can't help but want to tease you, Ryuga-kun." Akeno giggled. "Don't worry, I'm only stepping out for a bit. Like Rias said, if they think you're alone, it'll give them incentive to strike." Takeishi said while taking a deep breath. "I suppose I'll have to do my best not to die until you guys arrive. Trust me, the moment they show their faces, it's game over for them," Akeno said as she stood up. "See you soon, Ryuga-kun." Takeishi watched Akeno disappearing into the woods before turning his attention to the 2 box lunches next to him. "I'm sure she won't mind if I have some of hers as well." Takeishi started wolfing down both box lunches, preferring to focus on the food rather than the fact that his life might come to an end soon if the plan went south. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see that more and more people were starting to leave, leaving only a few individuals standing in the distance. Suddenly, Takeishi felt a chill go down his spine. Standing up with an alarmed expression, he noticed that he was surrounded by fog, with the people further ahead of him looking like vague shadows before disappearing completely. Summoning his sacred gear, he took a fighting stance, hoping that his trembling wasn't showing too much. "I know you're there, strays," Takshi shouted. "Show yourselves." No sound other than Takshi's rough breathing could be heard for a few seconds. Then, a small giggle echoed across the area. "You're acting all brave even though I can see you're shaking from here. How cute." Following those words, 3 individuals emerged from the fog. One was a silver-haired woman with a tail growing from her back dressed in a provocative outfit. The other was an armored knight that lacked a head, holding it in his hands instead, and the third was a centaur, a savage grin on his face as he unsheathed a large broadsword. "You must be the infamous stray devils." "Yes," Takshi asked. "Let me guess, you're not here for a picnic." An astute observation, Valdez said. "I'm afraid we don't have time for chit-chat though. My apologies, but since you're an associate of the devils, we will take your life now. You aren't taking anyone's life today, or ever again for that matter." A sphere of black energy was shot from behind Takshi, with the 3 stray devils rushing to get out of the way. Glancing behind him, Takshi saw Rias and the rest of her peerage emerging from the fog. "Excellent work, Ryugamin-kun," Rias said. "We'll take care of the rest, so step back. You don't have to tell me twice." Once Takshi had taken cover, Rias turned to the 3 strays with a severe expression on her face. "This is our first time meeting face to face. As you're no doubt aware of, I am Rias Gremory, the heiress of the House of Gremory and the one in charge of this area. Your companion wasn't very willing to talk, but perhaps things will be different with you. Tell me, why have you been attacking our clients? Are you working for someone, and if you do, who is it?" "Sorry, but you won't find us willing to talk either," Nell said with a sly smile. "Besides, our affiliation is about to be the least of your concerns." Nell snapped her fingers, with Valdez and Dena's charging with their weapons drawn. In response, Yudo and Kaniko also jumped forward, sword and fist clashing against their opponents' blades. Rias and Akeno unleashed a barrage of black demonic power and lightning respectively, but their attacks simply went through Nell's body as if it was made of smoke. The silver-haired girl smirked as her outline flickered and vanished. "An illusion." Rias clicked her tongue. "Keep your guard up, Akeno. She could come out from anywhere." "Right. Does that anywhere include right behind you?" Rias felt a premonition of danger, moving out of the way and barely avoiding Nell's elongated nails. Akeno tried to strike her with another thunderbolt, only for Nell to retreat inside the fog once again while laughing. The 2 girls stood back to back, magic circles forming in their hands as they struggled to grasp Nell's position, who was appearing and disappearing inside the fog. "You have some good skills, young knight. I could say the same about you, Dullahan. What about your horse though? It was killed a while back. But I can still take you down even like this." Some distance away from Akeno and Rias, Valdez and Yudo exchanged such words, their swords clashing against one another. Pushing each other away, the 2 swordsmen charged once again for another exchange. While Yudo was fast enough to evade Valdez's blows, his blade was unable to pierce through the Dullahan's robust armor. Furthermore, each clash of their blades sent a shockwave through Yudo's hands due to the Dullahan's greater strength. Yudo was certain that if things kept going like that, "You can't win." Valdez's words mirrored Yudo's thoughts. "Your speed is higher than mine, but you can't match me in defense or physical strength. I was a former rook after all. The way things are going, you'll soon run out of stamina. When that happens, your neck is mine. As much as it pains me to admit it, that's true." Yudo smiled. "In that case, I'll play my trump card." Yudo's sword suddenly vanished, with 2 new blades appearing in each hand, one red and the other pure white. Yudo thrust his white blade into the ground, much to Valdez's confusion. "What do you think you're doing, young knight? Immobilizing you." Before he could question that statement, Valdez felt a cold sensation coming from his legs. Looking down, he was shocked to see that his legs were frozen, a trail of ice connecting them to Yudo's blade. There's more where that came from." Yudo swung his red blade, releasing a wave of fire that struck Valdez head-on. The Dullahan grunted from the heat blast, its armor smocking. At the same time, the ice started reforming around his legs. "A sacred gear user, huh?" Valdez said. "Interesting." However, Valdez's eyes shone as pitch-black aura erupted from his body, shattering the ice binding him and sending Yudo skidding backwards. Swinging his blade, the Dullahan released a wave of demonic power. Yudo avoided it, but the slash curved in mid-air and aimed for his back. Summoning a large broadsword-shaped demonic sword, Yudo threw it at the incoming wave, resulting in a massive explosion. Before he had time to regain his bearings, Valdez was upon him, his blade aimed at his abdomen. Conjuring a demonic sword below his foot, Yudo used it to propel himself up, barely avoiding the Dullahan's thrust. He landed a few steps away, his blade pointed at the stray devil. "You aren't half bad, young knight." Valdez praised his opponent. "So young, and yet so skilled. I dread to think what you would become in the future. It's a shame that your life must end here." "My apologies, but I won't let your blade end my life, Dullahan," Yudo declared, brandishing his sword. "I still have things I must accomplish after all." The 2 swordsmen clashed once again, the shockwaves from their blades causing the leaves from the nearby trees to fly away. "You're quite nimble, little brat." Dena's laughed like a madman as he swung his broadsword at Kaniko. Unlike his compatriots' refined swordplay, Dena's style was wild and unfocused, slashing empty air more often than not. However, the power behind his slashes was the real deal, opening deep gashes on the ground and felling nearby trees with a single stroke. His instinct-driven style also made it difficult for Kaniko to predict his attacks, resulting in her receiving several shallow cuts. If it wasn't for her rook defense, she was certain she would have taken a lot of damage by now. Dodging yet another slash, Kaniko planted her feet on the ground and tried to punch Dena's. However, the centaur easily avoided the blow with his superior speed. His forelegs kicked Kaniko, sending her crashing on a nearby tree. Still somewhat dazed, she wasn't fast enough to fully avoid Dena's next slash, which opened a gash on her arm. "Come on, is that all you've got, Pipsqueak?" Dena shouted. "Show me more of your strength. There's no enjoyment to be found in slaughtering weaklings." "Don't call me Pipsqueak." Kaniko glared at Dena as she stood up. Digging her fingers inside the tree behind her, she pulled it out with a heave and started swinging it at the centaur like a club. "That's more like it." Dena laughed in a delighted manner as he dodged her blows. "You're finally starting to make things exciting. This is what makes a massacre worthwhile." "Shut up." Kaniko kept trying to strike the centaur with her makeshift club, but all her attacks kept hitting air. Dena's was proving himself to be quite agile, each of his slashes slowly chipping away at the tree she was wielding. Seeing that this was getting her nowhere, Kaniko threw the tree at Dena's. Naive, Dena split the tree in half with a single slash. Kaniko took this chance to charge at the centaur, punching his abdomen with all her strength and sending him skidding backwards. She followed up with a kick, but Dena's caught it with the flat of his blade and pushed Kaniko back. "You little shit." Dena's growled as he spat out some blood. "Don't get too cocky." Increasing his speed to the point where he almost seemed like a blur, Dena's charged at Kaniko. Although she evaded his blade, she was unable to escape from the backhand strike that sent her flying and crashing on the ground once again. Before she had the chance to get up, one of Dena's legs stomped her own, a cry of pain escaping from her lips. Although it wasn't broken, the bruised limb could no longer support her weight. A cruel smile was formed on Dena's lips as he raised his blade. "Good game, but I'm afraid it's over," Dena said. "You're a little too young for my tastes, so I'll have you be the first kill. Hands off Kaniko-chan, you four-legged creep." Just as Dena was about to swing his sword down, a large rock suddenly struck the side of his head, sending him stumbling sideways. Much to Kaniko's surprise, the one who had thrown it at the centaur was Takeshi, who was currently running towards her side. "Are you all right, Kaniko-chan?" Takeshi asked as he examined her leg. "Can you stand? No, you probably can't with that injury. Here, let me help you." "Takeshi-senpai," Kaniko muttered. "Why did you come?" "What, no thanks for the rescue or something to that effect." Takeshi grinned as he put his hand around her shoulder, helping her stand. "People these days are so ungrateful. As for your question, since when does a friend stand by and watch when another friend is in danger?" Kaniko was about to say something when an outraged howl was heard. "Oi, what's the big idea, you damn brat?" Dena shouted as he approached the two youths, blood dripping from the side of his head. "You gave you permission to butt in the middle of a match, eh? Got a death wish or something? If so, then just stand still." "No, that's far enough." A black mass of aura was shot at Dena's, with the centaur barely evading it. "Everyone, clear the area." Rias, whose entire body was surrounded by a black aura, called out to Takeshi and her peerage. "I'm putting an end to this right now. President looks really pissed off. Hang on tight, Takeshi-senpai." A pair of bat wings extended from Kaniko's back as she took off while carrying Takeshi, with Akeno and Yudo following suit. Before the strays could react, the aura surrounding Rias intensified and burst out in the form of a wave that enveloped the area, wiping out all traces of the mist along with the surrounding trees and ground. "Holy shit," Takeshi muttered with an odd expression. "This is Gremory-senpai's power. The power of destruction the president wields is that formidable." Kaniko said. "She isn't known as Crimson-Haired Ruined Princess in the underworld for nothing." "Crimson-Haired Ruined Princess," Takeshi muttered as Kaniko brought him down close to Rias, with Akeno and Yudo landing next to them. "Impressive but a little too conspicuous, don't you think? Every person in town must have witnessed that little display." "Don't worry, Ryugamin-kun," Akeno said. "We also erected an anti-detection barrier outside of the Stray Devil's fog barrier exactly for this scenario. Look sharp, everyone." Rias's voice caused everyone to tense. "It's not over yet." True enough, a few meters away from them, the figures of Dena's, Valda's and Nell could be seen there. Although smoke was coming from their bodies and several burn marks were prominent all over them, they seemed unharmed otherwise. "Damned red-haired skank," Nell cursed. "If it wasn't for Arnott's defensive magic, we would have been eliminated without a trace by that attack. High-class devils are on a different level." Valdes remarked. "Remaining here any longer is unwise. If the Citri peerage outside joins the fight as well, we're finished." "Oi, what the hell are you two saying?" Dena shouted. "We're running away at this point. Don't joke with me. Dena's next words were cut off as Valdes punched him in his abdomen, knocking his breath out and silencing him. "Just do as you are told, you moron," Valdes growled. "This is no time for childish temper tantrums. You think you can run away?" Rias called out to the three stray devils. "I'm afraid I cannot allow that. Your murder spree ends today. Akeno, Yudo, we're taking them down right now." Akeno and Yudo charged at the battered strays. However, Nell merely smiled as her eyes shone. The blonde knight over there, would you be a dear and attack your friend for me, please? As you command, my beloved mistress. Yudo's expression became vacant as he turned his blade on Akeno, with the raven-haired girl blocking the blade with a defensive magic circle. Yudo-kun, what's the matter? Akeno cried out while Yudo kept hammering the magic circle with his blade. Why are you attacking me? Watch out, Rias shouted. That girl is probably a succubus. She's charmed Yudo. While Akeno was busy fending off Yudo, the three strays formed a teleportation magic circle. Rias launched several orbs of demonic power at them in an attempt to stop them, but was too late as they were engulfed by the light of teleportation and vanished. Shortly afterwards, Yudo collapsed on the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. They escaped. Takeshii remarked. Was this also part of the plan, Grimmery-senpai? No, but it was a possibility, Rias said. That's why we took measures for that as well. Akeno, is your familiar tracking them? Yes, it managed to enter their magic circle just in time, Akeno said while checking the unconscious Yudo's condition. The location seems to be a cavern in the southwest outskirts of Kyoto. No wonder we couldn't find them. The entrance appears to be concealed with illusion magic. Since a succubus is involved, this doesn't surprise me at all, Rias said. While it would have been better to take them out here and now, discovering their hideout works just fine for us as well. Wait, it looks like they're splitting up, Akeno said. One of them is about to use a second magic circle. Maybe they have another hideout. Have your familiar follow the straggler, Rias said. I'll send mine to keep monitoring the cavern. We'll plan the next step once we've confirmed the potential second hideout and scouted both areas. Understood, President. We'll take care of things from this point on, Ryugumin-kun, Rias said after turning to Takeshii. There's no need for you to put yourself in danger any further. Once we've dealt with the cluster, we'll discuss the matter of your reward. Trust me, this isn't an experience I'm looking forward to repeat, at least not until I can truly hold my own in a fight, Takeshii said. However, will you manage in the state you're in? Kibaa-kun is knocked out and Kaniko-chan is injured. Even with the student council's help, it might be a bit difficult hitting two locations at the same time. Ah, Akeno already told you about Sona then, Rias said. However, it'll be fine. We devils have our own brand of healing magic, so Yudo and Kaniko should be all patched up by tomorrow. Even if they weren't, Akeno and I plus the student council are more than enough to handle 3 strays. Sona's skill is comparable to mine after all. Looks like you've got things under control then, Takeshii said. In that case, I can only wish you guys luck. We'll see each other on Monday. Count on it, Rias smiled. Also, you have my gratitude for helping Kaniko. Looks like I have to add this to the debt I owe you. Yes, thank you, senpai. Kaniko bowed. If you hadn't distracted that centaur, I might have been seriously injured or killed. Don't mention it. Takeshii made a dismissive gesture. Like I said, I wasn't going to abandon a friend. Or perhaps ... you don't consider us friends. Am I being presumptuous? A mix of sad puppy and confused expressions on Takeshi's face caused a small giggle to escape from Kaniko's mouth, much to Rias's surprise. Yes, we are friends. Take care, senpai. Right. You take care as well, everyone. After Takeshii had taken his leave, Rias turned to Akeno. How is it? Did your familiar find the location of the second hideout? One moment please, Akeno said. Yes, it's an abandoned warehouse in the neighboring town. My familiar spotted the centaur heading inside the building just now. In that case, our targets are clear, Rias said. Once I've erased all traces of the battle, let's head back to the clubroom. After we've treated Yudo and Kaniko, we'll have a discussion with Sona and plan our attack. Akeno and Kaniko nodded at Rias's words. At the stray's hideout. Ouch, Nell cried out. Watch it, aren't it? My skin still feels like it's sizzling. Sorry. The blue-haired witch frowned as she pressed a towel on Nell's hand. Looks like the Grimmery heiress's power ... was far greater than anticipated. All those defensive wards against demonic power. I spent so much time in power casting. Wasted at once. Terrifying. Her peerage appears to be reasonably skilled for low-class devils, Valdez remarked. If the Citri heiress's power is as formidable, then it's a good thing that we didn't decide to fight them all head-on. I don't think we would have survived in that scenario. Where's Denas? Talon asked while looking around for the absent member. Did they get him? No, he's just fine, Valdez said. Only his ego is bruised. That human child got in the way of his kill, so he's pretty pissed right now. When isn't he pissed? Anishi snorted. Seriously, he's more of a liability than an asset to us right now. That's why I had him lure the devil's familiars to the second hideout. Nell said. What that hot-headed idiot does from that point on is none of our concern as long as he doesn't interfere with the plan. That means everything is set, Talon said. Most likely, the devil princesses will split their forces and hit both bases to ensure none of us escape. But once they do, they'll find some nasty surprises waiting for them instead. Tomorrow will probably be the decisive battle, Nell said. Once we've dealt with them ... we can finally receive our reward from our patrons. A special device that blocks the signal given by the evil pieces within us and suppresses our devil aura. Huh, Valdez said. It almost sounds too good to be true. But if it is, we can finally leave this miserable life of being hunted all the time behind us, Anishi said. While it sounds suspicious ... we have to bet on that possibility. It appears ... we're being watched. Arnett said with her gaze fixed on a magic circle on her palm. One of the devil's familiars ... is observing the cavern's entrance. All right, everyone, this is the final act, Nell declared. Get some rest, because we'll be fighting for our lives tomorrow. Everyone present nodded and retreated to their own corner. As for Nell, she conjured a crystal ball, projecting the interior of the second hideout. She wasn't surprised to find no trace of Dena's there. That buffoon, Nell muttered. He'd better not do something stupid that screws things up for the rest of us. The following afternoon. That should be everything. Can't believe I found them on sale. Must be my lucky day. Takeishi said as he checked his list on his cell phone and put the groceries on the handle of his bike, mounting it and driving away. Once again, his parents would be home late, which was why his mother had asked him to do the shopping today and had sent him a list with the necessary items to buy. I wonder how everyone's doing. Although he was doing his best to keep his focus on the road, Takeishi's thoughts would keep turning to the Occult Research Club's members. Not too long ago, Rias had sent him a text message, informing him that they would begin their assault on the Stray Devil's hideout soon. Her peerage would hit the cavern hideout, while the student council would take care of the warehouse. Although he had witnessed everyone's strength firsthand and assumed that the student council was at about the same level, he couldn't help but worry. All sorts of things could go wrong in a battle after all. If only I was stronger. Takeishi grimaced. Feeling powerless was a new and terrible feeling for him. To know that there was a battle being fought for the sake of this town and its people while he was unable to do anything about it irritated him. However, not once did he think of offering his help. He was well aware that he was a liability in his current state. With a basic sacred gear and minimal combat experience, he would most likely only end up dragging everyone down. Still, he couldn't suppress the feeling of frustration welling up inside him. I wonder if I can ask Senpai and the rest to continue training me after this mess is over, Takeishi said. They're devils though, so they might ask for compensation. Maybe if I made this part of my reward. Heads up, whelp. You've got company. Takeishi flinched. Before he had a chance to wonder where that voice came from or whether he was going crazy, he felt a powerful impact all of a sudden that sent him flying. Both he and his bike crashed in a nearby empty parking lot, with Takeishi grunting and tasting blood as he rolled on the ground. Urgh, what happened? Takeishi groaned and tried to stand up, only to feel a sharp pain coming from his left side that caused him to cry out. Taking a tentative look, he was disturbed to see that his left arm was bent in an unnatural degree. The repulsive sight and excruciating agony almost made him vomit, but he forced himself not to. Oh, so you weren't instantly killed. You're tougher than I gave you credit for, human brat. The sound of hooves on the asphalt echoed across the area. Doing his best to ignore the pain, Takeishi focused on his assailant, the stray devil Dena. You, Takeishi muttered as he got up in an unsteady manner while cradling his broken arm. What are you doing here? You and the others should be getting slaughtered by Gremory Senpai and the others right about now. Don't tell me. That's right, Dena said with a cruel smile. Those stupid devils are heading straight into a trap. For all I know, they're already dead. Shows them for looking down on us. So then ... why are you here? Takeishi said, doing his best to contain his anxiety and fear. They were your targets, weren't they? If Senpai and the others are dead ... you shouldn't have any business with me. That's what the others said too. Dena spat out. Said there's no reason to go after you once all said and done since you're not a devil. But you ... you got in the way of my kill, and that is something unforgivable. I won't be able to settle down unless I kill you with my own hands. Dena unsheathed his broadsword, pointing it at his opponent. Takeishi responded by summoning his sacred gear, feeling power flow into his body and the pain being dulled somewhat. While it was more likely than not that he would be killed, he wasn't going to go down without a fight. That's a nice look you've got there, brat. Dena smirked. The look of someone who's resolved for death. Tell you what, if you prostrate yourself, lick my hooves and beg for mercy, I might consider sparing your miserable life. Takeishi was silent for a few seconds, but then let out a lopsided smile while glaring at Dena and giving him the finger. Go to hell, you piece of garbage. You first, brat. Brandishing his sword, Dena charged at Takeishi. Putting all the power he could in his legs, Takeishi jumped over his head and landed behind him. However, Dena was faster, kicking him with his rear legs and sending him crashing on the chain-link fence. With the impact having knocked the breath out of him, Takeishi was too slow to react to Dena's next move. The centaur aimed his blade at Takeishi's heart, running him through with it. Ugh! A confused mutter was the only sound Takeishi was able to make before vomiting large amounts of blood from his mouth, his hands cupped around the blade that had pierced his chest. Dena grabbed Takeishi's head and withdrew the blade slowly, with Takeishi letting out a muffled scream. Tossing the bleeding youth on the ground like a ragdoll, Dena grinned as he wiped the blood off his blade. Ah, that felt really good. It's a shame though that it ended so quickly. Oh, well, better make my way back. Maybe a girl or two will still be alive for me to have fun with. Lying on the ground as the life bled out of him and his vision darkened, Takeishi could only watch as Dena was walking away. He tried to move, to speak, to do anything, but found himself unable to. His body wouldn't respond to his commands and everything seemed to become dimmer by the second. Death was about to claim him and there was nothing he could do about it. Like this, Takeishi thought. By him. Dying because I was beaten by a small fry. I can't accept that. All of a sudden, Takeishi felt as if his body had caught on fire. His vision cleared and the pain seemed to fade away slowly. Before he realized it, he was back on his feet, the chrome-colored belt on his waist letting out an intense glow. Taking notice of the sudden brightness, Dena turned around, only to be shocked by the sight unfolding before his eyes. Impossible, Dena muttered. You should be dead. My sword tore right through your heart. She remained silent as the gaping wound on his chest started becoming smaller and smaller, muscles, bones and sinew knitting themselves together at an alarming speed. In a matter of seconds, the wound had vanished. At the same time, the broken bones in Takeshi's left hand snapped back into place, restoring it to perfect condition. However, the surprises didn't stop there. Once the radiance surrounding his sacred gear died down, Dena noticed that its form had been altered. The belt was now colored gold and black, with a large number of arcane symbols engraved on it. An obsidian gem was embedded on its buckle and 6 smaller gold gems were surrounding it. The middle gem then changed its color into ash gray, releasing an aura wave that traveled down Takeshi's right hand and transformed into an ash gray ornate axe with a black gem embedded on the flat of the blade. Tightening his grip on his new weapon, Takeshi pointed it as Dena's, releasing a surge of killing intent that caused the centaur to involuntarily take a couple of steps back. What's this? Dena muttered as he felt sweat forming on his forehead. I'm feeling fear. This me, towards a human brat of all things. As if, I don't know what trick you've used, but if you won't stay down, I'll keep cutting you until you do. Brandishing his blade, Dena let a resounding yell as he charged once again. Takeshi met his charge head-on, their weapons clashing against one another. Much to his astonishment, however, Dena found himself unable to push his opponent back. What's more, the axe shattered his blade, opening a deep gash on his shoulder. Gah! Dena yelled as he took several steps back, tossing aside his broken blade. Damn human, your sacred gear's true power was dormant all this time, huh? However, don't get too cocky. You're still going down. Instead of answering, Takeshi pointed his axe at Dena once again. A wave of ash erupted from it, heading straight for the centaur. Alarmed by this, Dena dashed all over the parking lot, desperately trying to avoid the ashes. However, they seemed to have a mind of their own, chasing after him. Don't underestimate me, maggot. Pulling out a second sword, Dena started swinging like a madman, dispersing the ashes. However, they reformed almost instantly and engulfed him, lifting him up. The centaur screamed as the ashes took the shape of a myriad small blades, cutting and burning his body at the same time. Not yet. Putting even more strength in his arms, Dena howled as he repeatedly swung his blade once again, scattering the ashes. Extending his devil wings, he dove at his foe. Takeshi stood still as the ashes formed a makeshift shield in front of him, blocking Dena's blow. Swinging his axe once again, he forced the centaur to retreat. Damn. Dena heaved, blood flowing from several cuts on his body and prominent burn marks all over his skin. Damn it, what the hell is this power? It wasn't supposed to be like this. Paying no heed to Dena's fit, Takeshi lifted his axe and dashed, aiming to split the centaur in half. A magic circle formed on Dena's left hand, with a crossbow emerging from it. Grabbing it, he shot an arrow that buried itself in Takeshi's stomach. However, Takeshi paid no heed to the wound as he continued charging. Dena was forced to block Takeshi's blow with his second sword, which also shattered. This brat. The centaur took to the skies once again, releasing a volley of arrows from his crossbow, which reloaded on its own through a magic circle inscribed on it. While most of them missed their mark, one buried itself in Takeshi's left shoulder and another in his right foreleg. Frowning a bit, Takeshi aimed his axe at Dena's. A wave of ash in the shape of a thin blade shot out of it like a bullet and shredded Dena's right wing, sending the centaur crashing down. Pulling out the arrows from his body, with his wounds closing almost immediately afterwards, Takeshi rushed at the dazed centaur and swung his axe, severing his left hand. Before Dena had a chance to realize what had happened, Takeshi swung his axe once again, cutting off his forelegs and sending him tumbling to the ground. Dena screamed in pain as blood flowed from his stumps. Takeshi kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying backwards and smashing into a nearby garbage bin. Crumbling on the ground, Dena could only watch helplessly as Takeshi was approaching him, a cold expression on his face. Focusing on his belt and axe, which for some reason seemed familiar to him, Dena opened his eyes wide. I see. I know what you are. Dena chuckled, spitting out blood. Looks like I'll be going to hell first after all. But don't you worry. I'll save you a good spot for when you join me. Dena's laugh was cut short as Takeshi brought down his axe, splitting his head cleanly in the middle. As his lifeless body slid to the ground, Takeshi also fell on his knees, his breath ragged and feeling as if he had just run a cross-country marathon. The haze that seemed to cloud his mind so far also receded, leaving him confused and trembling. What was that? Takeshi muttered as he used the axe as support to stand up while gazing at Dena's corpse, his hands shaking and his breath coming out in short gasps. Did I do that? I killed him. It almost felt like I was in a trance. Turning away from the centaur's lifeless body, which was starting to make him feel queasy due to its mangled state, Takeshi started at the axe he was holding and the changed belt. This is my sacred gear's true form and power, Takeshi remarked, and then frowned. But what was that voice from before? No, that's not important right now. Gremory-senpai and the others are in danger. If what Dena had said was true, then he was running out of time. However, Takeshita wasn't certain if rushing to the Occult Research Club's aid was a good idea. Even though his sacred gear had apparently unleashed its true power, he still had no idea what its limits were or how he was supposed to control it. More likely than not, he would just become another corpse in the pile. Furthermore, the stray devils seemed interested only in the devils of Kyo Academy. Judging from Dena's words, it was possible that, once the deed was done, they would leave this city and cease their killings. Their camaraderie didn't seem that strong, so Takeshita thought the chances of them coming after him for revenge were slim to none. As such, there was no need to throw himself into a battle where the chances of him dying were high. And yet, aw, damn it, Takeshita cursed, stomping his foot on the ground with a frustrated expression. You're lucky that me abandoning you would leave a bitter taste in mouth. If we make it out of this, I'm going to ask them to double, no, triple my reward. Checking out his bike, Takeshita was pleased to see it was still in working condition despite being dented on several places. Come to think, since the bell changed ... it might be possible now. Takeshita wondered. Striking a pose, he shouted, "Transform." Remaining motionless in his pose for several seconds, Takeshita let out a dispirited sigh after nothing seemed to happen. No good? Hey, figures. Wait, this isn't the time to be depressed about this. Everyone is running out of time. Mounting his bike, Takeshita started it up and accelerated as much as he could, hoping that he would make it before it was too late. The sound of explosions resounded in rapid succession, with flashes of light briefly illuminating the starless night and the mountain terrain northeast of Kyo Town. Although this commotion would have long since drawn the attention of the town's residents, that wasn't the case here. In the midst of this chaos, the battered figure of Kibaa Yudo could be seen weaving through the explosions, 2 pitch-black blades held in each hand. Above him, 5 figures clad in obsidian armor reminiscent of a medieval knight with angel wings extending from their backs, which held lances and shields in their hands, were pursuing him. 2 of them pointed their lances at him, releasing beams of light from their tips. One of them missed its mark, while the other was devoured by a black substance that flowed out of Yudo's blades. Nice moves as always, young knight. Valdez, who was observing from a distance, remarked. However, how long will you be able to keep this up? Hello, damn it. Taking cover behind a rock formation, Yudo struggled to catch his breath and stop the shaking in his hands and legs. This was a situation he couldn't imagine happening 20 minutes ago. He and the rest of the Occult Research Club had arrived at the cluster's hideout after confirming that the stray devils hadn't moved ever since yesterday's battle. Once their familiars had scouted the perimeter, Rias, Akeno, and Kaniko had entered the cavern. They had left Yudo outside to stand guard since there was a chance he might be affected by the succubus's hypnotic gaze once again. It hadn't even been 5 minutes when all hell broke loose. 7 armored knights led by the Dullahan Valdez had emerged from the nearby forest, attacking Yudo. Somehow, they had been concealed very well, to the point where their familiars had missed their presence. Yudo had spent the past few minutes fighting them, but while he had taken down 2 of these golems, he was being driven into a corner. It was the first time ever since that fateful night almost 4 years ago that he felt the cold hands of death being so close. "I'm sorry, President," Yudo said with a bitter smile. "I'm supposed to lay down my life defending yours as your knight ... but it looks I'll be going down before I can even do that." The rock formation Yudo was hiding behind exploded at that moment, with the blonde-haired youth being sent tumbling backwards. Using his sword as support to stand up while wincing, he could see Valdez emerging from the smoke, the 5 armored knights hovering behind him. "End of the line," Valdez said as he pointed his blade at Yudo. "You fought well, but this is your limit, young knight. Any last words? Perhaps something for the Gremory princess before we finish her off?" Yudo said nothing, dropping into a stance and brandishing his blades. "I see," Valdez said. "I'll tell her you were brave and defiant until the end. Let it be some small comfort for her before she goes. Wherever devils go when they die." The 5 golems aimed their lances at Yudo, light gathering at their weapons' tips. However, at that time, a whistling sound, as if something was cutting through the air, was heard. The next moment, an ash-colored axe buried itself in the lead golem's back, sending it crashing into the rocks. "What the hell?" Valdez exclaimed as he and the golems started looking around. Where did they come from? The sound of a motorcycle engine echoed across the area as the axe ripped itself from the now inert golem and flew into the rider's hand. Several tendrils of ash shot out of it, aiming for Valdez and the golems, who scattered to evade them. As the motorcycle came into a stop in front of Yudo, the blonde-haired youth couldn't help but stare with a blank expression at the familiar figure riding it. "Ryugamin ... kun. Hey, Kibaa-kun." Takeshita raised his hand while smirking. "Looks like I arrived just in the nick of time. Also, holy hell, did you see that? The axe flew back on my hand on its own. Ryugamin-kun, what are you doing here? And that axe, is that your sacred gear? Save your questions for later," Takeshita said as he dismounted. "Can you still fight?" "I'll manage somehow," Yudo said. "I'll take the Dullahan. Think you can handle the golems?" "No choice but to do it somehow, right?" Takeshita said as he brandished his axe. "Any advice?" "Cores in the chest," Yudo said. "Strike there. I'll help you once I've dealt with the Dullahan. Don't die until then, Ryugamin-kun." "Right back at you." Dismissing his 2 blades, Yudo conjured a 2-meter-long broadsword and slammed it on the ground, creating a shockwave that forced Valdez and his golems even further backwards. Before they had a chance to recover, Yudo and Takeishi moved, with the former creating an orange-brown curved blade and locking it against the Dullahan's own. The latter faced the golems with a confident smirk on his face. "All right, you oversized wind-up toys." Takeishi made a come-on gesture. "You will be eradicated without fail." As Takeishi started fighting the golems, Valdez and Yudo circled each other, looking for an opening. "That was an unexpected interruption, but it changes nothing," Valdez said. "Exhausted as you are, you're no match for me. You've only postponed your death by a few more seconds." "I wouldn't be too sure about that." Yudo smirked. "I've still got enough energy left to take you down." The 2 swordsmen charged at each other, sparks flying as their blades clashed against one another. Instead of trying to receive his opponent's slashes head-on, Yudo redirected the Dullahan's blows to the side by using as little force as possible. At the same time, he used whatever opening Valdez showed to strike at his chest. However, his sword didn't seem to be inflicting any noticeable damage. "Impressive," Valdez said as he kept slashing at Yudo. "Deflecting my blade like that requires a lot of skill and precision. Even though there's not room for a single miscalculation, you're still pulling this off. However, it's meaningless if you can't get past my armor." Gathering demonic power at his blade, Valdez swung it, unleashing several waves that headed straight for Yudo. The blonde-haired knight used his agile footwork to weave through them and formed a new demonic sword, releasing a large amount of water from it that doused the Dullahan. Was that supposed to do something? Valdez wondered. "Also, don't think you've escaped from my attack just yet." Several of Valdez's waves changed directions and headed straight for Yudo. However, he merely smiled as he formed a new demonic sword and tapped its hilt, with copious amounts of smoke emerging from it and surrounding the 2 warriors, obscuring Valdez's sight. Having lost their target, the demonic power waves scattered, hitting random places. "We're playing hide-and-seek now," Valdez said while looking around. "Not very chivalrous, don't you think? You're trying to kill President and my friends. To hell with chivalry." Yudo emerged from the smokescreen, a rapier-shaped demonic sword in his hand, aiming for Valdez's chest. "Too easy." Valdez slashed Yudo in half, only for his body to flicker and vanish. An illusion. At that moment, the true Yudo made his move, shooting out of the smokescreen like a bullet. Valdez tried to fix his stance and counter, but stumbled as his feet had sunk into the mud without him realizing it. As such, he was unable to avoid Yudo's rapier, which struck his chest and shattered the armor. Both his sword and his head fell from Valdez's still hands as the curse that was maintaining the armor started dissipating. "I see," Valdez muttered. "The water was to form mud make me lose my footing. But how could you pierce my armor and strike my core?" "The sword I used in our first exchange was Rust Order, a demonic sword that makes metals rust," Yudo explained as he withdrew his rapier. "I struck the same spot in your chest plate as many times as I could, weakening it. This sword here is Starlight Flash, a demonic sword that focuses the wielder's demonic power at the tip of the rapier. With the armor weakened it was easy to pierce through it with this blade as long as you could create the opportunity." Valdez laughed. "Well played, young knight. I wanted to live but going out this way I isn't so bad either." After saying so, Valdez's eyes lost their luster and his armor collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of dust that was scattered by the night wind. Staring at the blade of his fallen opponent for a few seconds, Yudo turned his sights to Takeishi, who was still battling the golems. Much to his surprise, he saw that 2 of them had already been defeated, lying motionless of the ground with deep gashes on their chest plates. The other 2 were airborne and were trying to snipe Takeishi without much success. "Come on, I thought this was going to be much harder." Evading the golem's light beams, Takeishi swung his axe, releasing a 360-degree wave of ash that headed for the golems. Although they dodged them, the ashes turned into a pair of clawed hands that grabbed a golem's wings and tore them off its back. As it fell on the ground, Takeishi was upon it, splitting it in half with a mighty blow. "Hell, I think I'm starting to get the hang of this. Watch out," Yudo cried out as the remaining golem charged at Takeishi, taking advantage of his distracted state to skewer him with its lance. Yudo felt his blood turn into ice at the sight of his classmate being killed. However, he was shocked upon noticing that Takeishi was smirking. "Nice try, but I'm immortal." "Probably." Grabbing the lance to prevent the golem from retreating, Takeishi swung his axe, severing its hands. As it stumbled backwards, Takeishi slashed its chest open before turning its back on it. "Victory was never an option for you," Takeishi said while striking a pose as the golem collapsed on the ground. "Nailed it." Takeishi let out a wide grin while making a V sign. "Too bad it didn't explode. Would have made for a perfect setting." Ryugamin-kun, Yudo said while approaching Takeishi. "Not to rain on your parade or anything but you do know there's still a lance stuck in your chest, right?" That somehow totally slipped my mind," Takeishi said as he pulled out the lance, grunting in pain as he did so. "Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to get used to this." "Incredible," Yudo muttered as he watched Takeishi's wound closing up almost immediately. "There was more than meets the eye to your sacred gear after all. More importantly though, why are you here? Not that I'm not glad or anything, but how did you know we were in trouble?" "That centaur stray devil came after me," Takeishi explained. While he was trying to kill me, he started gloating about how you guys had fallen into a trap and would probably be dead soon like me. I proved him wrong once, and I intend to do so twice. He's dead then. Unless he can also recover from fatal wounds, then yeah, we don't have to worry about him anymore. She said. But enough about that. Are Gremory-senpai and the others inside the cavern? Yes, they went in to take down the other strays. Yudo said. It should be just the succubus left, but judging from the unexpected appearance of these strange golems, there could be more of them, or perhaps even more strays than we first thought. She rubbed his chin. What about the student council? Can we contact them? That was the first thing I tried once the golems ambushed me. Yudo frowned. No luck. Something in the area is blocking all forms of communication, both normal and magical, along with teleportation. My guess is that the student council members are also fighting right now. We can't afford to worry about them as well. She said. Right now, Gremory-senpai and the rest take priority. Right. Yudo nodded. Still, are you sure you can keep fighting, Ryugumin-kun? You're looking a little pale and somewhat unsteady. I'm fine. She insisted. It's just some exhaustion and a bit of phantom pain. Nothing I can't handle. What about you, Kibaa-kun? You're not exactly the image of perfect health either. I'll manage, Yudo said. If you believe you can do it, then let's go. President and the others might be in serious trouble right about now. Right. She nodded as he and Yudo entered the cavern, their weapons raised. Upon doing so, Yudo grimaced. What's wrong, Kibaa-kun? I didn't notice it from the outside but there's something in here that interferes with the generation of demonic power. Yudo responded to Takeshi's question. This isn't good. Takeshi and Yudo hadn't even taken 10 steps when the sounds of battle reached them. Quickening their pace, but making sure they were hidden as much as possible, the two boys arrived at the site of the battle, witnessing a chaotic scene. Much to their relief, Rias, Akeno and Kaniko were still alive, fighting against 4 stray devils. However, it was obvious to anyone watching that they had been pushed into a corner, both figuratively and literally. Nell and Arnett were bombarding the trio with magic attacks, while Talon and Anishi, who had transformed into a large, humanoid wolf with brown fur, were hacking at their defensive magic circles with their claws. Rias and Akeno were making several attempts to counterattack, but the strays' coordination was impeccable, evading their demonic power blasts and keeping up the pressure. The fact that they couldn't exhibit their full might due to whatever was messing with their demonic power didn't help things. Kaniko was also unable to move out too much for fear of being picked off by the strays. They won't last for much longer, Takeshi remarked with a whisper. Good thing we arrived in time. Let's. Not yet, Ryugumin-kun, Yudo said while pulling Takeshi back. If we throw ourselves into the mix like that, we might end up making things worse. We're only getting one chance, so let's make it count. Takeshi grumbled, but couldn't really argue with Yudo's reasoning. The blonde-haired knight was more experienced when it came to matters regarding combat, so he chose to follow his lead. Turning their sights back to the battle, the boys noticed that Rias and Akeno had focused their magic attacks on the gargoyle. However, Talon skillfully evaded Rias's power of destruction, while Akeno's thunder seemed to have no effect on his stone-like skin. That tickles, Talon said while laughing like a maniac. Come on, little girls, is that all you've got? Wait, Kaniko. Ignoring Rias's warning, Kaniko stepped out of the barriers, spreading her bat-like wings as she aimed for Talon. However, Anishi flew in front of her, his claws enveloped by pale light. Take this. Swinging his arm, Anishi unleashed a barrage of small crescent-shaped aura blades. Kaniko tried to evade them, but ended up receiving most of them head-on. Letting out a cry of pain, she crashed on the ground with several cuts opening on her body. Kaniko. Distracted by Kaniko's fall, Rias and Akeno's barriers faltered. Not letting this chance pass by, Nell conjured a large mass of aura and sent it flying, shattering the two girls' barriers and sending them skidding backwards, their clothes damaged and their skin singed. Time to die, filthy devils. A massive fireball appeared at the tip of Arnett's staff, with Anishi and Talon also preparing to attack. But just as she was about to throw it, no, both Yudo and Takeshi shot out of their hiding spot, their weapons raised. Before anyone had a chance to react, Yudo had reached Arnett, his demonic sword that was reinforced with all the demonic power he could spare tearing through her magical defenses and burying itself deep into her abdomen. The young witch spat out a mouthful of blood as she fell dead on the ground. At the same time, Takeshi brandished his axe and severed Anishi's left hand, with the werewolf letting out a howl of pain as he clutched his bleeding stump. Phew, Nell glared at the newcomers. It can't be. A human aside, the knight should have been killed by Valdez. How can you be here? Sorry for the wait, President, Yudo said as he rushed to Rias' side. I'm glad you're safe. Hey there, Gremory-senpai, Hanjima-senpai, Kaniko-chan. Takeshi raised his axe in greeting. Quite the party you've got going on here. Yudo, Ryugumin-kun. Rias seemed astonished, but then smiled. Your timing is impeccable, boys. Looks like the tables have turned. Don't joke with me. We are enough to turn you into mincemeat. Anishi's claws glowed once again as he charged at Takeshi while howling, only for Kaniko to block his path. Payback time, stupid dog. Grabbing his outstretched arm, Kaniko tripped Anishi and threw him down with all her strength, cracking the ground below the werewolf. Wasting no time, Kaniko twisted his remaining arm, breaking it in 3 separate points, with Anishi crying out in pain. Here comes the finishing touch. Once Kaniko stepped back, Akeno unleashed numerous thunderbolts upon the fallen Issei, turning him into a charred corpse in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, Talon attempted to attack the seemingly defenseless Rias, but slammed on a defensive magic circle that materialized in front of him. Rias smirked as she conjured a massive power of destruction in her left hand. Letting out a whimper, Talon attempted to fly away. You won't escape. Rias's aim was true as the black aura vaporized Talon's entire left side, with the remains of the gargoyle's lifeless body falling on the ground. This can't be happening, Nell muttered with a fearful expression as she took a few steps back. We were winning. We were so close to reclaiming our freedom. Why? How? You reap what you sow, Rias said as the 4 members of the Occult Research Club and Takeishi surrounded Nell. This is your comeuppance for murdering all these innocent people. Now then, I'll ask you only once, so you'd better give me a satisfying answer if you want to live. Are you working for someone, and if you do, who is it? Speak quickly, because my patience is running low. Also, don't even think about trying to use any illusions. Nell bit her lip with a frustrated expression as she looked around. Then, she snapped her fingers, causing an explosion to occur in the farthest part of the cavern that shook the place. What was that? Rias cried out. Taking advantage of the distraction, Nell made a beeline for Takeishi and grabbed his face, forcing him to look at her as her eyes shone. Heed my command. Attack the devils. Takeishi looked back at her, his irises turning ash-gray as he let out a savage grin. As a sinister voice was superimposed over Takeishi's own, Nell couldn't help but freeze from shock. For a moment there, she was certain that a dragon with a serpentine body was standing before her. The next thing she registered was pain as Takeishi's axe slashed her torso, opening a deep gash. Nell screamed as she fell to her knees. That belt ... in that foul aura. Nell murmured with a fearful expression while crawling away from Takeishi, her eyes fixed on his sacred gear. No mistake. You are. Nice try, but not good enough, Rias said as she approached Nell, the power of destruction gathering in her hand. If you don't want to talk, then perhaps the underworld's interrogators will loosen your tongue. Trust me when I say they won't be as nice as me. Or perhaps I should leave you to Akeno. Yufufu, it's been some time since I've tried an interrogation. Akeno showed a sadistic smile as thunder crackled around her hand. Let's hope I haven't gotten too rusty. Damn you, rotten devils. Nell bellowed in outrage as she placed her hand on her chest, with several magic formations appearing on her body. Damn you, evil dragon user. Damn you all to hell. The self-destruct formula. Rias cried out. I won't let you. Before Nell could go through with her plan, a massive black aura flew from Rias's hand, obliterating the succubus without a trace. I have a feeling this will never stop being both impressive and scary at the same time. Takeishi remarked. It's over, right? Case closed and all that. It should be, Rias said. Once we confirm that Sona and her peerage are safe and that there are no other enemies left, this battle will be officially over. Glad ... to hear that. Takeishi stumbled after he spoke, his sacred gear disappearing as he felt all his strength leaving him. He would have fallen to the ground if it wasn't for Kaniko and Akeno, who rushed to his aid and supported him. Are you all right, Ryugamin-kun? Been better, Hanjima-senpai, Takeishi murmured. Room's just spinning a bit. You've probably overexerted yourself, Rias said as she formed a magic circle. Good, teleportation seems to be working again. Yudo, please bring Ryugamin-kun back to his home. He's more than earned his rest. At once, President, Yudo said, supporting Takeishi as they started making their way towards the magic circle. Come on, Ryugamin-kun. 1 foot in front of the other. That's it, you're doing great. Don't you patronize me. Also ... why is everything green? After the 2 of them were teleported away, Rias created a communication magic circle. Sona, it's Rias. Can you hear me? A few seconds of silence ensued until a female voice was heard coming from the magic circle. Rias, it looks like you guys are still alive as well. I'm glad. Judging from your tone, I guess you ran into unexpected complications like us. Yes, Sona said. Once we arrived at the site, we found 10 golems lying in wait. It was a difficult battle, but we were able to destroy them. However, 2 members of my peerage were injured in the process. We were pretty roughed up on this side as well, Rias said. There were more stray devils than we thought and they caught us by surprise. If it wasn't for a happy miscalculation, we might have been annihilated. Come to think of it, there should be a centaur stray devil as well. Don't tell me he's still out there. He won't be a problem anymore. Yudo, who had returned in the meantime, said. Ryugamin-kun saw to that. Ryugamin, Sona asked. Is that the novice sacred gear possessor you told me about, Rias? If he's that skilled, perhaps I should invite him to my peerage. Hey, I found him first, so no cutting ahead, Sona, Rias said. In any case, it's safe to assume that those golems were meant to keep you busy while the strays took care of us. After that, the cluster would have probably attacked you, Sona said. It was fortunate you were able to turn the tables on them. However, the presence of these golems confirms that this cluster was working for someone. Did you manage to get any information out of them regarding the identity of their employer? Unfortunately, no. Rias frowned. I tried to capture one of them alive, but she used a self-destruction formula. I had to eliminate her before she blew herself up and took us down as well. Shame, Sona said. Once I've treated my servants, I'll contact the Archduke's side and request for experts to examine the hideouts. Perhaps we can get some clues from there. Good idea, Rias said. I'll ask my family to request help from one of our contracted magicians as well, Sona said. The unusual size of this cluster troubles me. I have a feeling there's more to this incident than meets the eye. After Rias dismissed the magic circle, Kaniko turned to Yudo. How's Takeshi-senpai? Completely wiped out, Yudo said. Once I put him on his bed, he fell asleep almost immediately. I can't blame him though after everything he went through tonight. President, I think you might want to see this, Akeno called out to Rias and the others, pointing at a broken crystal and an inactive magic circle on the ground a few meters away from them. The crystal was used to block both communications and teleportation, as well as inhibit our demonic power, Akeno said. The succubus must have caused it to explode when she tried to create a distraction. As for the magic circle, it's used for communication, but was modified to only receive messages. We can't operate it from this side. Someone went to a lot of trouble to set all this up. Rias frowned. In any case, we can't do anything else but wait for the experts' results. Yudo, Kaniko, you should return back to the club room and treat your injuries. Akeno and I will join you once the Archduke's agents get here. After Yudo and Kaniko had taken their leave, Akeno turned to Rias with a concerned expression on her face. Rias, about Ryugamin-kun. I know what you want to say. Rias sighed. I thought something was strange about him and his sacred gear, but I never expected him to be the calamity of this generation. This is troubling. What do you plan on doing? Akeno asked. You know what everyone's policy is when the evil dragon user appears. I'm aware of what has to be done, Rias said with a sour expression. Even so, I cannot in good conscience leave such a huge debt unpaid. Rias, the Gremory heiress, didn't respond to Akeno, deep in thought about her next steps as she paced around the cavern. Several days later. I can't believe my condition is still this poor. Maybe rushing to everyone's rescue wasn't such a good idea after all. Takeshi grumbled as he made his way to school. 4 days had passed ever since the subjugation of the stray devils had ended, with his body still feeling the after effects of the battle. All his muscles ached and he felt so exhausted that even a little exertion would leave him gasping for air. He could only hope that this backlash was temporary. After all, the injuries he had received were supposed to be lethal in the first place. I wonder what Gremory-senpai and the others are doing. During that time, he had only received a single message from Rias, stating that she would contact him soon. Takeshi assumed that the Occult Research Club and the Student Council were busy with the post-processing of the battle. He didn't think Rias was the type that would renege on her promise to reward him, but he didn't know her well enough to say that with absolute certainty. He was also curious about his sacred gear. Now that it had shown its true form, Takeshi thought Rias might be able to identify it. While he was impressed with its regenerative and tephrokinetic abilities, he was concerned about the mysterious voice that came from it. Moreover, the terrified expression on Nell's face and Dena's parting words also troubled him. Perhaps Senpai will be able to give me some more info about it. School passed in an uneventful manner as usual. Just as he was about to head home, his cell phone rang. Checking it out, Takeshi saw he had received a message which read, "The sender was Rias. Finally, I was getting tired of waiting," Takeshi said as he made his way to the old school building. After arriving at the clubroom, he knocked at the door and entered upon hearing "Come in." Much to his surprise, the only one inside the clubroom was Rias, who rose to her feet. "Ah, Ryugamin-kun." Rias greeted him with a smile. "Come, have a seat." Takeshi sat on the couch, with Rias sitting on the one across him. "My apologies that I took so long to contact you," Rias said. "For us devils, the past few days have been hectic for lack of a better term." "It's all right, senpai," Takeshi said. "Speaking of which, where are the rest of the club members?" "I've sent them out," Rias responded. "I figured it was better if the two of us were alone for this discussion. But first things first." Rias bowed to Takeshi, much to the latter's surprise. Senpai." "Thank you, Ryugamin-kun," Rias said with a heartfelt tone. "Words alone cannot express the depth of my gratitude for what you've done for me and my peerage. You risked your life to come to our aid and fought alongside us, even though you could have ignored our plight. Without your assistance, my peerage and I would have surely met our end there. You saved us all. Truly, thank you." "Well, this makes me uncomfortable." Takeshi scratched his head with a sheepish smile. "Honestly, you don't have to bow to me, senpai. I helped you because my conscience wouldn't let me have a moment's rest otherwise. Nothing more, nothing less, if you say so," Rias responded with a smile. "Even so, this doesn't change the fact that I owe you a huge debt, one that I intend to repay. Now then, on to much less pleasant matters." Takeshi felt as if the temperature of the room had gone down several degrees. He could tell that the next topic was going to be very unpleasant indeed. "Following the awakening of your sacred gear's true form and power, we were finally able to identify it," Rias said. "Before I go into details, however, I should probably give you some basic information about dragons." "Dragons?" Takeshi raised an eyebrow. "Dragons are also real. Very real, though their numbers aren't what they used to be," Rias said. "For all intents and purposes, dragons are the apex predators of the supernatural world, powerful beings whose strongest members can rival even the mightiest gods from the various pantheons. They are the very embodiment of power, respected and feared by all." "I can see that," Takeshi said. "A giant fire-breathing lizard is the last thing one would want to mess with. Fortunately, while dragons are a proud race that loves a good fight, they can be reasoned and bargained with." Rias said. However, it's possible for certain dragons to develop an obsession for battle, which leads them to rampage indiscriminately and cause widespread devastation. These dragons are referred to as fallen dragons or, more commonly, evil dragons. Their insanity and complete disregard for their well-being as long as they get to fight strong opponents is what makes them among the most dangerous creatures that have ever walked the earth. I'm sensing this conversation is heading towards a place I'm not going to like. She frowned. So, evil dragons are like rabid dogs. You could say that, Rias said. Among the numerous evil dragons that have appeared throughout the ages, 7 of them have left an indelible mark in history and are regarded as some of the worst calamities that have plagued this world. Abyss Rage Dragon Nidog, Prime Force Dragon Grendel, Venom Blood Dragon Yamata no Arachi, Stalwart Insomniac Dragon Ladon, Primal Eclipse Dragon Apophis, Diabolism Thousand Dragon Azzy Dahaka, Crescent Circle Dragon Krom Kruech. These names are still spoken with fear and revulsion throughout our side of the world. To be honest, the only one I know is Arachi, she said. But wasn't he slain by the god Susanoo? That's where the troublesome part of the evil dragons comes into play, Rias said. As long as even a small fragment of their soul survives, the evil dragons can be reborn indefinitely. While it's usually a slow process that takes hundreds of years, the aforementioned 7 could revive themselves at a much faster rate, adding to their terror. Then why hasn't anyone obliterated their souls completely? She asked. Or maybe imprison them somewhere. For a regular evil dragon, such measures would be enough, Rias said. But in the case of the 7, it's not that simple. To completely obliterate the souls of Ladon, Grendel, Arachi, and Nidog, one would need several god-class beings to use their powers simultaneously at them. Such an act would probably destroy several countries in the human world. In the case of Krom Kruech, Apophis, and Azzy Dahaka, who are much stronger, it would take divine power on the level that would vaporize a continent to eliminate their souls. Holy hell, she said with a shocked expression. To completely destroy those evil dragons, you basically have to destroy the world as well. Pretty much, Rias said. Creating pseudospaces and trapping the evil dragons there before annihilating them was also proposed, but there were no barrier techniques at the time that could withstand so much divine power. Sealing them away also proved ineffective, since these 7's corruptive aura was powerful enough to eventually erode and destroy any sorts of arcane restraints placed on them. They sound like a real pain in the ass, she remarked. What happened to them in the end? Are they still roaming around? A solution was eventually offered by Dei's Trinity, Rias said. By utilizing several sealing techniques from various pantheons and his sacred gear system, he imprisoned Krom Kruech first inside a customized sacred gear. He then imprisoned the other 6 evil dragons into sacred gears as well and embedded them into the sacred gear that Krom Kruech had been sealed in, creating a one-of-a-kind sacred gear. Though no one knows what sort of methods and materials he used, this prison proved too much for even the evil dragons to escape from. For about 9 centuries, this sacred gear has been circulating around the human world, passing from user to user. A unique sacred gear that seals the 7 evil dragons within. Takeshi's expression fell as he realized where this was going. Don't tell me. It's as you've probably guessed, Rias said with a grave expression. That sacred gear's name is Cataclysm Zone, and it's the sacred gear you wield. Evil dragon user, Takeshi muttered. That's what that succubus meant. The axe you used is Mayhem Striker, the auxiliary sacred gear which contains the soul of Nidog. Rias continued. As you've already realized, it enables you to replicate some of his signature abilities, hash manipulation and regeneration. Okay, I think I understood everything so far, Takeshi said. But what's the catch here? A sacred gear with other sacred gears in it that contain the souls of the most fiendish dragons is bound to have a quirk or two. Well, you've probably felt some effects already in your everyday life. I've already felt them. Takeshi frowned, but then his expression morphed into a furious one. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Seems like you've figured it out, Rias said. The small amounts of aura seeping out from your sacred gear even in its dormant state intimidated the humans around you, which is why most people were subconsciously keeping their distance from you. That thing's why everyone is avoiding me like the plague. Takeshi spoke with an outraged tone. Unbelievable. This sacred gear seems worse and worse the more I hear about it. Unfortunately, that's not the worst of it. Rias seemed uncomfortable, avoiding Takeshi's gaze. Ryugumin kun ... Your sacred gear and its users are infamous because ... Well, because whoever possesses this sacred gear tends to have a short lifespan. I'm sorry, what? The users of Cataclysm Zone. Their bodies are either destroyed by the evil dragon's power, or they lose control of themselves and start rampaging indiscriminately until their life runs out or someone puts them down. Rias explained. Each gear contained within Cataclysm Zone tends to have a negative effect on the possessor. Like what? Take Mayhem Striker for example, Rias said. While its regenerative power can heal all but the most devastating of injuries, it saps the wielder's life force as fuel, trimming their lifespan. One of the previous wielders keeled over and died in the middle of a fight after overusing their ability. Is that why I've been feeling so tired ever since that battle? Takeshi wondered, a shiver going down his spine. Because that thing ... had eaten away at my life force. That's right, Rias said. You should be fine for now, but if you rely too much on this power, you'll also end up dead before you know it. Although ... that might be unavoidable in your case. I had a feeling you'd say that. Takeishi said with a bitter smile, doing his best to hide his growing terror in the shaking of his hands. If Cataclysm Zone's users tend to go on a rampage ... that means the best course of action is to eliminate them before they do so. Am I wrong, you ... or not? Rias said with an expression filled with sorrow. Almost every single evil dragon user in history has caused incidents that resulted in large-scale destruction. As such, all factions have unanimously agreed that when the evil dragon user emerges ... they should be put down as quickly as possible before they can cause any harm. I knew it. Takeishi let out a dispirited sigh as he sank on the couch, his heart hammering in his chest and his head buried in his hands. He wasn't sure if he was supposed to cry, scream, or start breaking things, or perhaps a combination of all of the above. However, I don't intend to do something like that. Needless to say, Takeishi was surprised by Rias's words. You are my savior and the savior of my peerage, who are like family to me. Rias smiled. There's no way I would kill you, evil dragon user or not. That's why I came up with 3 ways to deal with your problem. I should warn you though that you'll probably not like them. Can't be much worse than death, Takeishi said, feeling a little hopeful. Alright, I'm all ears. What have you got for me, senpai? The first one is getting you out of the country, Rias said as she lifted a finger. Now that you've unleashed Cataclysm Zone's true form, its energy signature is all over town, so it's best if you put as much distance between yourself and QO as possible. I can use my family's connections to change your identity and set you up in some remote place in America or Europe. If you conceal yourself there without using your sacred gear at all, you might be able to live a somewhat decent life. A life where I'll have to bid farewell to my parents and homeland, and where I'll have to constantly look over my shoulder for pursuers while also suppressing my power, which is probably easier said than done. Takeishi said, You weren't kidding when you said I wouldn't like these choices, senpai. Declaring that you're under my family's protection is the second option, Rias said as she lifted her second finger. Still, this will only work to a certain degree. Moreover, if the higher-ups from our side view this as a waste of time and put too much pressure on my family, it's possible that they might force us to abandon you. I see, Takeishi sighed. What about the third option? It's a variation of the second, Rias said as she stood up and extended her hand. Become part of my peerage by reincarnating into a devil. Me, becoming a devil, Takeishi said with a troubled expression. How's that supposed to help me? For starters, the enhanced physiology and extended lifespan of a devil should enable you to withstand the effects of the evil dragon's power much better compared to your human body, Rias said. Furthermore, by becoming an official member of the House of Gremory, you'd be intimately connected with one of the most influential noble houses in the world of devils. Very few people would go to the trouble of hunting you down if it meant picking a fight with my house and causing diplomatic tensions with the underworld. What about your higher-ups? Takeishi asked. I doubt they'll be very pleased once they hear you've brought the infamous evil dragon user in your peerage. What if they decide to imprison or execute me just to be safe? That's unlikely to happen, since even the 4 great devil kings don't involve themselves in the internal affairs of noble families, Rias said. The higher-ups might try to stop me if they knew about my intentions beforehand, which is why we're making this a fait accompli. Even if they attempt to paint you as a danger to our society and ask for your execution afterwards, I have some ideas on how to counter them. It's not going to be easy, but it can be done. That's all well and good, but at the end of the day, I'm still going to be a servant. Takeishi noted. Spending the rest of my life as a slave doesn't sound like a very appealing proposal either. It's not as bad as it sounds, Rias said. You'll find that I allow my servants a great degree of personal freedom. Aside from doing the devil's job and participating in raiding games in the future, I won't ask for much else from you. Plus, even servant devils can get promoted to higher ranks if they make enough achievements, so you can become a noble and go independent in the future. Even so, I really doubt promotion would be a walk in the park, Takeishi pointed out. Doubly so for the dreaded evil dragon user. I'm sure your higher-ups would do their damnedest to hold me back. It will be an uphill battle for sure, but it's not impossible, Rias said. Still, the final decision regarding what you want to do is up to you. For my side, these are the only options I can give you. Takeishi was silent for a few seconds as he pondered this. As expected though, he couldn't come to a decision right now. Can I take some time to think about it? Of course, Rias said. I only ask that you don't take too much time before giving me your answer. Apart from my peerage and Sona's peerage, no one else should be aware of your identity, but better safe than sorry. Takeishi nodded without saying a word and left the Occult Research Club with heavy steps. Watching his retreating back, Rias couldn't help but feel sorry for what he was going through right now. I wish I could something more for you, Ryugamin-kun ... but that's my limit. Rias lamented. 3 harsh choices that will all lead to a difficult life for you. A knocking was heard at the door, snapping Rias out of her thoughts. The one who entered the room was a bespectacled girl with a slim figure, black hair styled in a short bob cut and violet eyes. Hello, Sona. Rias greeted her friend with a smile. What brings you here? I have the results from the analysis performed by the experts, Sona said. Unfortunately, they weren't able to trace the origin of the magic circle or its point of transmission. Our mastermind was very meticulous in covering their tracks. I see, Rias sighed. I suppose this means we'll have to watch our backs from now on. If this was a conspiracy aimed at us, the perpetrator is sure to strike again. Do you have any ideas about their identity, Sona? I can only make assumptions, Sona said while straightening her glasses. Issei's employed golems that could wield holy power. That makes the Grigori and the church our prime suspects ... or at least that's what they want us to think. We have too little information on the matter right now. That's true, Rias sighed as she stretched her arms. At least this incident concluded without any losses from our side. Our Kusaka-san and Yura-san's injuries. There was some light poisoning, but they were treated quickly, so there shouldn't be any ill effects. Sona said, they will be back on their feet in a couple of days. That's good to hear. Speaking of which, I passed by Ryugamin-kun when I was coming here, but he didn't seem to notice me. Sona said, let me guess, the news about his sacred gear hit him hard. I'm sure he's very distraught even though he looked composed on the outside. Rias said, it's not every day one finds out that they have a potential death sentence hanging above their heads. I assume you still intend to go through with this foolishness of recruiting him. Sona asked, to begin with, is it even possible to reincarnate him? I've spoken to Beelzebub-sama regarding this matter, and he believes that it can be done. Rias said, the rest is up to Ryugamin-kun. Also, what do you mean by foolishness, Sona? Exactly what you think. Sona said, he's dangerous, Rias, far more dangerous than you realize. The evil dragon user is always hunted down for a reason. I know you have a soft spot for troubled individuals, but you shouldn't let your emotions cloud your judgment. He saved my life, and also yours by extension. Rias pointed out, trying to preserve his life in return is the least I can do for him. I'm aware, which is why I'm not taking action on my own. Sona said, however, I still urge you to reconsider. There will be considerable backlash from the elders' side once they find out. Furthermore, if Ryugamin-kun loses control of himself and starts rampaging like his predecessors, this whole area will be reduced to a smoldering crater alongside us. In that case, I just have to make sure he masters his power. Just because something hasn't been done before, it doesn't mean it's impossible. Right? Rias winked, causing Sona to let out a deep sigh. I don't know where you're getting this confidence from. Fine, do as you wish. But if judge the situation is getting out of control, I will do what I must to protect us all. If it does come to that, I'll be counting on you, Rias said as she took out a chessboard. But enough about these serious topics. How about a game of chess to lighten the mood? You're on. Sona smiled as she sat across Rias, determined to continue her winning streak. Takshi arrived at his house in a daze. He mumbled a greeting to his father, who was watching a baseball game in the living room, and went straight to his room. After tossing his bag at the side, he fell on the bed, letting out a deep sigh. This is the worst. When I said I wanted my sacred gear to be cooler, this isn't exactly what I had in mind. The worst dragons in history stuck in my body, driving me insane or destroying me. And the best choice in this scenario involves me relinquishing my freedom. Can things get any worse than that? Pulling out his cell phone, he connected to the net and began searching about legends and myths related to the evil dragons Rias had mentioned. Suffice to say, he wasn't pleased with the results. Not a single positive thing to be found. Takshi let out a depressed sigh. All of them are depicted as terrifying monsters in the myths, and that's probably only the tip of the iceberg. No wonder everyone thinks of them as a grave threat. What the hell was that Deus Trinity thinking, sealing all 7 of them together? Who knows? Morbid curiosity. Some sort of experiment. Ensure the wielder's death before they could master our power. That God could be quite ruthless at times, something which I approve of. Takshi shot up, his eyes wide open in alarm. Who said that? All of a sudden, the scenery around Takshi changed, much to his shock. He was no longer in his room, but inside a massive cavern whose roof could not be seen, although the shadow of a large hall was visible in the distance. A black sea spread out before his eyes and a foul mist wafted around, burning his eyes. Taking a couple of tentative steps forward, Takshi could hear crunching sounds beneath his feet. He turned his gaze downwards ... and immediately regretted his decision. The ground was littered with corpses in various stages of decomposition as far as the eye could see. He barely stopped himself from gagging at the grotesque sight before him, taking several steps backwards and almost falling on his butt. Now, there's no need to be so alarmed. Everything is in your head after all. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed across the area as a large shadow squirmed in the distance. Once it got closer, the mist dispersed, revealing the form of an ash-colored dragon with a serpentine body 20 meters long that had 4 wings growing from its back. Black miasma surrounded its 4 limbs, melting the corpses beneath them, and corrosive fluids mixed with ash dripped from its mouth. You are Nidog? Takshi asked, a mix of revulsion and fear in his voice. The dragon gave him a toothy grin as he spoke. Indeed, I am Nidog, the one known as the Abyss Rage Dragon and the Scourge of the Norse Pantheon. You must be the newest jailer, whelp. Where are we? Takshi asked. What's this sickening place? Nidog said. Like I said, this place isn't real. It's merely a reproduction of one of my old dwellings, Nastrond, in your mindscape. Oh, the tasty meals I've had here. After saying so, Nidog plucked a corpse from the ground and started munching it, much to Takshi's disgust. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you perhaps want some? Nidog extended the half-eaten corpse towards Takshi, causing the young man to frown. You're kidding, right? Nidog remarked as he kept eating the corpse. But I am more into screams in any case. It'll be amusing seeing whether they'll be yours or those you slaughter. We're jumping straight to threats then. Takes let out a cramped smile. Shame. And here I thought we were starting to get along. Nidog said, I'm just stating facts. Though in my opinion, going on a rampage is the better option here. Much more entertaining and cathartic for both of us. Sorry, but I don't intend to go on any rampages. She said. In fact, you won't get a say on what I do. This power belongs to me now, and I decide how it will be used. Nidog snorted. Yet they all met similar ends. I must say though I was intrigued by that red-haired girl's last proposal. We've never had a devil user ever since we were sealed in here. It should be a fresh experience ... or it should at least somewhat extend our fun playtime together. Now I'm really starting to feel this is a terrible idea. She muttered. Since you don't seem to have anything useful to say, can I get out of here? The stench is really starting to become unbearable, and looking at your ugly mug isn't helping things either. The edges of Nidog's mouth curled upwards. But I would tone that attitude down if I were you. Who do you think assisted you when you fought the centaur? Who was the one that helped you resist that stray's hypnotic gaze? If you expect me to bow my head down to you in thanks, we're going to be here until Judgment Day. Nidog chuckled. I can tell we will have so much fun together, whelp. With a lightning-fast move, Nidog's tail pierced through Takeshi's chest. He started screaming in pain as the barbs dug deeper into his flesh while Nidog laughed. At the same time, several corpses started moving and extended their limbs, grabbing Takeshi and dragging him down. Gah! Takeshi found himself back in his room, instinctively checking his chest for any signs of wounds. While there were none, the pain had felt very real. Damn evil dragon! Takeshi cursed as he wiped the sweat from his brow. His attitude is as rotten as his breath. At that moment, a knock was heard at his door. Who is it? It's me, Hiroto said. Can I come in? Dad? Yeah, sure. Hiroto stepped inside the room, frowning upon taking note of Takeshi's condition. Are you all right, son? You're looking pale. I'm fine, Takeshi said. I just dozed off a bit and had a bad dream. It's nothing to worry about. Are you sure? Hiroto insisted as he sat next to Takeshi. Because you didn't look as energetic as usual when you came home. Is something troubling you? Perhaps ... girl problems. Why must that always be your first guess? Because that's what I'm hoping for, Hiroto said in a fervent manner. Youth only comes once in a lifetime, and being in love is an essential part of it. I'm really worried that I won't get to see my grandchildren at this rate. That's hardly. Takeshi stopped himself before saying something he would regret. Seriously though, if you have any problems, you can always talk to me and your mother, Hiroto said while ruffling his son's hair. No matter what, we'll be there for you. How nice would it be if I could solve my current problems with a heart-to-heart talk with my parents? A small, bitter smile appeared on Takeshi's face as he thought of something. While he couldn't confide in his father, perhaps he could get his opinion in a more roundabout manner. Actually, we had a ... sort of quiz today at school, Takeshi said. They asked us what we would do if we had to choose between our freedom and our life. I wasn't able to come up with an answer, and it's been on my mind ever since. Ooh, that's a tough one for sure. Hiroto frowned. Well, I would say this choice is strictly personal since it comes down to what an individual considers most valuable to them. Some would say life, others would say freedom. What would you choose? Me. Hiroto pondered this for a moment before answering. I think I would go with life. Losing your freedom is a terrible thing, but as long as you're alive, there will always be chances to reclaim it. You know, as long as there's life, there's hope. If you die, that's the end. That's right, isn't it? Takeshi murmured, and then smiled. Thanks, Dad. I think that's helped me a bit. Glad I could be of assistance, Hiroto said, but then let out a mischievous smile. Also, don't be a stranger when it comes to love. Enough with that already. Takeshi tossed a pillow at his father, who easily evaded it and left the room while laughing. Seriously, that father of mine, Takeshi grumbled. At least my mind is a bit clearer now. Getting up from his bed, Takeshi started pacing around the room. The situation is simple, Takeshi said to himself. My only tentative allies are Gremory Senpai and the others, while my enemy ... is pretty much the whole world. Not to mention, my power is a double-edged sword. TCH, it's like starting from a last dungeon-like area at max difficulty in level 1 while having negative status ailments. If this was a game, I would have a ton of complaints to make to the developers. Takeshi let out a chuckle before resuming his monologue. Becoming a devil seems to be the only way to keep on living for now. A more durable body and the protection of a major noble family aren't such a bad deal. Plus, Gremory Senpai doesn't seem like a bad person for a devil. I'll just have to take another leap of faith and trust her. Takeshi stared at the setting sun from his window with a determined expression. The goal is clear, Takeshi declared while clenching his fist. In order to survive, I'll definitely become stronger and obtain a high status in Devil Society no matter how difficult it might be. Or you can go solo and fight the world. I'm sure there must be one or two crazy individuals out there who would welcome even a freakish existence like us. Why delay the inevitable after all? Sorry, but the villain route doesn't suit me, corpse breath, Takeshi said as he gazed at the various tokusatsu merchandise filling the room. After all, heroes who use powers of dark origin to fight for their own justice and goals is my ideal. Takeshi let out a confident smile as he picked up a Kuga figure. The next day, you will become part of my peerage then. Rias spoke with a pleased expression. Just like yesterday, Takeishi was in the occult research club alone with Rias, having just informed her of his intentions. I'm not exactly thrilled, considering what I've heard so far, but it's the lesser evil, Takeishi said. However, there are 2 things I'd like you to do for me first. If it's within my power, I'll be glad to. Rias said. What do you need? Should things go south and I have to be killed... Can you modify everyone's memories and make it so I never existed? Takeishi said. If possible, I'd like to spare my parents from the grief. Ryugamin-kun. Rias had a sorrowful expression on her face. Very well, but let's both do our best so it doesn't come to that. What about your second request? I want the other half of the reward we had agreed in back during our first meeting, plus an extra 40% for my trouble. I believe that's only fair. Rias seemed stunned for a few seconds, but then laughed. I think this new life is going to suit you very well, Ryugamin-kun. Rias said with a smile. The funds will be transferred in the account you will be using from now on for your devil business. Is it all right? Yes, thank you. Takeishi nodded in satisfaction. So, how does this work? Do I have to stand in a magic circle while you do your devil magic that remodels my body? Drink your blood. Please don't tell me I have to eat someone's soul or something like that. Nothing that gory, Rias said. Remember our first conversation about the supernatural world and the state of the devils. How our numbers dwindled after the Great War with the angels and the fallen angels. The solution was this. Rias pointed at a chessboard next to her that was missing several pieces, much to Takeishi's confusion. You decided to settle conflicts by playing chess. Takeishi raised an eyebrow. A way to find a peaceful solution, I guess. That's not it, Rias retorted. Since we couldn't deploy the large armies of old, it was decided that the system should be revamped by giving each noble a set of elite servants as personal troops. To that end, the current Beelzebub-sama created the evil peace system, inspired by the human game of chess. Rias picked up a crimson pawn piece from the chessboard as she continued speaking. These special pieces can be used to reincarnate individuals as devils by implanting them inside their bodies. 1 queen, 2 bishops, 2 knights, 2 rooks and 8 pawns. Each high-ranking devil acts as king and receives these 15 chess pieces, meaning they can have up to 15 servants at most. You're using chess pieces to turn people into devils, Takeishi remarked, and then shrugged. It's far from the most surprising thing I've heard over the past few days. With this system, you can reincarnate anyone you want into a devil. Not anyone, Rias said. Gods cannot be reincarnated by using the evil peace system. Forcing them on someone is also not advisable. Apart from the obvious reason, the body naturally resists against the intrusion of a foreign element and the infusion of demonic power that attempts to alter it. That's why consent is an important part, as it lowers their resistance. Otherwise, there could be a powerful rejection reaction that would destroy the pieces and the individual in question. Well, if they're recently deceased or close to death, it's a different matter since the body's resistance is much lower in that case as well. That means you could plot someone's death, swoop in and reincarnate them. You could ... if you were someone that contemptible and stupid, Rias said with a severe expression. Some devils tend to do this, but I personally find it distasteful. Plus, if the conspiracy comes out, you'll have a vengeful servant after you. That's why trust is paramount in master and servant relationships. For some reason, Takeishi felt that there were many devils who would disagree with such sentiments. But I digress, Rias continued. There's also the case of the servant requiring multiple pieces to reincarnate due to their potential strength. Of course, if the difference in power and potential between the prospective servant and the master is too wide, the safety program installed in the evil pieces will prevent them from functioning. Not to mention, the demonic power infusion would probably be unable to alter their body. Wait a second, Takeishi said with a troubled expression. If we're talking about potential power, cataclysm zones should be off the charts. Is your power high enough to allow you to reincarnate me? Under normal circumstances, no. Rias shook her head. I wouldn't be able to match the combined power of the 7 most powerful evil dragons even if I trained my whole life. However, your case is a unique one. Really? How so? Beelzebub-sama theorizes that each individual sacred gear contained within Cataclysm Zone has to awaken and synchronize with your soul before it can truly be considered part of you. Rias explained. Thus, he believes that the evil pieces won't be able to estimate your gear's full potential due to its unique features and will only take Mayhem Striker's power into account, along with some of Cataclysm Zone's capabilities. Coupled with your acceptance of it, reincarnation should be possible. What happens if that doesn't work? Takeishi said. No, to begin with, Beelzebub is one of your leaders, isn't he? You're saying he's fine with you taking a dangerous individual like me under your wing. Beelzebub-sama is ... an odd case, Rias said in a hesitant manner. He was more interested in the effect the evil pieces would have on you in the long run and vice versa rather than the danger you represent. Mad scientist type. Got it. Something to that effect, Rias said. As for your first question, if this doesn't work ... we're going to have to bend the rules a bit, though I'm not too eager to do that. That's why, let's hope we can get it on the first try. Rias picked up all 8 pawn pieces and came to stand across Takeishi. From a rough estimate, I think it will take all 8 of my pawn pieces to supply the necessary demonic power to reincarnate you. Rias said. Are you ready, Ryugamin-kun? Ready as I'll ever be, Takeishi said as he straightened his back. Devil me up, senpai. All right then, Rias said as she extended her hands. I order you, Ryugumin Takeshi, in the name of Rias Gremory. You shall be reborn as a devil and serve as my arms and legs. You, my pawn, be delighted with your new life. Following Rias's declaration, the pawn pieces flew out of her hands and starting sinking into Takeshi's chest one by one. He tensed as he felt his body grow hot and then cold, followed by a tingling sensation all over it. Once the last pawn piece had vanished inside his body, Takeshi frowned as he felt a strange pressure coming from his shoulder blades. The next moment, a pair of bat-like wings sprouted from his back and spread out much to his surprise. So cool, Takeshi muttered with an amazed expression as he felt his new wings, noting that the dimly lit room seemed brighter for some reason. Was the chant back there necessary for the ritual? Not really. Rias made a cute gesture. Just something to set the mood. In any case, it seems like it was a success. Welcome to my peerage in the world of devils, Ryugumin-kan. Can I call you Takeshi? Sure thing, Takeshi said. However, how should I address you from now on? Should I call you master or princess or my lady? While we're at school, you can call me president like everyone else, Rias said. When we are in the underworld, it's better to call me master in front of the other devils. Very well, president, Takeshi said. What's your first order? My first order is for you to relax and have fun at your welcoming party. Rias snapped her fingers. The clubroom's door opened, with Yudo, Kaniko and Akeno entering inside while carrying trays filled with food, beverages and dessert. Welcome to the Occult Research Club and President's Peerage, Ryugumin-kan, Akeno said with a smile. I hope you're feeling hungry because there's plenty of food around here, Yufufu. Welcome, Takeshi-senpai. Kaniko made a small bow. A pleasure to be working with you from now on. It's nice having another active male member in the club. Yudo shook hands with Takeshi before offering him a plate. Let's do our best both in club activities and the devil's job. You prepared all this for me. Takeshi was surprised to say the least, prompting Rias to smile. Of course, we are welcoming a new member in our little family. If that's not cause for celebration, I don't know what is. A warm feeling spread throughout Takeshi's chest. For the first time in a long while, he actually felt like a normal teenager, being part of a group and hanging around with friends. He found it ironic considering he had to trade his humanity for that. But you will destroy them as well in the end. It's the inescapable fate of the accursed evil dragon user. Nidog's voice taunted Takeshi. That won't happen. Takeshi shot back. Whether it's you or the other evil dragons, I won't be defeated. I'm the only one who decides my path. Don't just stand there, Takeshi, Rias said, snapping Takeshi out of his thoughts. Kaniko says you're good at games, so how about we put that claim to the test? If that is your wish. Takeshi made an exaggerated bow. Just don't be too angry at me when I defeat you, my dear master. Oh ho, them's fighting words. Rias grinned. Let's do this. Show me what you've got. That day, the sounds of laughter echoed throughout the Occult Research Club until late at night. In an unknown location. It was a failure after all. To be expected from worthless strays, I suppose. A woman with short auburn hair, yellow eyes and a voluptuous body, who had 3 pairs of black wings growing from her back, remarked with a dissatisfied expression. Next to her, a man with black hair worn in a ponytail, green eyes and a slender frame, who had 2 pairs of wings growing from his back, sighed. It's as you say, Layla. What was Kakabeel-sama thinking, leaving this to the trash of devil society? Most likely, he didn't want to spill precious fallen angel blood if he could avoid it, Terrell. Layla reasoned. That's why he had us gather them. If the strays succeeded, good for us. If they didn't, nothing of importance would be lost. Well, except from the golems we borrowed from the labs over the years, but machinery can be replaced unlike manpower. Did Kakabeel-sama really intend to reward them if they managed to eliminate the devils? He did ... and he would probably make their location known to the devils afterwards. Layla let out a malicious grin. Once they found out that the technology restraining their evil pieces was of fallen angel origin, we'd have a nice diplomatic incident in our hands. Even if it didn't, taking down the heiresses of 2 prominent devil clans would still be a victory. Shame it failed, Terrell said. Who would have expected the current evil dragon user of all people to intervene? Talk about a stroke of bad luck. However, that means it's my turn next. Once preparations are complete, my subordinates and I will deliver the devil's heads to Kakabeel-sama without fail. You seem confident, Layla remarked. Do you have a secret weapon? You could say that. Terrell smirked. Kakabeel-sama has given me permission, so I'll put the Calamity Witch into good use. Fight fire with fire. Oh, her, Layla said. That should be interesting to watch. I'll be anxiously waiting for the good news then. The time to settle the score from the last war draws near, Terrell said. Those detestable devils and angels won't know what hit them. Following these words, a magic circle appeared beneath Layla and Terrell's feet, with the 2 fallen angels teleporting away. Princess, are you awake? We've arrived in the capital. Yes, thank you. Rias nodded in response to her maid's words, her mind occupied with the matter she had to deal with. She was currently inside a carriage that was heading towards the underworld's capital, Lilith. As she had expected for some time, Rias had received an order a couple of days prior to appear before a council of high-class devils in order to give explanations regarding her latest venture. The reincarnation of the dreaded evil dragon user of this generation, Ryugumin Takeshi, as a devil belonging to her household. How annoying. The crimson-haired girl let out a small sigh as she rubbed her temples while murmuring so. Even though she knew this was likely to happen, it didn't make the prospect of dealing with the elders more tolerable. They would surely call for her newest servant's death, or imprisonment at the very least, on the grounds of the potential danger his unique sacred gear represented to Devil Society and the world at large. She would have to fight an uphill battle in order to prevent both of these scenarios from coming to pass. Still, it can't be much worse than confronting my family, Rias muttered with a bitter smile on her face. Her father and brother had been beside themselves with worry once they learned the news, a fact that they had made abundantly clear through the numerous calls she had received from them. On the other hand, her mother, Rias, while I understand your desire to repay that young man, you should have informed us of what you were planning beforehand. You're making a very dangerous gamble that could have disastrous ramifications for both you and our family as a whole. I think that much warrants a discussion at least, don't you? Her mother was smiling the whole time, but her disapproval had been palpable. Rias shuddered to think what sort of sermon was waiting for her in the future. But for now, she had to focus on the upcoming meeting with the elders. It was highly unlikely that they would be swayed by arguments based on emotions, so she would have to appeal to their logic instead and show that Takeshi's presence could benefit the underworld. A very difficult task, but not impossible if she played her cards right. Immersed in her thoughts, Rias almost failed to notice that the carriage had come to a stop in front of a large dome-shaped building resembling a temple. Exiting the carriage, Rias was surprised to see a familiar face waiting for her. Sona. Rias raised an eyebrow. What are you doing here? Hello, Rias. Sona greeted her. Since your family can't be here today and you probably feel nervous, I thought you might appreciate having a friend by your side. You're right, I do. Rias smiled as the two of them walked inside the building. Thanks for your consideration, Sona. I also thought you might be interested in learning that today's council will be comprised of Lord Bale, Lord Agers, Lord Salos, Lady Payman, and Lord Vasego. Sona said, they're the representatives that have been elected by the rest of the assembly to decide Ryugamin-kun's fate. Ugh. Rias's expression morphed into one of disgust. Lord Agers aside, who's impartial, the rest have an axe to grind with my family. Especially Lord Bale, who didn't take kindly to my brother, my nephew, and I inheriting the power of destruction while his firstborn son failed to do so. This just got so much more bothersome. On the other hand, this might actually work in your favor. Sona said, if they believe that Ryugamin-kun being part of your peerage is detrimental to you and your family, they might rule against killing him. Anything that weakens a rival family's influence and power is beneficial to each of them. The ages-old competition between the pillars, hey. Rias snorted. It might be as you say, Sona, but I don't think it'll be that simple. If Takeshi's power can be controlled, he'll become a major asset to me, and by extension, to my family. Not to mention, my evaluation will soar should that come to pass. Having the evil dragon user under one's command is no small feat after all. They won't stand for it if they can help it, and unfortunately, they can. Shame that our siblings can't help out here. Sona said, the assembly has shut them out on the pretext that they won't be able to make an impartial ruling. Same thing with the other two Devil Kings, which means you're on your own, Rias. That's probably for the best. Rias said, I wouldn't want to trouble them or depend on them too much. I need to show everyone that I can stand on my own. You and me both. Sona smiled as the two girls arrived before a set of large double doors, with two guards standing on each side. This is as far as I can go with you. Good luck in there, Rias. Thank you, Sona. After bidding farewell to her friend, Rias stood in front of the double doors, taking a deep breath to compose herself. Then, she pressed her hand on the doors, with the symbol of Gremory briefly appearing on them. The doors slowly opened, with the guards beckoning at Rias to step inside. Upon doing so, she found herself in a vast circular chamber somewhat reminiscent of a courtroom. Several devils could be seen occupying the audience stands, Sona among them, while 5 elevated thrones were placed on the center of the room with an equal amount of people seated on each of them. Ah, Princess Rias, right on time as usual. Good, good. That means we can begin. The one who had spoken was a well-built man with short pale greenish-blonde hair and sky-blue eyes. Although he appeared quite young at first glance, that impression was ruined by the dark circles underneath his eyes and the several wrinkles prominent on his face. Archduke Agers, my lords. Rias made a small bow at the 5 people seated on the thrones. We all know why we're here, so let's skip the empty pleasantries and go straight to the point. A man with close-cropped jet-black hair and violet eyes, who was glowering at Rias, said, Rias Gremory, all of us here would like some explanations as to why you chose to bring a dangerous existence like the evil dragon user into your peerage. As you're well aware, neither us nor the Devil Kings usually interfere in the internal affairs of fellow pillar families. A well-endowed woman with long light blue hair, green eyes, pointed ears, and a pair of ram horns protruding from the side of her head continued. But there are always exceptions, and this definitely counts as one of them. Just like Lord Bale, I eagerly await to hear your reasoning. Seriously, one would have thought that you would have learned not to bite more than you can chew already, what with that mutated bishop of yours. A tall, lanky man with shoulder-length white hair, pale skin, and crimson eyes let out a derisive laugh as he spoke. This might be strange coming from a devil, but you shouldn't be too greedy and aim to claim uncontrollable power. You will only end up wasting precious pieces on defective goods otherwise. Thank you for your wisdom, Lord Vasego. Rias's tone was dripping with sarcasm, her anger barely restrained. She didn't need a pompous man like him reminding her of her inability to help her precious bishop, both with his power and his reclusive behavior, or call him defective goods. If this was meant to throw her off her game, it was working wonders. We're going off topic here. A man with orange-colored hair that had parts of his body covered in green scales and a set of large teeth protruding from his mouth spoke next. The discussion is about the fate of the evil dragon user, Princess Rias's newest pawn, is it not? Frankly, I don't see why there should even be a discussion, Lord Sallows. Lord Bale snorted. The facts speak for themselves. That creature is too dangerous to be left alive. We all know what sort of devastation the evil dragon user has brought to the human world over the centuries. I will not stand for the same thing potentially happening to the underworld. Agreed. Lord Visego nodded. I don't see any benefit in keeping that thing around, only problems. It should be disposed of post-haste before it grows too powerful to actually cause significant damage to our people and territories. Let us not be hasty, my lords. Lord Aggers made a placating gesture. Princess Rias still hasn't presented her case. We should listen to her before we make a decision. Yes, let's, Lady Payman said, a playful smile on her lips. I always enjoy watching people squirm while trying to make excuses. This is it, moment of truth. You can do this. After psyching herself up, Rias addressed the 5 nobles. My lord, how many Longinus possessors does the underworld currently have? The question elicited several confused murmurs from the audience, with the 5 lords also looking bewildered by her unexpected query. Why are you asking? Lord Bale said, his frown deepening. Like everyone else present, you should be well aware that none of these unique sacred gears are in our hands. Then you should have realized by now that we are currently in a severely disadvantageous position in that regard. Rias said, the church is in possession of one of the top-tier Longinus, Zenith Tempest. Furthermore, the wielder of boosted gear, the current Red Dragon Emperor, is also a member of the church's Catholic branch. As for the fallen angels, the White Dragon Emperor, the possessor of Divine Dividing, is a confirmed member of their organization, while the possessors of cannies like Aeon and Absolute Demise are also affiliated with them, as you should know. What are you trying to say, Princess Rias? My point here is that we need a deterrent, Lord Sallows. Rias said, a powerful and dangerous weapon of our own that will make our enemies think twice about deploying their powerful weapons against us, as well as a trump card to counter their own should another war erupt. In the absence of a Longinus possessor on our side, utilizing the evil dragon user as our shield is the next best option for the underworld's protection. Let me get this straight, Lord Visego said. You reincarnated him in order to use him as a prevention measure. You, a Gremmery, a member of a family renowned for their love towards their servants, would treat the evil dragon user as a tool to be used and discarded if necessary for the underworld. Are you perhaps confusing affection with pragmatism, Lord Visego? Rias smirked. For shame, and here I thought you were a better devil than that. Why, you little. That's definitely a compelling argument. Lord Aggers hastily interjected. It's true that both the angels and the fallen angels might get emboldened by the number of Longinus possessors on their side and seek to break the tenuous balance between our 3 factions by resuming hostilities. Some additional firepower on our side would be most welcome. However, there is still the matter of the danger he poses to us if he goes on a rampage like his predecessors did. Is there any guarantee from your side that won't happen? It's true I cannot guarantee such a thing, Rias said. However, if it seems like Ryugamine takes she will lose control, then I will deal with him before things escalate past the point of no return. Will you now? Lady Payman smirked. How deliciously cold-blooded. Perhaps I should revise my opinion of you a bit, little lady of the Gremmery. Interesting. Lord Sallows rubbed his chin. The evil dragon user being our guard dog. That's an angle I hadn't thought of. Yes, that does sound appealing. Perhaps there is some merit in leaving him alive for now. Are we seriously considering this, my fellow lords? Lord Bale spoke with an irritated expression. That thing isn't a guard dog, but a rabid one that might turn on us at any moment. What we should do is, pardon me, my lords, but would you be so kind as to allow me to offer my opinion on this matter? Everyone present flinched following this unexpected interruption that came from the audience stands, Rias included. The one who had spoken was a middle-aged looking devil with a well-built body, waist-length black hair and violet eyes that somewhat resembled Lord Bale, a playful smile on his face. Lord Zekrem. Lord Aggers spoke with a guarded expression. We would be honored to have your input, but I would like to remind you that the final decision rests in our hands. Of course, Zekrem nodded. I'm not contesting that, Lord Aggers. Like I said, this is merely my opinion. It's true that this is a risky gamble with a low probability of success. However, that is exactly what makes it all the more interesting, don't you think? Attempting something that has never been done before. That's how progress occurs after all. Honored forefather, while I understand your point, we can't just... I say we can. Zekrem cut off Lord Bale's words. Of course, that's only if Princess Rias is willing to take full responsibility for the evil dragon user. Should he wreak havoc on the underworld or in another faction's territory, the rest of the underworld will not be held accountable for his actions. Any and all reparations will be handled by her in the House of Gremmery. That's only fair? No. That's just the way I wanted it. Rias stared at Zekrem with a resolute expression on her face, prompting the latter to smile. In that case, I don't see any problem. I suggest that we accept him as a denizen of the underworld, with every privilege and responsibility that entails, and observe the situation for now. But of course, the final judgment rests on your shoulders, my lords, Zekrom said while staring at Lord Bale with a pointed look. The black-haired devil looked like he had swallowed something really bitter, but otherwise remained silent. In that case, let us proceed with the ruling, Lord Agers said. All those in favor of adopting Lord Zekrom's suggestion and leaving Princess Rias' newest pawn alone for now, raise your hands. After saying so, Lord Agers raised his hand, followed by Lady Payman, Lord Sallows and Lord Vasego. Lord Bale still seemed dissatisfied, but reluctantly raised his hand as well. Looks like we have a unanimous vote, Lord Agers said. Princess Rias, we expect that you will tackle this matter to the best of your abilities and keep your newest servant well under control. I will make sure not to disappoint you, my lords. Then, you are dismissed, Lord Agers said. Let's move on to the next topic, everyone. The budget regarding the renovation project in Lucifatis. Stepping outside of the chamber and putting as much distance from it as she could, Rias let out an exhausted sigh as she collapsed on a nearby couch. This had been far more mentally taxing than she had anticipated. However, everything had worked out in the end more or less. Good work in there, Rias, Sona said as she sat next to her friend. You did well in convincing the elders, though you could have avoided antagonizing Lord Vasego. Giving him more reasons to be hostile towards you and your family isn't prudent. He was going to do so regardless of whatever I said in there. Rias grimaced. Plus, he dared to insult Gasper. I wasn't going to let him get away with it so easily. I suppose you're right. As for my bargaining, I can't help but feel that Lord Zekrom's words were the decisive factor in there. Rias frowned. The first-generation Bale interceding on my behalf was something I didn't expect, or that he would be present at all for that matter. That came as a surprise to me as well, Sona said. It's also a cause for concern. Why would Zekrom Bale intervene here? Judging from the current Lord Bale's expression, this was an unexpected move. Did he actually do this to support you? Or is he so certain that this will blow in your face and lower your family's estimation? Or perhaps he simply found this whole state of affairs amusing and is curious to see how things will play out with Ryugumin-kun. Who can tell what that old schemer is thinking? Rias said. What matters is that Takshi has been spared from imprisonment or execution. I fully intend for him to live a long life after all. I admit I was astonished when I heard you say you wanted to use him as a throwaway piece for the sake of the underworld if needed. Sona smirked. Who knew you could lie so convincingly? Lie is such an ugly word. Rias let out a mischievous smile. I simply told them the truth they were most comfortable with. Whatever you say, Sona said, but then her expression grew serious. Still, how exactly do you intend to help Ryugumin-kun with taming his sacred gear? As much as I hate to say it, your odds aren't looking very good. There's not much to do other than having him train and controlling his powers alongside the rest of my peerage to the best of my abilities. Rias said. I'll also try to get in touch with Beelzebub-sama again and get his opinion. The rest is up to Takshi's own mental and physical fortitude. In that case, let's hope he's up to the challenge, Sona said. For his sake and everyone else's. I should probably head back, Rias said after a few seconds as she stood up. I'm sure Takshi is anxious to hear the verdict. Although, right about now, he should be. Back at Kyo. The sound of an explosion resounded across the small forest surrounding the old school building. Though, damn it, Takshi cursed as he clutched his burnt palm, jumping up and down as Akeno watched him with an amused expression on her face. Close, but not quite there yet, Akeno remarked. Why don't we try this one more time with less explosions? It's not like I'm making it explode because I like it. Takshi grumbled as he opened his hand, focusing on sensing the flow of his demonic power. For the past couple of weeks, he had been training with his new comrades whenever there was free time in order to master the basic skills of a devil and improve his control over his sacred gear. While things were progressing well more or less, he still had some issues with channeling and controlling his demonic power. Akeno's theory regarding that matter was that the aura of the evil dragons dwelling within his sacred gear was interfering with the flow of demonic power. This made controlling it difficult, especially for someone who was still incapable of making fine adjustments. It was like trying to have someone learn how to ride a bicycle for the first time without training wheels while someone was harassing them. Rias had attempted to put a seal on him in order to limit the interference, but his sacred gear was somehow resisting that. Therefore, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and power through it. Remember, demonic power courses both inside and outside your body, Akeno said. It's just a matter of feeling the flow and guiding it through your will in order to shape it. Even do, Takshi-kun. Yudo encouraged him from the side, having just finished his sparring session with Kaniko. It's not as difficult as it sounds. Hang in there, senpai. Doing his best to concentrate and have his demonic power follow his commands, Takshi was rewarded with a mass of energy the size of a volleyball gathering on his hand. Beads of sweat started dripping from his face as he struggled to maintain the sphere's form and restrict the energy flow. Unfortunately, after a few seconds, the sphere lost its shape and dissipated into a rain of particles. That was better, Akeno said with a pleased smile. The sphere didn't explode this time, which means you were able to avoid channeling too much excess power to it. If you improve your control a bit more, you'll clear the first step in no time. After that, you'll move to something like this. Akeno took a rock from the ground and held it in her hand. Channeling demonic power into it, she shattered it into tiny fragments. Oh, impressive. Takeshii clapped. But that's just the beginning, isn't it? That's right, but you still have to master the first step, so no rushing ahead. Akeno wagged her finger in a playful manner. Now then, time for your favorite part. Yudo, if you would. Yes, Vice President. Yudo conjured a blade as he came to stand a few meters in front of Takeshii. Seeing this, the auburn-haired youth smirked. Sparring time? Hey, that's perfect. I'll settle the score from 2 days ago, Kibaa-kun. Let's do this, Cataclysm Zone. The ornate black and gold belt materialized on Takeshii's waist, with Mayhem Striker manifesting on Takeshii's right hand. Please go easy on me, Yudo said with a smile as he brandished his sword. Like that's going to happen. Takeshii let out a sly smirk as he readied his stance. Begin. Following Akeno's prompt, Takeshii pointed his axe at Yudo. A wave of ash erupted from it, heading straight for the blonde-haired youth. Jumping to the side, Yudo dashed at Takeshii, his blade aimed low. Takeshii swung his axe at him, but a wave of pressurized air erupted from Yudo's blade, propelling him upward. Landing behind Takeshii, he aimed at his back. Takeshii brought his axe around and caught the incoming blade on its handle. It won't be that easy. Giving a mental command while smirking, Takeshii had the ashes aimed for Yudo. However, the knight easily evaded them, moving from point to point so fast that Takeshii could barely register his movements at times. Yudo didn't stop there as he started attacking from various angles, retreating just before Takeshii's slashes or kicks could land on him. Your defenses and reaction time are looking better, Yudo remarked with a grin as he locked weapons with Takeshii. Not bad, Takeshii-kun. And you are as annoyingly agile as ever, Kibaa-kun. Takeshii grimaced, as expected of a knight. Pushing Yudo back and raising his axe high, Takeshii summoned as much ash as he could, spreading it over the area. A large amount of it surrounded him like a makeshift barrier, while several ash tendrils began chasing after Yudo. Forming a demonic sword of water, Yudo used it along with his demonic sword of wind to douse and scatter the ashes. Anything he couldn't counter, he evaded with his superior speed. How about this then? Takeshii slammed the axe on the ground, expelling all the ashes outward. Yudo crossed his swords to shield himself with a water and wind barrier as the ashes scattered. Before he could regain his bearings, Takeshii was upon him, his axe grinding against his swords for a moment before cutting through them. Yudo hastily summoned another blade, but a high kick from Takeshii sent him crashing to the ground. Just as he was about to knock the defenseless Yudo out, a white blur smashed on him, sending him skidding backwards as he let out a cry of pain. Hey, what gives? Takeshii shouted at his attacker, Kaniko, who had taken a stance next to Yudo. Taking this spar up a notch, Kaniko said. Handling unexpected shifts in battle is a must. Maybe, but still how is 2 against 1 fair? Takeshii complained. Especially when you're both more experienced than me. Is that even allowed, Akeno-san? Well, Kaniko-chan does have a point, so I'll allow it, Akeno said while smiling. We're doing this for your own good, Takeshii-kun. Definitely not because I want to see your disappointed and frustrated expression, Yufufu. Right, Takeshii sighed as he brandished his weapon. My chances aren't looking very good, but I'll at least make this extremely showy. Takeshii charged while summoning more ash to surround him, with Kaniko and Yudo stepping forward to meet him head-on. Yudo maneuvered his wind-clad blade to get past Takeshii's ash barrier, clashing against Mayhem Striker. Once Yudo pulled back, Kaniko took his place, driving Takeshii back through a flurry of punches. At the same time, Yudo used his demonic sword to keep scattering the ashes. Takeshii grunted. Despite his efforts to counterattack, he found himself being pushed back by the combo of his 2 senior devils. Gritting his teeth, he glared at his 2 opponents. Don't underestimate me. An overwhelming amount of bloodlust and killing intent erupted from Takeshii, dark aura surrounding Mayhem Striker for a moment before vanishing. Yudo and Kaniko flinched, taking a few steps back by instinct as several ash tendrils struck their former positions at speeds faster than before. Not missing this chance, Takeshii willed the ashes to surround his right foot as he jumped up, spreading his devil wings. Takeshii shot forward like a bullet, his kick aimed at his 2 opponents. However, his aim was far from true, missing the 2 devils by a wide margin as he sailed through the air. Wow, where are the brakes? Carried forward by his momentum and unable to control himself in time, the screaming Takeshii crashed into a nearby thicket, going through several trees before slamming face first on the trunk of a large one, letting out a pain groan as he slid on the ground. Damn it, Takeshii grumbled, spitting out pieces of tree bark. I was so sure I could get it right this time. Are you all right, Takeshii-kun? Yudo asked with a concerned expression as he approached him, followed by Kaniko, and offered him a hand. That seemed like a nasty hit. Hey, I'm used to it by now, Takeshii said as he made a dismissive gesture at Yudo and stood up on his own. In order to create the perfect finishing move I envision, I can't be discouraged by this much. Too bad the only thing it damages is you so far, Kaniko pointed out, causing Takeshii to grimace. Why a kick though? Isn't it obvious? Takeshii said with an expression full of fervor. A powerful kick that destroys the opponent in a flashy explosion is the best. The mere thought of performing such a cool finisher one day gives me goosebumps. Shuni evil dragon. Kaniko shook her head in exasperation while Yudo chuckled. I think that's far enough for now, Akeno said as she surveyed the broken trees, gashes on the ground and burnt grass. We've caused enough damage to the school grounds for one day. but the battle hasn't been settled yet. She complained. Matches with no clear result are the worst. Hell, outright losing is better than this. I understand your feelings, but it's getting late and we have to prepare for today's requests. Akeno said. It would reflect poorly on us if we appeared before our clients looking all ragged and beat up. That doesn't mean much to me considering I've been stuck on flyer delivery duty ever since I joined this peerage. She complained as the group started making their way back to the Orc Club room. How am I supposed to start raking in any achievements like this? Patience, Kaniko said. Once President settles things with the higher-ups, you'll be able to join us as well. She'd better come back soon. She said. I haven't had many chances to try out the pawn's promotion in our spars so far. Needing the king's permission or having to be in enemy territory every time is such a pain. The enhanced strength and defense of a rook are working alright, but I still need a lot more practice with the knight's enhanced speed and the bishop's heightened demonic power. The all-rounder queen is a no-go for now. You've been handling yourself pretty well without it so far, Akeno said, but then frowned. About your sacred gear, do you think you have a better grasp of its abilities? Sort of. She frowned. It's a bit difficult to accurately control the ashes and shape them exactly the way I wish. I had Nidog's help the first time I used it, but still it feels like Mayhem Striker and I aren't synchronizing as well as we should. Well, your control did seem to improve when you were angry. Yudo spoke with some hesitation. Perhaps your mindset needs to be close to that of an evil dragon in order to draw out your sacred gear's full power. Thinking like an evil dragon. She rubbed his chin. You might be onto something there, Kibaa. Perhaps rage and bloodlust are needed too. Don't. Kaniko grabbed Takeshi's sleeve, a frown on her face. Don't go there, senpai. That path will only bring ruin to yourself and those around you. Takeshi didn't respond. While he understood Kaniko's worries, drawing out and mastering his sacred gear's power was a necessary step for him to survive in the long run. If some sacrifices needed to be made or some collateral damage had to occur, would it really matter that much? Whoa, where did that come from? Senpai, sorry, lost myself in thought for a bit there. Takeshi rubbed his temple before turning to Kaniko. I'll make sure to be careful. Please do. Once everyone stepped inside the club room, they were surprised to see Rias sitting on her desk. You're back already, President. The matter was settled faster than I anticipated. Rias responded to Akeno's question with a smile. I come bearing good news, everyone. Our higher-ups have decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach with you, Takeshi, meaning you can fully commit to your duties as a devil from now on without restrictions. So no more flyer duty. No more flyer duty, Rias affirmed, with Takeshi letting out a relieved sigh. Today, we'll get you started on contracts, something which you had been looking forward to. It's the only way I can make contributions that will make me eligible for a promotion after all, at least for now. Takeshi said, though I'm not sure I understand why contracts are necessary or how they benefit the underworld. There are two major benefits to it, Rias said, lifting two fingers. The first is the acquisition of extra demonic power. The magic circle drawn on the leaflets we pass around has a function that enables it to transform the user's desire into demonic power, which is then used to raise the upper limit of our demonic power pool. However, the increase is minuscule, to the point where one would need to fulfill contracts for at least a couple of millenniums to notice a significant increase in their abilities. Sounds like a waste of time, Takeshi said. I guess that means the second reason is the main one. Spot on, Rias said. By making contracts with humans in positions of power, we can expand and solidify our influence over the human world. This allows us to put pressure on people affiliated with the Church and the Grigori, giving us an edge over them. Of course, low-class devils like us aren't the ones who are summoned to deal with such humans, Akeno added from the side. However, if one of our seemingly mundane clients ends up acquiring a high position in the future that can benefit us devils as a whole, the contracted devil also receives recognition and a higher estimation from the higher-ups, which in turn raises the chances for a promotion. So, you have to be extremely lucky to chance upon a human that will end up becoming someone important in the future and establish an early connection with them. Takeshi sighed. My promotion seems to be getting further and further away. However, if controlling the most influential humans is so important, why don't we just place them under mind control or something? That would be a violation of the unwritten law that we must respect mankind's free will, Rias said. If every faction started mind-controlling humans and using them as proxies, the whole world would spiral into chaos. Should a supernatural being subvert a human's will, every other faction has carte blanche to inflict whatever punishment they deem fit upon them. What if we were really sneaky about it? Takeshi insisted. Like, so sneaky that they wouldn't even notice it. Still not worth it if you were found out, and you would be found out, Rias said. Our enemies aren't so dumb that they wouldn't notice something was amiss if we resorted to such methods. Bummer. As for contracts, the process is really simple. Rias continued as she reached into one of her desk's drawers, pulling out a leaflet. When humans have a wish they strongly desire to fulfill, the magic circle inscribed on the leaflet sends a signal to the magic circle here in the clubroom. After that, you head to the client's location by teleporting through the magic circle, grant their wish and receive your payment before coming back. Rinse and repeat. Easy, right? At first glance, yeah, Takeshi said. What about payment though? How is the appropriate amount determined? Remember the portable device you use to locate humans with strong greed when passing the leaflets around. Akeno said while holding up said device. It also has a function that calculates the amount a client must pay to have their wish fulfilled by taking their value as a person into account. If they wish for something far beyond their capabilities, the wish cannot be granted, or it would require their life as payment, which makes it meaningless. No kidding, Takshi said. I think I got the gist of it. When do we start? Right now, Rias said. As per the ancient covenants between us and the heaven folk, we can only operate during the night, so we make the most of it. Since Yudo received 2 requests and one is from a first-timer, I'll leave that one to you, Takshi. But first things first. Akeno, if you would. Yes, President. Akeno turned to Takshi. Could you please stand on the middle of the magic circle, Takshi-kun? Takshi did as was asked, with Akeno raising her hands as blue and white light started coming out of the magic circle. This is. Akeno is preparing the magic circle to receive your personal seal. Rias said, put your palm towards me. Takshi raised his right arm towards Rias, with the crimson-haired girl using her finger to draw some sort of shape on his palm. Takshi barely stifled a giggle, since the feeling of Rias's fingers was making him ticklish. Once she was done, his palm started glowing, with a symbol engraving itself on it. This is what exactly? Takshi asked while examining the seal on his palm, which vanished after a few seconds. Like Rias said before, this is your personal seal that is connected to our main teleportation magic circle. Akeno said, through it, you'll be able to teleport to the client's place and back here once you're done. Furthermore, once you obtain regular clients, the reaction from your personal seal will allow us to know they're asking for you specifically. Rias said, do you have any questions, Takshi? No, I'm all good. Takshi said, let's get this show on the road. Will you be alright on your own, Takshi-kun? Yudo asked, it's your first contract after all. Perhaps you'd like one of us to come along with you. Thanks, but I can handle it on my own. Takshi said, it wouldn't look good on me if I appeared with an escort. In that case, you're all set, Rias said with a smile. You already have the manual for what to do after being summoned, so refer it if you encounter trouble. Will do, President. Takshi saluted with a grin. Urugamin Takshi, heading out. The magic circle's glow intensified, a multitude of lights surrounding Takshi's body and forcing him to close his eyes due to the intense brightness. He then felt a tingling sensation all over his body, followed by a feeling of weightlessness. Takshi assumed that the teleport had taken effect. It would have been pretty embarrassing if for some reason I wasn't able to teleport. Takshi chuckled to himself as he felt his senses returning to him. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar room, with a young man a couple of years older than him standing across from him, an apprehensive look on his face. Hello there, the young man spoke in a hesitant tone. Are you the devil I summoned? That's right, Takshi said as he crossed his hands. I'm a devil belonging to the Gremory family. You have a wish you want to fulfill, right? Let's hear it then. While the man fidgeted as he pointed towards a set of instruments in the corner of his room. I've got an upcoming concert and I'd like some help with practicing. Takshi's expression was neutral at first, but then fell as a look of horror appeared on his face. Shit, Takshi-kun is running a bit late, Akeno remarked with a troubled expression. You think something went wrong? There shouldn't be a problem since some contracts tend to drag on, but we should probably send someone to check up on him if he doesn't come back within the next hour or so. Rias said. It does seem to have a tendency to get into trouble. At that moment, the magic circle shone, with Takshi stepping out of it, an unreadable expression on his face. Well, you're back. Rias smiled. We were just talking about you. So, how did it go? Hey, good, I guess. Takshi said in a reluctant manner as he put a guitar on the table. This is the payment for the contract. That's a good piece, Rias said as she looked it over once. Akeno sent it to the appraisers later. It might be an antique with some value. Of course, President. You seem a bit uncomfortable there, Takshi, Rias said as she glanced at a leaflet that had just arrived on her desk via Magic Circle. Anything you'd like to share with the rest of us? I'm not really sure what you're talking about. As you should know, when a high-class devil's servants fulfill a wish, the customer sends back a questionnaire filled with their opinion over said servant's performance, Rias said, tapping the leaflet on her desk. However, this questionnaire is quite incomprehensible to say the least. It's as if the client was scribbling on it instead of writing. Did something happen, Takshi-kun? You don't have to feel embarrassed if you made a mistake. I botched a couple of contracts myself during my first months as a devil. Failure is the mother of success, Yudo and Kaniko said in a supportive manner. Takshi grimaced, opening and closing his mouth several times before speaking. The request, well, let's say it wasn't exactly up my alley. How so? Rias raised an eyebrow at Takshi's words. Requests are screened beforehand and given to servant devils according to their overall level, so it shouldn't have been something too difficult for you to do. In that case, you need a better screening system. Takshi said, if I knew the client wanted help with music practice, I wouldn't have stepped foot in the place even if my estimation got lowered. Why music specifically? Rias pressed on. Care to give us some more details? Alright, fine, Takshi said after taking a deep breath. The thing is, I'm not very good with anything music related, whether it's instruments or singing. In my defense, I tried to warn the client, told him it was better if he waited for a bit while one of you guys did the request in my place. But no, he said it couldn't be that bad and it didn't matter if I couldn't sing or play that well. It didn't work out so well for him. How bad are you exactly? Yudo asked. I admit, I'm kind of curious. Oh, trust me, you don't want to. No, I'm also very curious. Rias interjected. Why don't you sing something for us, Takeishi? I can't believe it until I hear it with my own ears. That's not. Ara, you can't say something like that and expect us to take it at face value, Takeishi-kun. Akeno said. We need some solid proof. No resisting. Kaniko added from the side. We must know the truth. Takeishi looked at the expectant faces of the orc members before letting out a deep sigh. Your funeral. Takeishi shrugged. Just remember, you brought this upon yourselves. Clearing his throat once and closing his eyes, Takeishi began singing a popular pop song he had often heard in TV recently. After about a minute, he opened his eyes, only to see a surreal scene taking place in front of him. Kaniko had collapsed on the floor, her hands tightly clamped over her ears and her body twitching. Yudo had frozen on the spot with a horrified look on his face, while Akeno had an expression that could only be described as half-pained, half-aroused. As for Rias, she seemed as impassive as ever, but upon closer inspection, one could see that her trembling fingers had dug themselves into her desk. That was beyond horrifying, Rias eventually said after a few seconds with a shaky voice. I don't believe I've heard a viler sound in my whole life. No kidding, Yudo said with a grimace as he collapsed on the couch, rubbing his ears. If we could weaponize Takeishi-kun's voice, we'd have a weapon of mass destruction in our hands. No wonder the client's writing on the questionnaire is so messy. My whole body is still shaking from this. You were warned, Takeishi said. I told you I was bad at this. Badosan even begin to cover it. Kaniko said as she got up unsteadily, glaring at Takeishi. Is this the evil dragon's power as well? I don't think so, Takeishi said with an uncertain expression. I've always been bad at singing for as long as I can remember. Same thing with instruments. Would like a demonstration for that as well. Everyone screamed together. Good, you're learning. Takeishi grinned, and then turned to Rias. That's why, don't send me out for any music-related requests in the future, please. I'll make sure to keep that well in mind, Rias said, but then frowned. Still though, why did the client give you payment? For all intents and purposes, you failed to complete the contract. Was he that desperate to get you to leave? Actually, I kind of threatened him to pay, Takeishi admitted with a sheepish expression, prompting Rias to scowl at him. Excuse me, you did what? Oh, come on, Takeishi complained. Like hell, I was just going to walk out of there while getting cheated out of my reward. I did warn him about what would happen, and yet he refused to listen. The fault was his, so he should at least pay me for the trouble of showing up instead of trying to weasel out of it. Hell, he's lucky I didn't charge for more. And you thought threatening him was the way to go. Rias rubbed her temples with an exasperated expression on her face. Didn't you pay attention to what we discussed earlier about subverting a person's free will? Forcing a client to pay under duress is also included in that. If we devils went around threatening clients, and then said clients ran to the church or some other faction for aid, we would no longer be protected by the non-aggression pacts. Akeno continued. They would be free to retaliate against us and we wouldn't be able to count on the underworld's support. Although they probably wouldn't resort to violence, they would still ask for reparations that might jeopardize our presence in this territory. Oh, Takeishi grimaced. Yeah, in hindsight, that was a bad move. Quite, Rias said as she stood up. I will head over to the client's place and apologize, along with returning the payment. Akeno, I'm leaving it to you to oversee the contracts until I get back. Takeishi, I trust you won't repeat this mistake again, and that you'll always be on your best behavior no matter what from now on. You got it, President, Takeishi said, although I don't know if the client will want the guitar back. He mumbled something about giving up music altogether and not wanting to touch an instrument again after witnessing the depths and horrors of its abyss or something like that. Why am I not surprised? Rias sighed. Regardless, I must still apologize for this misconduct. I'll be back as quickly as possible. Once Rias was gone, Akeno turned to the rest of the peerage. Don't just stand there, everyone. Akeno clapped her hands. The night is still young and we still have a lot of contracts that need fulfilling. Let's get back to work. Everyone responded together before rushing to the magic circle. Very good job, Devil-san. A couple more trees and we're done for the night. Got it, Tanaka-san. Takeishi nodded as he swung Mayhem Striker, felling another tree with a single strike. Upon seeing that, his current client, a burly middle-aged man with messy brown hair and his right arm in a sling, nodded with a satisfied expression as he spoke. No matter how many times I see this, it never stops being impressive. With my broken arm, I'd never have been able to finish this in time. Hell, even if I was at 100%, I wouldn't be able to work that fast. You're a lifesaver, young man. Never thought I'd say that to a devil of all people. Never thought I'd end up being one myself, Takeishi muttered while chuckling. He was currently at the forest area outside Kyoto town, aiding his current client, a woodcutter who had been in an accident, to finish his quota before his deadline. Thanks to his enhanced strength and Mayhem Striker's unparalleled cutting power, which far surpassed that of human-made tools and weapons, he had made quick progress with little effort. About a week had passed after his disastrous first contract, and so far, everything had been working out well for Takeishi. He had successfully completed several contracts with no issues, apart from the fact that his clients were usually wary of him, much to Rias' satisfaction. The only thing that surprised him was how incredibly mundane the requests themselves were. They ran the gamut from helping with repairing someone's roof to watching someone's kids to requesting for advice about a love confession. Takshi was half expecting people who would ask about wealth, eternal youth, destroying their enemies, a harem or some other nonsense like that. So he was a bit disillusioned at how much this seemed like a part-time job compared to what he had imagined. No wonder promotion through contracts alone is so difficult. As Rias had told him before, there were 3 ways for a devil to be promoted to a higher rank. The first one was through contracts, the second was through exemplary performance in the rating games, a game which pitted 2 high-class devils' peerages against each other, and the third was through military achievements. Since Rias was still young by devil standards, she wasn't eligible to participate in official rating games yet and wouldn't be until she graduated from university at the earliest. The third option was out as well since there hadn't been any major conflicts with rival factions for several centuries. That only left contracts, a time-consuming and not that rewarding of a process unless one got lucky. No other choice but to be patient. Takshi thought. No one said this was going to be easy. Going from low-class to middle-class devil could take years, not to mention high-class and ultimate class. Still, it's not like I have all the time in the world. Distracted by his thoughts, Takshi swung his axe a bit too hard, with a crescent-shaped wave of ash shooting out of it and severing 4 trees in succession, which fell down with a resounding sound. "Whoa there," Tanaka exclaimed. "That's a little too much." "Sorry," Takshi grimaced. "My power kind of surged a bit there." "It's all right, no harm done." Tanaka made a placating gesture. "A couple of trees more is no big deal. Now, if you could just split them into smaller pieces and load them in the truck." "On it," Takshi nodded. Just as he had finished this work, he frowned as he felt an energy pulse of some sort coming from within the forest. This ice energy of supernatural origin. "What's wrong, young man?" Tanaka peered at Takshi's face with a curious expression. "Is there something bothering you?" Before Takshi could respond, rumbling and sounds reminiscent of weapons clashing could be heard coming from the same direction as the waves of aura. "Tanaka-san, I think you'd better get out of here as quickly as possible." Takshi narrowed his eyes. "Things might get messy. But what about the payment?" "Leave that for another time," Takshi insisted. "Get in your truck and drive away as fast as you can without looking back. Trust me, you don't want to be anywhere near this place if this is what I think it is." Alarmed by the urgency in Takshi's voice, Tanaka did as he requested. Once he was sure his client had left the area, he unfurled his wings and took flight towards the direction of the presumed fighting. "Okay, maybe it's not as bad as I think," Takshi told himself. "Maybe it's just the Citri peerage practicing outside in the middle of the night when they're supposed to be performing contracts like us, or maybe I'm just escaping from reality. And this is indeed a battle." A small pillar of thunder erupted in the distance as if to shatter Takshi's faint hopes. "Yeah, moving that up to a hard probably." After a few more seconds of flying, Takshi arrived at the area of the forest where the fight was taking place. Straining his eyes while thanking the devil's creator for the enhanced senses and strength boost they received during nighttime, he could make out 2 groups clashing. The first one was comprised of what appeared to be bird-like individuals with crow heads and tall, muscular humanoids with brownish skin and horns growing from their foreheads. They were seemingly led by a humanoid dog-like creature surrounded by clouds with lightning crackling through them and a young man whose head was hovering above his neck that was swinging a katana. The other group was comprised of oversized ogre-like creatures with savage features and horns protruding from their foreheads that held spiked clubs in their muscular hands. They looked somewhat similar to the horned individuals from the first group, but wilder and more unkempt. This is Karasu Tengu and Oni led by a Reiju and a Nuka-Kibaa fighting against another group of Oni. Takshi frowned. "What are Yokai doing here in Kuo? I thought they usually don't approach our territory." "No, that's not important now. The problem is I don't know who the good guys and the bad guys are." Takshi grimaced as he looked from one group to the other with a conflicted look on his face. "Logic dictates that the savage-looking Oni are the villains here," Takshi reasoned. "Still, devils are supposed to be creatures of pure evil, and that's not exactly the case. Should I just wipe them all out and sort the corpses later?" Before he had time to be disturbed by the direction his thoughts were taking, one of the wild-looking Oni swung its club, striking the Nuka-Kibaa in its leg. The Yokai fell down, and before anyone from his side could come to his aid, a couple of Oni were upon him, smashing him into a grease spot along with his floating head while cackling maniacally. "Okay, the odds of the savage-looking Oni side being the villains just went up substantially," Takshi said as he readied Mayhem Striker. "If I'm wrong, I'll apologize to you in the next life." Takshi raised his axe high as he performed a sharp dive, splitting a charging Oni in half before it even had a chance to realize what had happened. Another tried to smash him with his club, but Takshi swung his axe again. A wave of condensed ashes erupted from it, slashing the Oni's arm off before clogging its mouth, nose, and eyes. The Oni writhed on the ground for a few seconds before suffocating. The response time and control are better, Takshi thought. This thing really behaves differently in life or death situations. "You're Ruho exactly." The one who asked that was the Reiju, prompting Takshi to smirk. "An ally, I guess. You're the good guys, right? Please don't tell me that I just offed a couple of actual good guys." "Of course, we're the good guys." A girl not much older than him, with black hair tied in a side ponytail, violet eyes, pale skin and 2 horns protruding from her forehead, exclaimed with an outraged expression. What sort of imbecile doesn't know that these brutes we're facing are vile creatures of Yomi and servants of the evil goddess Izanami? Someone who hasn't been a part of all this for very long, Takshi said as he pointed his axe at the Oni. However, this clears things up a bit. Since you're dangerous, then you'll be eliminated without fail. The Oni growled and raised their weapons. But at that moment, stop. We can't waste any more time with them. A young man with messy red hair, crimson eyes, pale skin and a pair of horns growing from his forehead, who also held a spiked club almost as tall as he was, said so. Before Takshi or the rest of the Yokai could react, the youth slammed his club on the ground, with a crimson mist flowing out of the fissures and obscuring the Oni. Wait, Issei, you won't escape, you murderer. The Reiju and the female Oni rushed forward, but weren't fast enough as the enemy Oni had disappeared. Muttering a curse, the Reiju turned to the rest of his compatriots. You four, scout the area. The Reiju pointed at 4 Karasu Tengu. They can't have gone too far. Once the Karasu Tengu had taken off, the Reiju turned to Takshi. My name is Kumotari, a part of the Kanto Yokai faction working directly under Nirorihin-sama. First of all, you have my gratitude for your assistance. But, Kumotari gestured at the Yokai behind him, who raised their weapons and pointed them at Takshi. You say you're grateful, but you've got a really weird way of showing it. Takshi let out a lopsided smile as he brandished his axe. What gives? Do you take us for fools? The female Oni said, a resentful look in her violet eyes. There's no mistaking that malicious aura, that disgusting Kai and that sacred gear. You're this generation's evil dragon user. Moreover, with tears running down her eyes, the girl pointed at the spot where her companion had been smashed to death by the Oni. I sensed your Kai from above a while back. Why didn't you act sooner? You could have saved Suguru, yet you stood by and did nothing until it was too late for him. Was the sight of us desperately fighting for our lives so enjoyable, you vile creature? Hey, easy there, girl. Takshi said. Like I said, I wasn't sure which side was on the right. That's what I was trying to figure out while hovering above you. Judging from your attitude though, maybe I should have helped those evil-looking Oni after all. Don't you dare. Easy there, Chiharu. Kumotari made a placating gesture before turning to Takshi. You say you're new to our world, but you should be aware of what being the evil dragon user means. You're inherently a creature of evil, meaning there's a chance you're collaborating with Issei and his gang, and that all this is an elaborate ruse. That is something we cannot afford, especially since our mission is of vital importance. As the Yokai took another step forward, Takshi was struck with the impulse to charge at them, slaughter them and be done with it. Mayhem Striker was enveloped by a dark aura as if responding to his surge of bloodlust. With great difficulty, he forced this instinct down as he spoke. That's all very interesting, but I wouldn't make any hasty moves if I were you. Especially if you don't want to cause a diplomatic incident with the devils in the underworld. Nice bluff, but it isn't going to work, Chiharu said as she brandished her club. Die. Chiharu attempted to charge at Takshi, only to be stopped by Kumotari, who grabbed her hand. Why are you stopping me, Kumotari? Chiharu shouted. Don't tell me you're falling for his lies. No, I'm not sure he's lying. Kumotari frowned. Your Kai signature, I didn't notice it before, but there's the aura of a devil mixed in with your draconic aura. Don't tell me you're a devil servant. That's right, Takshi said. I'm a member of Rias Gremari's peerage, which operates in Kuo Town and the surrounding area. As such, you can't attack me willy-nilly unless you want the relationship between your faction and the underworld to sour. There's actually a devil crazy enough to recruit the evil dragon user, Kumotari muttered. I'm not sure I'd ever like to meet your master. You're lost considering she's one of the kindest devils I've ever met, which doesn't say much considering I haven't exactly met a ton of them. Takshi admitted. With that out of the way, mind telling me what exactly happened here? Why were you fighting these Oni? Should we be concerned about them as well? I'm afraid I cannot divulge details about our mission since it's a delicate matter, Kumotari said. But I can assure you these brutes won't trouble you any further. We've been chasing them for some time, and our pursuit simply brought us into devil territory as it seems. Once we pick up their trail again, we will also leave this area. That's good to hear, Takshi said. So, you hunt till you locate them again. Perhaps I can talk to my master and have her arrange accommodations for you. Some of you seem exhausted and battered. We don't need charity from scum like. What my loudmouth colleague means to say is that we are grateful for your consideration, Kumotari hastily replied, clamping his hand over the fuming Chiharu's mouth. However, that won't be necessary. We can take care ourselves, and even if we couldn't, you're still not someone to be trusted so easily. That goes for your fellow devils as well. Now, if you'll excuse us. Kumotari made a small bow as he turned around, with his Yokai squad following suit. Chiharu gave Takshi the stink eye and stuck her tongue out at him before following after the retreating Yokai. Takshi was sorely tempted to throw something at her, preferably Mayhem Striker, but suppressed the impulse once again. That was pleasant, Takshi remarked. Good thing we didn't come to blows at least. President wasn't kidding when she said evil dragon users are feared and despised throughout the supernatural world. Speaking of which, conjuring a communication magic circle, Takshi connected it to the orc's clubroom. Although manipulating his demonic power was still difficult for him, he could at least perform the most rudimentary of skills with varying degrees of success. President, can you hear me? It's Takshi. Rias' voice was heard coming from the magic circle. Is everything all right? Did something happen with the contract? Not with the contract, but I did have an unexpected encounter with 2 rival groups of yokai that I think you'd be interested in. She said. Could you gather the rest of the peerage as well? I believe everyone should hear this. Rias said. That's definitely something worth noting. Get back to the clubroom as soon as possible. I'll tell the others to join us once they're done with their current contracts. Will do. See you in a bit. Once the magic circle disappeared, She turned around to gaze at the battlefield once more. I hope I'm overthinking things, but I can't help but be anxious. I have a nasty feeling that this isn't the end of this incident, She remarked as he conjured a teleportation magic circle. Before stepping into it, he gazed at the spot where the Nuka Kibaa had been killed. I'm sorry, she muttered with a downcast expression, and he stepped into the magic circle, vanishing from the forest in a flash of light. Princess, are you awake? We've arrived in the capital. Yes, thank you. Rias nodded in response to her maid's words, her mind occupied with the matter she had to deal with. She was currently inside a carriage that was heading towards the underworld's capital, Lilith. As she had expected for some time, Rias had received an order a couple of days prior to appear before a council of high-class devils in order to give explanations regarding her latest venture, the reincarnation of the dreaded evil dragon user of this generation, Ryugamine as a devil belonging to her household. How annoying. The crimson-haired girl let out a small sigh as she rubbed her temples while murmuring so. Even though she knew this was likely to happen, it didn't make the prospect of dealing with the elders more tolerable. They would surely call for her newest servant's death, or imprisonment at the very least, on the grounds of the potential danger his unique sacred gear represented to Devil Society and the world at large. She would have to fight an uphill battle in order to prevent both of these scenarios from coming to pass. Still, it can't be much worse than confronting my family, Rias muttered with a bitter smile on her face. Her father and brother had been besides themselves with worry once they learned the news, a fact that they had made abundantly clear through the numerous calls she had received from them. On the other hand, her mother. Rias, while I understand your desire to repay that young man, you should have informed us of what you were planning beforehand. You're making a very dangerous gamble that could have disastrous ramifications for both you and our family as a whole. I think that much warrants a discussion at least, don't you? Her mother was smiling the whole time, but her disapproval had been palpable. Rias shuddered to think what sort of sermon was waiting for her in the future. But for now, she had to focus on the upcoming meeting with the elders. It was highly unlikely that they would be swayed by arguments based on emotions, so she would have to appeal to their logic instead and show that Takeshi's presence could benefit the underworld. A very difficult task, but not impossible if she played her cards right. Immersed in her thoughts, Rias almost failed to notice that the carriage had come to a stop in front of a large dome-shaped building resembling a temple. Exiting the carriage, Rias was surprised to see a familiar face waiting for her. Sona. Rias raised an eyebrow. What are you doing here? Hello, Rias. Sona greeted her. Since your family can't be here today and you probably feel nervous, I thought you might appreciate having a friend by your side. You're right, I do. Rias smiled as the two of them walked inside the building. Thanks for your consideration, Sona. I also thought you might be interested in learning that today's council will be comprised of Lord Bale, Lord Agers, Lord Salos, Lady Payman and Lord Visego. Sona said. They're the representatives that have been elected by the rest of the assembly to decide Ryugamine-kun's fate. Ugh. Rias's expression morphed into one of disgust. Lord Agers aside, who's impartial, the rest have an axe to grind with my family. Especially Lord Bale, who didn't take kindly to my brother, my nephew and I inheriting the power of destruction while his firstborn son failed to do so. This just got so much more bothersome. On the other hand, this might actually work in your favor. Sona said, if they believe that Ryugamine-kun being part of your peerage is detrimental to you and your family, they might rule against killing him. Anything that weakens a rival family's influence and power is beneficial to each of them. The ages-old competition between the pillars, eh? Rias snorted. It might be as you say, Sona, but I don't think it'll be that simple. If Takeshi's power can be controlled, he'll become a major asset to me, and by extension, to my family. Not to mention, my evaluation will soar should that come to pass. Having the evil dragon user under one's command is no small feat after all. They won't stand for it if they can help it, and unfortunately, they can. Shame that our siblings can't help out here, Sona said. The assembly has shut them out on the pretext that they won't be able to make an impartial ruling. Same thing with the other two devil kings, which means you're on your own, Rias. That's probably for the best, Rias said. I wouldn't want to trouble them or depend on them too much. I need to show everyone that I can stand on my own. You and me both. Sona smiled as the two girls arrived before a set of large double doors, with two guards standing on each side. This is as far as I can go with you. Good luck in there, Rias. Thank you, Sona. After bidding farewell to her friend, Rias stood in front of the double doors, taking a deep breath to compose herself. Then, she pressed her hand on the doors, with the symbol of Gremory briefly appearing on them. The doors slowly opened, with the guards beckoning at Rias to step inside. Upon doing so, she found herself in a vast circular chamber somewhat reminiscent of a courtroom. Several devils could be seen occupying the audience stands, Sona among them, while 5 elevated thrones were placed on the center of the room with an equal amount of people seated on each of them. Ah, Princess Rias. Right on time as usual. Good, good. That means we can begin. The one who had spoken was a well-built man with short pale greenish blonde hair and sky-blue eyes. Although he appeared quite young at first glance, that impression was ruined by the dark circles underneath his eyes and the several wrinkles prominent on his face. Archduke Aegers, my lords. Rias made a small bow at the 5 people seated on the thrones. We all know why we're here, so let's skip the empty pleasantries and go straight to the point. A man with close-cropped jet black hair and violet eyes, who was glowering at Rias, said, Rias Gremory, all of us here would like some explanations as to why you chose to bring a dangerous existence like the evil dragon user into your peerage. As you're well aware, neither us nor the Devil Kings usually interfere in the internal affairs of fellow pillar families. A well-endowed woman with long light blue hair, green eyes, pointed ears, and a pair of ram horns protruding from the side of her head continued. But there are always exceptions, and this definitely counts as one of them. Just like Lord Bale, I eagerly await to hear your reasoning. Seriously, one would have thought that you would have learned not to bite more than you can chew already. What with that mutated bishop of yours? A tall, lanky man with shoulder-length white hair, pale skin, and crimson eyes let out a derisive laugh as he spoke. This might be strange coming from a devil, but you shouldn't be too greedy and aim to claim uncontrollable power. You will only end up wasting precious pieces on defective goods otherwise. Thank you for your wisdom, Lord Visego. Rias's tone was dripping with sarcasm, her anger barely restrained. She didn't need a pompous man like him reminding her of her inability to help her precious bishop, both with his power and his reclusive behavior, or call him defective goods. If this was meant to throw her off her game, it was working wonders. We're going off topic here. A man with orange-colored hair that had parts of his body covered in green scales and a set of large teeth protruding from his mouth spoke next. The discussion is about the fate of the evil dragon user, Princess Rias's newest pawn, is it not? Frankly, I don't see why there should even be a discussion, Lord Salos. Lord Bale snorted. The facts speak for themselves. That creature is too dangerous to be left alive. We all know what sort of devastation the evil dragon user has brought to the human world over the centuries. I will not stand for the same thing potentially happening to the underworld. Agreed. Lord Visego nodded. I don't see any benefit in keeping that thing around, only problems. It should be disposed of post-haste before it grows too powerful to actually cause significant damage to our people and territories. Let us not be hasty, my lords. Lord Aegers made a placating gesture. Princess Rias still hasn't presented her case. We should listen to her before we make a decision. Yes, let's, Lady Payman said, a playful smile on her lips. I always enjoy watching people squirm while trying to make excuses. This is it. Moment of truth. You can do this. After psyching herself up, Rias addressed the 5 nobles. My lord, how many Longinus possessors does the underworld currently have? The question elicited several confused murmurs from the audience, with the 5 lords also looking bewildered by her unexpected query. Why are you asking? Lord Bale said, his frown deepening. Like everyone else present, you should be well aware that none of these unique sacred gears are in our hands. Then you should have realized by now that we are currently in a severely disadvantageous position in that regard. Rias said, the church is in possession of one of the top-tier Longinus, Zenith Tempest. Furthermore, the wielder of boosted gear, the current Red Dragon Emperor, is also a member of the church's Catholic branch. As for the fallen angels, the White Dragon Emperor, the possessor of Divine Dividing, is a confirmed member of their organization, while the possessors of cannies like Aeon and Absolute Demise are also affiliated with them, as you should know. What are you trying to say, Princess Rias? My point here is that we need a deterrent, Lord Salos. Rias said, a powerful and dangerous weapon of our own that will make our enemies think twice about deploying their powerful weapons against us, as well as a trump card to counter their own should another war erupt. In the absence of a Longinus possessor on our side, utilizing the evil dragon user as our shield is the next best option for the underworld's protection. Let me get this straight, Lord Visego said. You reincarnated him in order to use him as a prevention measure. You, a Gremory, a member of a family renowned for their love towards their servants, would treat the evil dragon user as a tool to be used and discarded if necessary for the underworld. Are you perhaps confusing affection with pragmatism, Lord Visego? Rias smirked. For shame, and here I thought you were a better devil than that. Why, you little. That's definitely a compelling argument. Lord Aegers hastily interjected. It's true that both the angels and the fallen angels might get emboldened by the number of Longinus possessors on their side and seek to break the tenuous balance between our 3 factions by resuming hostilities. Some additional firepower on our side would be most welcome. However, there is still the matter of the danger he poses to us if he goes on a rampage like his predecessors did. Is there any guarantee from your side that won't happen? It's true I cannot guarantee such a thing, Rias said. However, if it seems like Ryugamine takes you will lose control, then I will deal with him before things escalate past the point of no return. Will you now? Lady Payman smirked. How deliciously cold-blooded. Perhaps I should revise my opinion of you a bit, little lady of the Gremory. Interesting. Lord Salos rubbed his chin. The evil dragon user being our guard dog. That's an angle I hadn't thought of. Yes, that does sound appealing. Perhaps there is some merit in leaving him alive for now. Are we seriously considering this, my fellow lords? Lord Bale spoke with an irritated expression. That thing isn't a guard dog, but a rabid one that might turn on us at any moment. What we should do is, pardon me, my lords, but would you be so kind as to allow me to offer my opinion on this matter? Everyone present flinched following this unexpected interruption that came from the audience stands, Rias included. The one who had spoken was a middle-aged-looking devil with a well-built body, waist-length black hair and violet eyes that somewhat resembled Lord Baal, a playful smile on his face. Lord Zekrim, Lord Aegir spoke with a guarded expression. We would be honored to have your input, but I would like to remind you that the final decision rests in our hands. Of course, Zekrim nodded. I'm not contesting that, Lord Aegirs. Like I said, this is merely my opinion. It's true that this is a risky gamble with a low probability of success. However, that is exactly what makes it all the more interesting, don't you think? Attempting something that has never been done before. That's how progress occurs after all. Honored forefather, while I understand your point, we can't just... I say we can. Zekrim cut off Lord Baal's words. Of course, that's only if Princess Rias is willing to take full responsibility for the evil dragon user. Should he wreak havoc on the underworld or in another faction's territory, the rest of the underworld will not be held accountable for his actions. Any and all reparations will be handled by her in the House of Grimory. That's only fair? No. That's just the way I wanted it. Rias stared at Zekrim with a resolute expression on her face, prompting the latter to smile. In that case, I don't see any problem. I suggest that we accept him as a denizen of the underworld, with every privilege and responsibility that entails, and observe the situation for now. But of course, the final judgment rests on your shoulders, my lords, Zekrim said while staring at Lord Baal with a pointed look. The black-haired devil looked like he had swallowed something really bitter, but otherwise remained silent. In that case, let us proceed with the ruling. Lord Aegir said. All those in favor of adopting Lord Zekrim's suggestion and leaving Princess Rias's newest pawn alone for now, raise your hands. After saying so, Lord Aegir raised his hand, followed by Lady Payman, Lord Sallows and Lord Visego. Lord Baal still seemed dissatisfied, but reluctantly raised his hand as well. Looks like we have a unanimous vote. Lord Aegir said, Princess Rias, we expect that you will tackle this matter to the best of your abilities and keep your newest servant well under control. I will make sure not to disappoint you, my lords. Then, you are dismissed. Lord Aegir said. Let's move on to the next topic, everyone. The budget regarding the renovation project in Lucifatis. Stepping outside of the chamber and putting as much distance from it as she could, Rias let out an exhausted sigh as she collapsed on a nearby couch. This had been far more mentally taxing than she had anticipated. However, everything had worked out in the end more or less. Good work in there, Rias, Sona said as she sat next to her friend. You did well in convincing the elders, though you could have avoided antagonizing Lord Visego. Giving him more reasons to be hostile towards you and your family isn't prudent. He was going to do so regardless of whatever I said in there. Rias grimaced. Plus, he dared to insult Gasper. I wasn't going to let him get away with it so easily. I suppose you're right. As for my bargaining, I can't help but feel that Lord Zekrim's words were the decisive factor in there. Rias frowned. The first-generation Baal interceding on my behalf was something I didn't expect, or that he would be present at all for that matter. That came as a surprise to me as well, Sona said. It's also a cause for concern. Why would Zekrim Baal intervene here? Judging from the current Lord Baal's expression, this was an unexpected move. Did he actually do this to support you? Or is he so certain that this will blow in your face and lower your family's estimation? Or perhaps he simply found this whole state of affairs amusing and is curious to see how things will play out with Ryugumin-kun. Who can tell what that old schemer is thinking? Rias said. What matters is that Takshi has been spared from imprisonment or execution. I fully intend for him to live a long life after all. I admit I was astonished when I heard you say you wanted to use him as a throwaway piece for the sake of the underworld if needed. Sona smirked. Who knew you could lie so convincingly? Lie is such an ugly word. Rias let out a mischievous smile. I simply told them the truth they were most comfortable with. Whatever you say, Sona said, but then her expression grew serious. Still, how exactly do you intend to help Ryugumin-kun with taming his sacred gear? As much as I hate to say it, your odds aren't looking very good. There's not much to do other than having him train and controlling his powers alongside the rest of my peerage to the best of my abilities. Rias said. I'll also try to get in touch with Beelzebub-sama again and get his opinion. The rest is up to Takshi's own mental and physical fortitude. In that case, let's hope he's up to the challenge, Sona said. For his sake and everyone else's. I should probably head back, Rias said after a few seconds as she stood up. I'm sure Takshi is anxious to hear the verdict. Although, right about now, he should be. Back at Kyo. The sound of an explosion resounded across the small forest surrounding the old school building. Oh, damn it, Takshi cursed as he clutched his burnt palm, jumping up and down as Akeno watched him with an amused expression on her face. Close, but not quite there yet, Akeno remarked. Why don't we try this one more time with less explosions? It's not like I'm making it explode because I like it. Takshi grumbled as he opened his hand, focusing on sensing the flow of his demonic power. For the past couple of weeks, he had been training with his new comrades whenever there was free time in order to master the basic skills of a devil and improve his control over his sacred gear. While things were progressing well more or less, he still had some issues with channeling and controlling his demonic power. Akeno's theory regarding that matter was that the aura of the evil dragons dwelling within his sacred gear was interfering with the flow of demonic power. This made controlling it difficult, especially for someone who was still incapable of making fine adjustments. It was like trying to have someone learn how to ride a bicycle for the first time without training wheels while someone was harassing them. Rias had attempted to put a seal on him in order to limit the interference, but his sacred gear was somehow resisting that. Therefore, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and power through it. Remember, demonic power courses both inside and outside your body. Akeno said, it's just a matter of feeling the flow and guiding it through your will in order to shape it. Even do, Takshi-kun. Yudo encouraged him from the side, having just finished his sparring session with Kaniko. It's not as difficult as it sounds. Hang in there, senpai. Doing his best to concentrate and have his demonic power follow his commands, Takshi was rewarded with a massive energy the size of a volleyball gathering on his hand. Beads of sweat started dripping from his face as he struggled to maintain the sphere's form and restrict the energy flow. Unfortunately, after a few seconds, the sphere lost its shape and dissipated into a rain of particles. That was better, Akeno said with a pleased smile. The sphere didn't explode this time, which means you were able to avoid channeling too much excess power to it. If you improve your control a bit more, you'll clear the first step in no time. After that, you'll move to something like this. Akeno took a rock from the ground and held it in her hand. Channeling demonic power into it, she shattered it into tiny fragments. Oh, impressive. Takshi clapped. But that's just the beginning, isn't it? That's right, but you still have to master the first step, so no rushing ahead. Akeno wagged her finger in a playful manner. Now then, time for your favorite part. Yudo, if you would. Yes, Vice President. Yudo conjured a blade as he came to stand a few meters in front of Takshi. Seeing this, the auburn-haired youth smirked. Sparring time? Hey, that's perfect. I'll settle the score from 2 days ago, Kibaa-kun. Let's do this, Cataclysm Zone. The ornate black and gold belt materialized on Takshi's waist, with Mayhem Striker manifesting on Takshi's right hand. Please go easy on me, Yudo said with a smile as he brandished his sword. Like that's going to happen. Takshi let out a sly smirk as he readied his stance. Begin. Following Akeno's prompt, Takshi pointed his axe at Yudo. A wave of ash erupted from it, heading straight for the blonde-haired youth. Jumping to the side, Yudo dashed at Takshi, his blade aimed low. Takshi swung his axe at him, but a wave of pressurized air erupted from Yudo's blade, propelling him upward. Landing behind Takshi, he aimed at his back. Takshi brought his axe around and caught the incoming blade on its handle. It won't be that easy. Giving a mental command while smirking, Takshi had the ashes aimed for Yudo. However, the knight easily evaded them, moving from point to point so fast that Takshi could barely register his movements at times. Yudo didn't stop there as he started attacking from various angles, retreating just before Takshi's slashes or kicks could land on him. Your defenses and reaction time are looking better, Yudo remarked with a grin as he locked weapons with Takshi. Not bad, Takshi-kun. And you are as annoyingly agile as ever, Kibaa-kun. Takshi grimaced, as expected of a knight. Pushing Yudo back and raising his axe high, Takshi summoned as much ash as he could, spreading it over the area. A large amount of it surrounded him like a makeshift barrier, while several ash tendrils began chasing after Yudo. Forming a demonic sword of water, Yudo used it along with his demonic sword of wind to douse and scatter the ashes. Anything he couldn't counter, he evaded with his superior speed. How about this then? Takshi slammed the axe on the ground, expelling all the ashes outward. Yudo crossed his swords to shield himself with a water and wind barrier as the ashes scattered. Before he could regain his bearings, Takshi was upon him, his axe grinding against his swords for a moment before cutting through them. Yudo hastily summoned another blade, but a high kick from Takshi sent him crashing to the ground. Just as he was about to knock the defenseless Yudo out, a white blur smashed on him, sending him skidding backwards as he let out a cry of pain. Hey, what gives? Takshi shouted at his attacker, Kaniko, who had taken a stance next to Yudo. Taking this spar up a notch, Kaniko said. Handling unexpected shifts in battle is a must. Maybe, but still how is 2 against 1 fair? Takshi complained. Especially when you're both more experienced than me. Is that even allowed, Akeno-san? Well, Kaniko-chan does have a point, so I'll allow it, Akeno said while smiling. We're doing this for your own good, Takshi-kun. Definitely not because I want to see your disappointed and frustrated expression, Yufufu. Right, Takshi sighed as he brandished his weapon. My chances aren't looking very good, but I'll at least make this extremely showy. Takshi charged while summoning more ash to surround him, with Kaniko and Yudo stepping forward to meet him head-on. Yudo maneuvered his wind-clad blade to get past Takshi's ash barrier, clashing against Mayhem Striker. Once Yudo pulled back, Kaniko took his place, driving Takshi back through a flurry of punches. At the same time, Yudo used his demonic sword to keep scattering the ashes. Takshi grunted. Despite his efforts to counterattack, he found himself being pushed back by the combo of his 2 senior devils. Gritting his teeth, he glared at his 2 opponents. Don't underestimate me. An overwhelming amount of bloodlust and killing intent erupted from Takshi, dark aura surrounding Mayhem Striker for a moment before vanishing. Yudo and Kaniko flinched, taking a few steps back by instinct as several ash tendrils struck their former positions at speeds faster than before. Not missing this chance, Takshi willed the ashes to surround his right foot as he jumped up, spreading his devil wings. Takshi shot forward like a bullet, his kick aimed at his two opponents. However, his aim was far from true, missing the two devils by a wide margin as he sailed through the air. Wow, where are the brakes? Carried forward by his momentum and unable to control himself in time, the screaming Takshi crashed into a nearby thicket, going through several trees before slamming face first on the trunk of a large one, letting out a pained groan as he slid on the ground. Damn it, Takshi grumbled, spitting out pieces of tree bark. I was so sure I could get it right this time. Are you all right, Takshi-kun? Yudo asked with a concerned expression as he approached him, followed by Kaniko, and offered him a hand. That seemed like a nasty hit. Hey, I'm used to it by now, Takshi said as he made a dismissive gesture at Yudo and stood up on his own. In order to create the perfect finishing move I envision, I can't be discouraged by this much. Too bad the only thing it damages is you so far, Kaniko pointed out, causing Takshi to grimace. Why a kick though? Isn't it obvious? Takshi said with an expression full of fervor. A powerful kick that destroys the opponent in a flashy explosion is the best. The mere thought of performing such a cool finisher one day gives me goosebumps. Shuni evil dragon. Kaniko shook her head in exasperation while Yudo chuckled. I think that's far enough for now, Akeno said as she surveyed the broken trees, gashes on the ground and burnt grass. We've caused enough damage to the school grounds for one day, but the battle hasn't been settled yet. Takshi complained. Matches with no clear result are the worst. Hell, outright losing is better than this. I understand your feelings, but it's getting late and we have to prepare for today's requests. Akeno said. It would reflect poorly on us if we appeared before our clients looking all ragged and beat up. That doesn't mean much to me considering I've been stuck on flyer delivery duty ever since I joined this peerage. Takshi complained as the group started making their way back to the orc clubroom. How am I supposed to start raking in any achievements like this? Patience, Kaniko said. Once President settles things with the higher-ups, you'll be able to join us as well. She'd better come back soon, Takshi said. I haven't had many chances to try out the pawn's promotion in our spars so far. Needing the king's permission or having to be in enemy territory every time is such a pain. The enhanced strength and defense of a rook are working all right, but I still need a lot more practice with the knight's enhanced speed and the bishop's heightened demonic power. The all-rounder queen is a no-go for now. You've been handling yourself pretty well without it so far, Akeno said, but then frowned. About your sacred gear, do you think you have a better grasp of its abilities? Sort of, Takshi frowned. It's a bit difficult to accurately control the ashes and shape them exactly the way I wish. I had Nidog's help the first time I used it, but still it feels like Mayhem Striker and I aren't synchronizing as well as we should. While your control did seem to improve when you were angry. Yudo spoke with some hesitation. Perhaps your mindset needs to be close to that of an evil dragon in order to draw out your sacred gear's full power. Thinking like an evil dragon, Takshi rubbed his chin. You might be onto something there, Kibaa. Perhaps rage and bloodlust are needed too. Don't. Kaniko grabbed Takshi's sleeve, a frown on her face. Don't go there, senpai. That path will only bring ruin to yourself and those around you. Takshi didn't respond. While he understood Kaniko's worries, drawing out and mastering his sacred gear's power was a necessary step for him to survive in the long run. If some sacrifices needed to be made or some collateral damage had to occur, would it really matter that much? Whoa, where did that come from? Senpai, sorry, lost myself in thought for a bit there. Takshi rubbed his temple before turning to Kaniko. I'll make sure to be careful. Please do. Once everyone stepped inside the clubroom, they were surprised to see Rias sitting on her desk. You're back already, President. The matter was settled faster than I anticipated. Rias responded to Akeno's question with a smile. I come bearing good news, everyone. Our higher-ups have decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach with you, Takshi, meaning you can fully commit to your duties as a devil from now on without restrictions. So no more flyer duty. No more flyer duty, Rias affirmed, with Takshi letting out a relieved sigh. Today, we'll get you started on contracts, something which you had been looking forward to. It's the only way I can make contributions that will make me eligible for a promotion after all, at least for now, Takshi said, though I'm not sure I understand why contracts are necessary or how they benefit the underworld. There are two major benefits to it, Rias said, lifting two fingers. The first is the acquisition of extra demonic power. The magic circle drawn on the leaflets we pass around has a function that enables it to transform the user's desire into demonic power, which is then used to raise the upper limit of our demonic power pool. However, the increase is minuscule, to the point where one would need to fulfill contracts for at least a couple of millenniums to notice a significant increase in their abilities. Sounds like a waste of time, Takshi said. I guess that means the second reason is the main one. Spot on, Rias said. By making contracts with humans in positions of power, we can expand and solidify our influence over the human world. This allows us to put pressure on people affiliated with the Church and the Grigori, giving us an edge over them. Of course, low-class devils like us aren't the ones who are summoned to deal with such humans. Akeno added from the side. However, if one of our seemingly mundane clients ends up acquiring a high position in the future that can benefit us devils as a whole, the contracted devil also receives recognition and a higher estimation from the higher-ups, which in turn raises the chances for a promotion. So, you have to be extremely lucky to chance upon a human that will end up becoming someone important in the future and establish an early connection with them. Takshi sighed. My promotion seems to be getting further and further away. However, if controlling the most influential humans is so important, why don't we just place them under mind control or something? That would be a violation of the unwritten law that we must respect mankind's free will. Rias said, if every faction started mind-controlling humans and using them as proxies, the whole world would spiral into chaos. Should a supernatural being subvert a human's will, every other faction has carte blanche to inflict whatever punishment they deem fit upon them. What if we were really sneaky about it? Takshi insisted. Like, so sneaky that they wouldn't even notice it. Still not worth it if you were found out, and you would be found out. Rias said, our enemies aren't so dumb that they wouldn't notice something was amiss if we resorted to such methods. Bummer. As for contracts, the process is really simple. Rias continued as she reached into one of her desk's drawers, pulling out a leaflet. When humans have a wish they strongly desire to fulfill, the magic circle inscribed on the leaflet sends a signal to the magic circle here in the clubroom. After that, you head to the client's location by teleporting through the magic circle, grant their wish and receive your payment before coming back. Rinse and repeat. Easy, right? At first glance, yeah. Takshi said. What about payment though? How is the appropriate amount determined? Remember the portable device you use to locate humans with strong greed when passing the leaflets around. Akeno said while holding up said device. It also has a function that calculates the amount a client must pay to have their wish fulfilled by taking their value as a person into account. If they wish for something far beyond their capabilities, the wish cannot be granted, or it would require their life as payment, which makes it meaningless. No kidding, Takshi said. I think I got the gist of it. When do we start? Right now, Rias said. As per the ancient covenants between us and the heaven folk, we can only operate during the night, so we make the most of it. Since Yudo received 2 requests and one is from a first-timer, I'll leave that one to you, Takshi. But first things first. Akeno, if you would. Yes, President. Akeno turned to Takshi. Could you please stand on the middle of the magic circle, Takshi-kun? Takshi did as was asked, with Akeno raising her hands as blue and white light started coming out of the magic circle. This is. Akeno is preparing the magic circle to receive your personal seal. Rias said, put your palm towards me. Takshi raised his right arm towards Rias, with the crimson-haired girl using her finger to draw some sort of shape on his palm. Takshi barely stifled a giggle, since the feeling of Rias's fingers was making him ticklish. Once she was done, his palm started glowing, with a symbol engraving itself on it. This is what exactly? Takshi asked while examining the seal on his palm, which vanished after a few seconds. Like Rias said before, this is your personal seal that is connected to our main teleportation magic circle. Akeno said, through it, you'll be able to teleport to the client's place and back here once you're done. Furthermore, once you obtain regular clients, the reaction from your personal seal will allow us to know they're asking for you specifically. Rias said, do you have any questions, Takshi? No, I'm all good. Takshi said, let's get this show on the road. Will you be all right on your own, Takshi-kun? Yudo asked. It's your first contract after all. Perhaps you'd like one of us to come along with you. Thanks, but I can handle it on my own. Takshi said. It wouldn't look good on me if I appeared with an escort. How many does this make with that? Give me a break already. Takshi muttered with a fed-up expression as he crumpled the piece of paper he was holding into a ball and tossed it into the classroom's garbage bin with a dexterous throw. What's the matter, Ryugamin? Your expression is looking nastier than usual. Issei commented with a smirk as he entered class 1 degree Celsius, flanked by his buddies Matsuda and Madohama. Upon taking note of the several papers scattered all over Takshi's desk, Madohama picked one and started reading it with a curious expression. This is a request from a student to introduce him to the female members of the Occult Research Club. Madohama said with an incredulous expression on his face. Seriously, don't tell me all these papers are the same. They sure are, Takshi said while crumpling another piece of paper and throwing it into the bin. Somehow, someone had the bright idea of using me as a middleman, or rather as a matchmaker between them and the Occult Research Club's girls, hence the overflow of these introduction letter-like papers scattered on my desk. I mean, why me? Well, it makes sense if the senders are fellow unpopular guys. Matsuda remarked. No way they're going to ask the girls directly, and no one wants to owe a favor to a handsome bastard like Kibaa. That leaves you, the new member, as the only logical choice, Ryugamin. But since you air like you are, they can only make their request like this. Not that it seems to be working out that well for them. Damn straight, Takshi said as he tossed another paper into the garbage bin. Like hell I'm going to bother with people who don't have the guts to speak to me face to face. Though I'm a bit impressed at how fast they managed to place them on my desk when I wasn't here. So, if we were to ask you face to face to put in a good word for us. Sorry, still not happening, Hyodu. Takshi crossed his arms in an X. If you want something to happen, then you have to work for it yourself. Plus, I'm not that close to the girl members to offer them any sort of romantic advice or suggest potential boyfriends to them. Worth a shot. Issei shrugged. In that case, we'll let as many students as we can know that you don't take such requests and that they shouldn't waste their time for nothing. Maybe they'll stop pestering you after that. Thanks, that would be a big help, Takeishi said as he stood up. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have club activities. Even though you said all these things about not being close to the girls, you're still one hell of a lucky bastard, Ryugamin. Madohama said. You get to spend time with the school's two great ladies, and to top it all off, you get to experience Kaniko-chan's cuteness on a daily basis. That's quite the privilege, you know. Many students would kill to be in your shoes. Lucky am I, Takeishi snorted as he left the perverted trio behind. Compared to the average individual, his luck could be considered pretty abysmal as far as he was concerned. After all, not everyone had the privilege of hosting some of the most dangerous monsters that had ever walked the earth in their body. Stupid hormonal teenagers and their insignificant love troubles. Takeishi grumbled in his thoughts. They have it so easy, and they don't even appreciate it. Perhaps if I turn this school, no, this whole town into a smoldering ruin and hang their half-dead bodies around it, they might. Takeishi froze on the spot upon realizing his thoughts were heading towards a very dark place, something that had been happening frequently as of late. Although he hadn't paid much attention to it at first, the extremity of his most recent thought made him suspicious. If those musings somehow weren't his, if some external factor was influencing him, then the only logical conclusion was, "It's you, isn't it?" Takeishi directed his thoughts to one of the entities dwelling within his sacred gear. Nidog. The voice and subsequent malicious laughter of the evil dragon resounded in Takeishi's head. Too bad. I was hoping I would be able to play around with you a bit more, whelp. Unfortunately for you, I'm not in the mood for mind games, corpse breath. Takeishi thought. Did you really think I wouldn't notice this eventually? Nidog said. But here's the catch. How many of these thoughts were implanted by me, and how many were actually your own? None of them. Some of them. Or perhaps all of them. Nice try, but I'm not that gullible. Takeishi thought while snorting. I know all these violent outbursts and thoughts were your doing, you overgrown lizard. Nidog chuckled. As I've come to realize over the years while observing your kind, humans tend to bottle up their most vile and feral instincts deep into their subconscious. Truly a waste if you ask me. That is why I've learned to give them a little stimulation over the ages. So, you claim that you're dragging out my suppressed thoughts or something? Takeishi asked. Nice bluff, but I'm calling it. Nidog said. Want to take a guess what happened to them? I'll give you a little spoiler, none of their stories had a very pleasant end. You don't scare me. Nidog laughed. Even though I cannot read all your thoughts, the fear that's gnawing at you in the recesses of your mind, it's as clear as day to me. I'm looking forward to see whether you'll succumb to it or to your suppressed urges first, so make sure to give me an entertaining performance like the good toy you are. Nidog fell silent after this. As for Takeishi, damn that overgrown snake. Smashing a large rock underneath his foot with a frustrated expression on his face, Takeishi cursed the evil dragon. Although he didn't want to admit it even to himself, Nidog's words about bringing out his repressed violent thoughts had rattled him. The evil dragon could certainly not be trusted, but as long as the possibility he was telling the truth wasn't zero, he couldn't relax. If he somehow went on a rampage and harmed his parents or the members of the club or some innocent bystanders. No, this won't do. Takeishi took a deep breath, slapping his cheeks. Getting all worked up is exactly what that slimy snake wants. I bet he's laughing his rotten scales off from inside the sacred gear. Well, there's no way in hell I'm losing to you, Nidog. I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of seeing me getting all worked up and paranoid. Nodding to himself, Takeishi started making his way to the occult research club once more, although his steps felt heavier now and his mood darker. But man, the sun is especially annoying today. Takeishi grimaced as the rays of the midday sun stung his skin. Due to his devil physiology, his body had become very sensitive to light, with his strength also being somewhat sapped during the day as well. Although Rias had stated that this was a temporary state and that his body would acclimate to it soon, it didn't make it any less irritating, especially in his current condition. After arriving at the old school building and stepping inside the Orc Club room, Takeishi was surprised to see two unexpected, but familiar faces being present along with the rest of the club's members. The first one was the student council president, Sona Citri. The other person was a bespectacled girl with long black hair that extended almost to her knees and heterochromatic eyes, with the left eye being violet and the right light brown. Student council president and the vice president. Takeishi raised an eyebrow before turning to Rias. You called them here, President? That's right. Rias nodded. I figured Sona and Tsubaki should listen to your account firsthand before we decide our next course of action. It's a pleasure to meet you in person, Ryugamin-kun, Sona said as she stood up, making a small bow. Though I go by Shitori-sana while attending this academy, my true name is Sona Citri, a pure-blooded devil and heiress of the Citri clan. This is my queen, Shinra Tsubaki. Nice to meet you. Tsubaki made a small bow as well. As for Takeishi, he had an incredulous expression on his face. Wait, you don't remember me? Remember you? Sona frowned. I'm sorry, have we met before? Figures you wouldn't, Takeishi hissed. I probably failed to even make an impression in the reigning and undefeated champion of Kyo's local chess tournament. Still though, we've faced each other 3 times so far. You don't even have a small recollection. Now that you mention it, I seem to recall a contestant who seemed particularly frustrated every time he lost to me. Sona rubbed her chin. Oh, are you perhaps the fellow I faced in the finals a couple of months ago? The one who was rumored to have thrown a temper tantrum and was screeching like a cat being strangled in the men's bathroom afterwards. That's not really what I wanted you to remember, Takshi exclaimed as the members of the orc snickered, prompting him to shoot them a nasty look. What are you guys laughing about? Ara, no wonder you said you don't like the student council president. Akeno giggled. You're a bit of a sore loser, aren't you, Ryugamin-kun? Hey, I'll have you know it's not fun to be a few steps away from victory, only to be thoroughly and mercilessly crushed. Takshi huffed. The fact that she has me beat even in academic performance makes this even worse. Takshi seethed as he spoke. For him, Sona Citri was something akin to an arch-nemesis, or more accurately, a tall wall impossible to scale so far. Are you jealous of her? Then just annihilate her. Shut up, Nidog. As interesting as all that is, we should get back to the matter at hand. Sona said. Ryugamin-kun, could you describe once again what happened 2 nights ago? There's not that much to say really, Takshi said. I was out in the woods surrounding Kyo for a request when I sensed a disturbance. Once I got to its source, I stumbled upon 2 groups of yokai fighting. One side was comprised of Oni serving Izanami, and the other supposedly belongs to some Kanto yokai faction or whatever. I helped the former drive off the Oni. They tried to attack me for being the evil dragon user and not coming to their aid sooner. I talked them out of it, and they took their leave without explaining anything, but assured me the Oni would likely trouble us no further. That's the gist of it. I see, Sona said while straightening her glasses. Thank you, Ryugamin-kun. I understand the situation now. What's your opinion, Sona? Rias asked. Do you think this is linked to the stray devil incident from a few weeks back? From the information we have so far, I find it very unlikely. Sona said. It's not completely out of the realm of possibility, but I can't see a connection for now. Therefore, we should treat it as an internal yokai issue that's in no way connected to us. If the East Yokai faction is involved, I doubt we'll learn anything more about this. Tsubaki added from the side. The yokai under Nurorihan are especially secretive and reclusive after all. Still, I would advise that we don't let our guard down until we're sure they're out of our territories. There's still a chance their clash could involve this town. Agreed, Rias said. Better safe than sorry. Tsubaki-san, do you have any thoughts or insight about this situation? Akeno asked. You've been a part of the 5 principal clans, who often deal with yokai, for some time after all. Longer than me in any case. Nothing but educated guesses, I'm afraid. Tsubaki shook her head in denial. Only love causing trouble and disasters. But to work in such a large group, perhaps they attempted a coup that failed, and these are the survivors. Question. Takshi raised his hand. If Oni are villainous figures, why were there Oni on the good guy's side as well? Long ago, a tribe of Oni who were dissatisfied with their way of life spilled off from the main group and escaped from Yomi, dedicating their services to the Shinto gods. Tsubaki explained. They and their descendants have been dubbed Guardian Oni, tasked with protecting important locations and individuals. Their presence is one of the reasons why Oni are sometimes considered protectors that ward off bad luck in certain areas of Japan. I'm surprised the Shinto gods and the other yokai trusted them. Takshi said. I would have been leery of them. I'm sure those Oni had to undergo rigorous trials to prove their sincerity. Tsubaki said. They wouldn't have been accepted otherwise. In any case, the plan is simple. Rias said. We should move together as much as possible and keep our eyes open for any sign of suspicious activity until we're certain that those yokai have left the Kyo area behind. While Rias was talking, Takshi noticed Kaniko sitting in the corner with a troubled expression on her face. Is something the matter, Kaniko-chan? Takshi leaned and whispered to her. You're not looking too well there. It's nothing. Kaniko whispered back. I'm fine. Takshi wasn't so sure about that, but this wasn't the time or place to press the matter. I'll inform my peerage about all this, and I'll contact you later so we can coordinate our watches, Sona said with a sigh as she stood up. Honestly, it's like some sort of malignant karma is haunting us, what with all these issues we've been dealing with lately. Sona glanced at Takshi, prompting the latter to scowl. Don't give me that look, student president, Takshi said. I'll have you know that I have absolutely nothing to do with this, Nidog said while snickering. By their nature, dragons attract both allies and adversaries to them. But as evil dragons are especially adept at attracting disasters and conflict. That means this whole issue could very well be your fault on some level, whelp. Seriously, shut the hell up, you overgrown lizard. Once Sona and Tsubaki had left, Rias turned to her peerage members. Yudo, Kaniko, Akeno, I will have my familiar scout the town's perimeter, so please send out your familiars as well to join it. Rias said. I'll be monitoring their progress from here, so I'd like the rest of you to move in groups of 2 for the time being. Everyone nodded together. Then, Yudo, Kaniko and Akeno conjured magic circles, out of which emerged a small bird, a white kitten and a palm-sized Oni. At the same time, a crimson-colored bat appeared next to Rias' shoulder. These are familiars, eh? That's right, this must be the first time you've seen them in person, Takshi. Rias remarked as the familiars jumped inside the large magic circle and vanished. A familiar is something basic for devils, and can be used for information gathering purposes like we are doing now. Of course, their main function is to act as helpers for our devil's job by handing out the leaflets in our stead. I see. Takeishi nodded. When am I going to get one as well? In the earliest available opportunity, which will take several weeks at least though, Rias said. The person responsible for setting us devils with suitable familiars accepts peerages only during specific dates, and we missed the most recent one due to the higher-ups' deliberations about your fate. That's a shame, Takeishi said. It would have been nice to have a cool familiar, like an oversized bat, or a large stingray that I can ride on. Oh, an armored bull wouldn't be too shabby either. The possibilities are endless. That crazy shine is showing up in Senpai's eyes again, Kaniko remarked with narrowed eyes. Try to stay with us, Chuny Evil Dragon Senpai. Oh, but he's so cute when he's acting all excited. Akeno giggled. Makes me want to spoil him a bit, Yufufu. Then, I'll be heading out first, Yudo said as he moved towards the door. While the sun is still up, I'd like to scout the redevelopment area and the former hideouts of the stray devils for any signs of hostile parties. You know, just to be on the safe side. I'll join you as well, Yudo-kun, Akeno said. If the Oni have passed through these areas recently, I should be able to pick up their lingering aura signatures. That means you and I will be moving together, Kaniko-chan, Takeishi said as a small smile appeared on his face. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? It depends. Are you thinking that today is the day of reckoning for you? Kaniko's fighting spirit was evident as she stared at Takeishi, prompting the latter's smile to become wider. Oh, it's definitely on. Later on, seriously, there's a client who asks you all the time to give him a princess carry. Where the hell is his dignity as a man gone? Who knows? Morisawa-san enjoys it and the pay is good. That's all that matters. I guess Suips, 2 enemies are coming from your right. I see them. Such a conversation was taking place inside the game center Takeishi and Kaniko frequented the past couple of weeks. After competing against each other in several games so far, the two of them were now playing together, holding gun-shaped controllers and shooting the numerous zombies that filled the screen before them. Despite playing for quite some time, the two of them hadn't received a single game over so far, a testament to their skill. What about you, Senpai? Kaniko asked as she brought down 3 more zombies with successive headshots. Any strange clients? Any difficulties on the job? No, it's been smooth sailing so far, something that I'm grateful for, Takeishi said as he raked up more kills by rapid firing his gun. But progress is so slow. It's going to take forever for me to raise my rank like that. It can't be helped, Kaniko said. For us low-class devils, receiving a promotion is very difficult. Barely 20 people each time receive a recommendation for the promotion exam. Only 20, Takeishi grimaced. Makes sense though. Those high-class devils wouldn't want many reincarnated devils to reach their level. Maintain the status quo and all that. When do promotion exams take place? Usually once every 10 years, unless the higher-ups decide to push the date back or forward for some reason, Kaniko said. The next one should be taking place sometime within this year. That doesn't matter much unless we somehow deal with several world-ending events in rapid succession and rake up achievements. Takeishi grinned as he barely took down a zombie that had approached too close for comfort. Since I don't see that happening, I guess putting on a good show in future rating games is the only reliable way after all. The duo was eventually overwhelmed by the zombie horde, receiving a game over. After getting 2 cans of melon soda from a vending machine and sitting down on a nearby bench, Takeishi turned to Kaniko and spoke. This might be sudden, but I'm still concerned about your attitude when the president and student council president were discussing about the Yokai. Are you afraid of them? Perhaps you have some sort of grudge towards them or something. Why do you care? Kaniko asked Takeishi with a guarded expression. Aside from needing to know if you're going to fly into a rage or freeze mid-battle should we encounter them. Takeishi said. We're friends, aren't we? If you're concerned about something, then I'd like to help you. That's what friends do, or at least I think that's the case. Maybe I'm being too overbearing right now. Takeishi frowned during his last sentence, with a small smile appearing on Kaniko's face as she spoke. That bluntness is somewhat refreshing, clumsy senpai. Hey, don't make fun of me. Takeishi crossed his arms while huffing. I'm seriously trying my best to help here. I can tell, Kaniko said, and then her expression became serious. Senpaido, you know what senjutsu is. The term sounds familiar, Takeishi said. Is this a power exclusive to Yokai? For the most part, Kaniko said. Senjutsu is similar, yet different to the demonic power of devils and the holy power of angels. It can't match them in destructive power, but its applications are more varied. Varied how? Senjutsu enables one to manipulate Kai, the flow of life energy in living beings. Kaniko said. A skilled practitioner can reinforce their bodies, sense one's energy flow to accurately grasp their position or cause grave interior damage to an enemy's body by damaging their internal organs or their spirit directly. That last one sounds pretty ominous but also really useful as well. Takeishi said. Is it possible for a non-Yokai to learn senjutsu? Perhaps some aspects of it, Kaniko said. But don't try it, senpai. Senjutsu is far more dangerous than you think. Dangerous? Takeishi asked. Dangerous how? When using senjutsu, one must open themselves and harmonize with the energy flow of their surroundings to manipulate Kai. Kaniko began explaining. Doing so leaves them susceptible to the malice of mankind and nature's inherent savagery mixed in the life energy flow. An unprepared practitioner or one who recklessly pursues power can be overwhelmed and be driven into madness. That's one hell of a downside, Takshi remarked while frowning. Kaniko-chan, did you perhaps witness something like that firsthand? Is that why you seem so leery about Yokai? You could say that, Kaniko said with a dark expression. But please don't ask me more than that. This issue isn't something I feel ready to share with you just yet. I understand. Takshi put his hand on Kaniko's shoulder. Just remember, if you want to talk about it, I'll be here anytime. Thank you, senpai. Kaniko placed her hand on Takshi's own with a gentle expression on her face. After several seconds had passed, she stood up. What do you say, senpai? Ready for round 2. Takshi grinned at Kaniko's words. You took the words right out of my mouth. The two of them continued playing against each other in several games. Once the sun had set, they left the arcade, Takshi with a satisfied expression on his face, and Kaniko with a displeased one. Ah, that was a nice showdown. Takshi grinned as he made a V sign. Shame for you though, Kaniko-chan. This makes it what? 25-16. Just you wait, senpai. Kaniko made a fist. I'll get you one of these days and take the lead. Someone's fired up, Takshi said with a grin. In that case, the gaming tournament that'll take place in a couple of weeks is the perfect opportunity. The perfect opportunity for me to further widen the gap between us, that is. Not a chance, Kaniko said. You're going down. Challenge accepted. Takshi smirked. You'd better not run away. Right back at you. Let's hope there won't be any problems coming up by that time. Takshi said. Speaking of problems, shouldn't we be patrolling the area as well? I feel bad leaving everything to Kibaa-kun and Akeno-san. Don't worry, senpai, Kaniko said. Our familiars are handling the brunt of this work. We're only going to this extent just to be on the safe side like President said. True enough. This is. Both Takshi and Kaniko froze at that moment as they felt a chill going down their spines. Before they had a chance to react, several oversized bone pillars erupted from the ground around them, with small streams of blood flowing out of them and forming a circular barrier around the two devils. A trap, Takshi cried out as he summoned his sacred gear, brandishing his ash-colored axe while also trying to form a teleportation magic circle. TCH, and teleportation is blocked. So much for not getting us involved, you stupid lightning mutt. Heads up, senpai, Kaniko said. They're coming. No sooner had Kaniko spoken than several shadows dropped from the sky, crashing around her and Takshi. Once the dust settled, the forms of a dozen Oni could be seen staring at the two devils with a savage glint in their eyes. Well, what have we got here, boys? One of the Oni, which had 3 horns growing from its forehead, let out a sinister laugh as he said so. It's the meddlesome brat that took down 2 of our comrades a while back. What say we return the favor? The Oni shouted and charged while brandishing their clubs. Kaniko and Takshi jumped backwards as the clubs smashed the asphalt they were standing on. Wasting no time, Takshi summoned a wave of ashes to keep the Oni from advancing while Kaniko conjured a communications magic circle and spoke in a hurry. President, can you hear me? Takshi-senpai and I are being attacked. After a couple of seconds, Rias' panicked voice came from the magic circle. Takshi, Kaniko, you too. Akeno and Yudo are also being attacked right now, and Oni have shown up here in the Occult Research Club as well. Sona, Tsubaki and I are busy dealing with them, so we won't be able to come to your aid anytime soon. Then we have to hold out on our own, Takshi said as he molded the ashes into bullets, unleashing a barrage that forced the Oni to step back. That's just great. About 2 streets away from Kyo's town square, Takshi shouted. Why? Rias said. The area you're in is currently enemy territory. You know what that means, right? Sure do. Takshi grinned. Promotion, Rook. As an Oni charged at him, Takshi ducked underneath his club. Before it had a chance to react, Takshi swung his axe, splitting the Oni's head in 2 with a single strike thanks to his enhanced strength. Rias said, Don't die, you two. Roger that, Kaniko said as she jumped on top of an Oni's shoulders and wrapped her legs around its throat. Before it had a chance to shake her off, Kaniko twisted her legs, breaking the creature's throat and sending its corpse crashing down. 2 down, 10 to go, Kaniko remarked as she landed next to Takshi. Right, let's keep that momentum up and eradicate them without fail, Kaniko-chan. Yes, Takshi and Kaniko dashed towards their opponents. Magic circles appeared on Kaniko's hands as she struck another Oni, blowing its head off with fire magic. As for Takshi, he slid underneath another one, kicking it at its nether region. The Oni fell to its knees screaming, but was silenced as several ash stakes formed around it and pierced its body in numerous spots. Damn devils. An Oni tried to punch Takshi, only for a wall of ashes to stop his punch and wrap around it, burning and cutting it in several places. Takshi took advantage of this to form a spinning ash spear that drilled through the Oni's chest. Another Oni tried to strike Kaniko's unprotected back, only for Kaniko to jump above it and smash its skull with a 2-handed blow. Despite its comrades' deaths, the 3-horned Oni smirked. You'd be wise not to look down on us, devil brats. The 3-horned Oni slammed its foot, which was surrounded by black aura, on the ground. The ensuing shockwave made Kaniko and Takshi feel queasy and lose their balance. Before they could recover, the 3-horned Oni was upon them. Huh. A nasty backhanded blow sent Kaniko tumbling backwards, while the Oni's aura-clad spiked club smashed on Takeshi's raised axe. He let out an ear-splitting scream as the blow shattered the bones on his right arm. A second blow from the club sent him flying backwards with almost all of his ribs crushed. Takeshi-senpai. Kaniko rushed to his side with unsteady steps, blood dripping from her mouth. Are you all right? Takeshi groaned as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his sacred gear working on his injuries, but slower than usual. Did anyone get the number of the skyscraper that fell on me? Oh, was it that heavy for you? The three-horned Oni laughed as it brandished its weapon. The weight of our club's blows is proportionate to the evil deeds the receiver has committed. You must be burdened with quite a lot of terrible sins, devil brat. Terrible sins, Takeshi muttered as he stood up with Kaniko's help. That's not possible, unless. Nidog chuckled. The Oni's weapons are responding to our evil deeds as well, and the things all 7 of us have done, well, I don't need to say it, do I? Figures you'd be the cause of my troubles once again, you rotten lizard. Takeshi cursed the evil dragon, wishing he could somehow strangle him. At the same time, he was grateful for the rook trait, whose heightened defense had absorbed some of the damage. While he and Kaniko were struggling to stand up, the Oni surrounded them. Don't waste your energy, little devils, the three-horned Oni said as he gazed at Takeshi before moving to Kaniko. My corrupted Kai is coursing through your bodies, inhibiting your functions. You two aren't. At the moment, a cracking sound was heard, with the bone pillars being blown away and the barrier shattering. Before anyone present could do anything, a shadow leapt through the air, tearing through the jugular of one of the Oni and killing it instantly. Who dares? The three-horned Oni cried out in outrage. Once the dust settled, the form of a familiar girl with Oni characteristics could be seen standing, blood dripping from her fingers. Upon catching sight of Takeshi and Kaniko, she grimaced. "TCH, it's you again." Chiharu clicked her tongue in irritation while creating a small magic circle and pulling her club out of it. Just my luck. I don't want to be in the same space as you for long, so I'll end this quickly. One of Nurarehan's dogs and a filthy domesticated blood traitor, hey. The three-horned Oni growled. I won't let you interfere. What you want is irrelevant, damn lowlife. Chiharu said. All of you brutes will die here. Chiharu's legs were surrounded by pale light as she surged forward. One of the Oni tried to crush her with its club, but she was much faster, evading it and smashing his skull with her own club instead. 2 more Oni came at her from both sides, their clubs raised in an attempt to strike her. Too slow. Before they could reach her, the ground beneath Chiharu's feet swelled up as a root erupted from it, propelling her upwards. While they were confused, she kicked away the first Oni's club and smashed the second's chest with her fist. The first Oni tried to fix its balance, but her club morphed into a whip that wrapped itself around its neck, breaking it with ease. Looks like we've lost this round, the three-horned Oni remarked with a frustrated expression before turning to his remaining companion. We're retreating, leaving so soon. Here's a parting gift for the road then. Takeshi shouted as several ash spikes formed around him and were launched towards the 2 retreating Oni. Without missing a beat, the three-horned Oni grabbed its comrade by the nape of its neck, using it as a meat shield against Takeshi's projectiles. The Oni let out a guttural cry as the spikes pierced its body, killing it in a matter of seconds. Tossing its comrade's lifeless body aside, the three-horned Oni entered a nearby magic circle and vanished. Takeshi fell on his knees, panting as the effort took its toll on him. Damn, one got away, Chiharu muttered with an irritated expression before turning to Takeshi. And you, wipe that nasty smirk from your face. I know that bloodbaths make your ilk excited, but the rest of us aren't obligated to look at your foul expression. Takeshi felt the edges of his lips, which had indeed curled into a smile. He wasn't sure what the big deal was though, as expected from such a loathsome creature. Chiharu's expression was filled with disgust as she spoke. You must have really enjoyed yourself. No, enjoyed myself. Now listen here, you, Takeshi started saying, and then groaned as he felt stabs of pain all over his body. Oh, forget it, it's not like you're going to listen to me. More importantly, President and the others are also being attacked right now. We need to help them. Relax, it's already being taken care of. Chiharu pointed at the general direction of Kyo Academy. As if on cue, several bolts of lightning lit up the sky and struck that area, sending out a ripple of energy that caused all 3 individuals to shiver. What did I tell you? Chiharu said with a smug look on her face. Kumotari has probably barbecued all the enemy Oni there by now. On that note, I'm taking my leave now. I really don't want to be around the evil dragon user more than necessary. My comrades will treat you. Chiharu snapped her fingers, with 2 Oni emerging from the shadows. Hey, wait just a second. Takeshi said. You can't just waltz off without giving us some explanations. Why did those Oni attack us? Didn't you guys say that? I don't have time for this. Chiharu raised her hand to silence Takeshi. Kumotari will probably arrange for a meeting with your master to explain the situation. Save your questions for then. After finishing her sentence, Chiharu jumped towards the sky and vanished. I have a feeling this girl has trouble listening to others, Takeshi said while rubbing his temples with a fed-up expression on his face. The 2 Oni Chiharu had called forth approached Takeshi and Kaniko, a pale light emitting from their hands that spread throughout the 2 devils' bodies. Takeshi barely stifled a blissful sigh as he felt the Yokai's technique purging the corrupted Kai from his body, leaving him feeling refreshed. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Kaniko was frowning at the Oni treating her, her body trembling slightly, but she said nothing. That should be all, one of the Oni said after a couple of minutes. We use Senjutsu to push out the corrupted Kai and accelerate your body's natural healing process. Are there any problems or other abnormalities with your bodies? No, everything feels fine, Takshi said as stretched his limbs. More than fine in fact. Good, Kaniko said, eyeing the two Yokai with narrowed eyes. Then we must be off to rendezvous with our comrades, the Oni said as they entered into a magic circle and vanished. Let's get back as well, Kaniko-chan, Takshi said. I'm worried about the others. Instead of responding, Kaniko was staring at Takshi with a guarded expression. Hey, Kaniko-chan, Takshi asked. Is something wrong? You're looking a little pale there. No, it's nothing, Kaniko said after a brief pause. We should go, right, Takshi said as he tried to form a teleportation magic circle, only for it to fizzle and shatter. Damn, teleportation is still blocked. Looks like we'll have to take the scenic route. As both devils spread their wings and took flight in the direction of Kyo Academy, some of Kaniko's whispered words flowed into Takshi's ears. The same as my sister then. Did she say her sister? Takshi wondered. What's she talking about? Oh, looks like it has already begun. The erosion of trust, that is. Nidog's mocking voice only served to heighten Takshi's sense of unease. The next day, you guys were attacked near the town's borders then. That's right. Akeno-san and I were surprised by this ambush to say the least. Fortunately, we were able to hold our own until the Yokai reinforcements intervened. Not to mention you didn't have to deal with the aftermath and collateral damage. President had me and Kaniko-chan go back and work with her in order to erase any traces of our battle. I never knew cover-up would be such tedious work. It can't be helped. We can't very well let ordinary people suspect the existence of us supernatural folks. That's true. Such a conversation was taking place between Takshi and Yudo. After classes had concluded, the two of them met in the hallway and made their way to the orc clubroom together. By the way, did something happen between you and Kaniko-chan? Yudo asked. She seemed to be avoiding you for some reason yesterday and today as well. That's what I'd like to know as well, Takshi sighed. Was it because of yesterday's battle? I think that's most likely, but maybe I did something to offend her without realizing it before that. Could be that too, Yudo said. Perhaps you got a bit too obnoxious after beating her in a game. You tend to go overboard at times, and Kaniko-chan is good at holding long grudges. I do not go overboard, Takshi started saying, only to stop upon noticing Yudo's raised eyebrow. Okay, fine, I can get annoying at times. Sorry that I can't be a prim and proper gentleman like you, Kibaa-kun. Also, really, Kaniko-chan is the type to hold grudges, like you cannot imagine, Yudo said. One time, I absent-mindedly ate a couple of sweets that belonged to her. She wasn't speaking to me after that for almost 2 weeks. That's harsh, Takshi said. Bottom line is stay away from Kaniko-chan's treats then. Precisely. Upon entering the clubroom, Takshi noticed that the other members had already arrived. Sona and Tsubaki were also present, standing next to Rias and Akeno. Much to his displeasure, Takshi noticed that Kaniko was still avoiding him, standing in a spot that was the furthest away possible from him. President, our guests haven't arrived yet. No, Rias responded to Yudo's question. They should be here shortly though. I'm sure I don't need to remind anyone, but I'll say it nonetheless. All of you should be in your best behavior. We don't want to cause any issues between us and the Yokai world. Everyone in the room nodded. At that moment, the magic circle in the middle of the clubroom reacted, with a small torii-like structure rising from it. Kumotari, Chiharu and 2 Karasu Tengu stepped out of it. Greetings, devils of Kyo Town. Kumotari made a small bow. Some of you have already met me, but for the sake of those who haven't, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kumotari, a Yokai working directly under the ruler of the Kanto Yokai faction, Nurarihin-sama. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Chiharu, a Yokai of the same faction. Chiharu spoke with a neutral expression. A pleasure to meet you. My name is Rias Gremory, heiress of the House of Gremory and the high-class devil responsible for this area. Rias introduced herself before gesturing towards Sona. This is Sona Citri, heiress of the House of Citri and overseer of the neighboring territory. A pleasure to meet you as well, Kumotari-san, Chiharu-san. Sona made a small bow. After that, Rias spoke once again. Before we begin, allow me to express my gratitude for your assistance yesterday. Were it not for your help, it's possible that both us and this town would have received a lot of damage. Think nothing of it, Kumotari said. It appears we have a common foe, so offering our assistance is the natural thing to do. About that, I believe it's about time you give us some explanations here, Sona said. Despite your assurances to Ryugamin-kun about leaving us out of your conflict, Oni attacked both mine and Rias's peerage yesterday. Why is that? To begin with, what's their goal and why are you pursuing them? Let's start from the beginning then, Kumotari said. About 3 weeks ago, a group of Oni loyal to Izanami launched an assault at Hakon's shrine. While such harassment isn't uncommon from time to time, the force that had been amassed this time was abnormally large, requiring a lot of effort and many sacrifices to repel. I assume this was a diversion then. The real purpose of this raid was something else. Correct. Kumotari nodded at Sona's words. While we were busy dealing with the frontal assault, a second group led by an Oni named Issei and his partner, a three-horned Oni named Rengokuki, infiltrated the shrine and stole one of the most dangerous items held there, a Megatama jewel containing remnants of Hinekagetsuchi-sama's divine flame. His flame, Rias frowned. Does that perhaps have something to do with the god's death? If I remember correctly, Hinekagetsuchi-sama was beheaded by his father and sliced into pieces for burning his mother after being born. It is as you say, Kumotari responded. Since his divine core remained intact, Hinekagetsuchi-sama was able to reconstitute himself through worship and faith like all gods are able to once several centuries had passed. Gods can do that. She whispered to Yudo, who nodded. Yes, Yudo responded. It's one of the reasons why they covet human faith so much. However, apart from the well-known after-effects of his death, there was also a less-known and quite dangerous one. And the plot thickens, she murmured as Kumotari continued speaking. During his birth, Hinekagetsuchi-sama's flames mixed with Izanami-sama's divine aura, with several embers containing this mixed aura scattering across Japan. Some of them were eventually extinguished on their own, but others remained. Both we and the Western Yokai faction spent a lot of time and effort in the past to find and seal these flames away. Small as they are still remnants of divine power from two gods after all. Chiharu added from the side. There's no telling what would happen if they fell into the wrong hands. Unfortunately, it appears that's what ended up happening. Rias remarked. So, the Oni stole the jewel and fled. What I don't understand is why they targeted us. Surely it can't be revenge for my servant aiding you before. To be honest, I cannot understand the reason either. Kumotari frowned. I would think they would prioritize lifting the seal on the jewel, which prevents them from using the flames contained within in any way. Perhaps there is something in this area that can help them with that, and they want you devils out of the way to acquire it. That sounds like a plausible explanation, Sona said as she straightened her glasses. Whatever that method or artifact is though, I believe I speak for both Rias and I when I say we have no idea what or where that could be. More importantly, what's there in game? Rias asked. What do the Oni want to use those flames for? Kumotari and Chiharu briefly glanced at each other before the former spoke. As you should know, this land and our realm of the dead are separated by a powerful barrier that doesn't allow denizens of Yomi to cross over, at least not in large numbers. Kumotari began explaining. We believe that the Oni intend to use the flame's power in an attempt to open a dimensional rift that will pierce through the barrier. The result would be a connection forming between the world of the living and Yomi, something which would have catastrophic consequences. She didn't even respond to Nidog's excited thoughts, too horrified by the implications of what Kumotari had said like everyone else present. Excuse me, Akeno said, fear evident in her tone. Are you saying we might be on the brink of a full-scale invasion from Yomi? That Japan and everyone living in it might be eradicated in the worst-case scenario? If we fail, yes, Kumotari said with a grave expression. That's why we won't. None of us is willing to give Izanami the pleasure of wiping out all life in this land and turning it into her realm. We'll definitely stop them, Chiharu declared while clenching her fists. And we'll definitely avenge all of our fallen. That bastard Issei won't get away with what he did. What about the Shinto gods? Sona inquired. If the situation is so critical, shouldn't they intervene? And the Western Yokai faction, won't reinforcements be dispatched from Kyoto as well? The Kyoto Yokai are dealing with a series of disturbances in their territory, so they can't afford to send personnel to aid us, at least for now. Kumotari said. As for the gods, Amaterasu-sama's decree is that they will intervene only if the situation escalates past the point of no return. Why? She asked with an incredulous expression. If they just let loose and zap the Oni, this whole mess would be dealt with in no time. Spoken like a true fool. Chiharu snorted. You think Amaterasu-sama hasn't considered this? The gods are reluctant to move because this whole incident might be a giant trap set by Izanami to take down one or more members of our pantheon. That's a good point, she said. Also, rude. Again. Oh, my deepest apologies. Chiharu smirked. It's just that I have trouble holding back my opinion when it comes to incompetence, evil dragon user. Especially when it leads to my comrades' deaths. Then you must be launching into quite the tirade every time you look yourself in the mirror. Enough. Rias clapped her hands upon noticing that Takshi and Chiharu seemed ready to duke it out. What did I say, Takshi? Let's focus on the problem at hand and not do the enemy's job for them, yes. Do we have any leads on the Oni's whereabouts? None whatsoever, I'm afraid. Kumotari said. It's possible that Izanami herself is shielding them through some art of hers. They could be camping outside town right now and we wouldn't even know it. That's just great. Rias rubbed her temples as she spoke. For the time being, I think it's safe to assume that we're all in this together. Therefore, I'm proposing a united front to deal with this crisis. Agreed. Kumotari nodded. As reluctant as I am to work with devils, we'll take all the help we can get if that means we can bring Issei and his grunts down as quickly as possible. Isn't that right, Chiharu? Yes. Chiharu spoke with a reluctant expression before pointing at Takshi. However, I don't want to be anywhere near him if possible. You won't find me arguing there, Takshi said, narrowing his eyes at the female Oni. Then, it's settled, Sona said. We, the Devils of Kyo Academy, will cooperate with the agents of the East Yokai faction to subjugate the Oni and retrieve the stolen artifact. For the time being, I suggest placing watches around the town's borders and scout the area for any sign of whatever it is the Oni are looking for. I'll inform my subordinates and have them set up a perimeter, Kumotari said. I'll also leave a squad of Karasu Tengu behind to patrol the town's skies. Shiharu, can I leave tracking the Onis or a signature to you? Of course, Shiharu nodded. No matter what, I'll flush them out without fail. Don't overdo it, Kumotari cautioned her. I know you have a personal stake in this, but you can't let your emotions rule you. I know, Shiharu said with a sour expression. I will perform my duties, but once we find them, Issei is mine. I won't compromise on that. After saying so, Chiharu formed a magic circle underneath her and vanished in a flash of light. Is your friend going to be all right? Rias asked. She seems to be driven by a personal vendetta. She'll get the job done, Kumotari said. What about your servants? My servants are scouting the area. They were attacked in the neighboring town for any clues, Sona said. Tsubaki and I will be joining them just in case the Oni show up again. But if something happens, don't hesitate to call us. In that case, my peerage and I will handle Kyo Town, Rias said. Once we're certain that the Oni haven't holed up in here somewhere, we'll join the Yokai in searching the surrounding area. Sounds like a plan, Kumotari said as he placed several talismans on Rias's desk. Keep these with you. We modified them so that your communication magic circles will be able to connect to us. They will also transmit your general location to us in case you find yourselves in trouble and can't contact us. That's handy, Rias said. You wouldn't spy on us through them though, would you? Please, Kumotari snorted. What do you take me for, a devil? Once the Yokai had taken their leave, Rias spoke. That went a lot better than I expected. Then again, when the situation is that dire, there's no room for infighting or old grudges. I must admit I didn't expect something like this, Sona said while straightening her glasses. A full-scale invasion from an evil goddess. We must prepare immediately and crush these Oni as quickly as possible. Right, Rias nodded. There's no way I'm letting this beautiful land turned into a cursed one. Everyone, you are dismissed for now, but keep your guard up and be ready to move out at any time. The members present replied together as one. Once they exited the clubroom, Takshi followed after Kaniko, determined to straighten things out with her. However, the white-haired girl quickened her step, seemingly intent on avoiding him. Kaniko-chan, Takshi called out to her. Wait just a minute. I only want to talk to you. However, Kaniko paid no heed to his words as she entered a nearby empty classroom. Takshi followed after her, but found out she had vanished much to his surprise. Did she teleport away? Takshi wondered. Damn it, what's wrong with her? If she's that freaked out by something I did, why won't she give me a chance to explain myself? Nidog said. Don't feel too discouraged, whelp. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Is that concern I spot in your tone? Takshi snorted. Good one. I almost thought you cared for a moment there, Nidog. Nidog said. Well, you deserve the truth at least. No. The truth, Takshi asked. Or perhaps your truth. Whatever it is, spare me. You and the rest of the lizard herd nesting in there are responsible for my state. That's the only truth that matters, Nidog said. No matter what you do or say, everyone will always condemn you first, ask questions later. It's already happening. You smiled a bit during battle, and what was the result? The Oni wench and the white-haired brat drew their own conclusions and judged you to be unstable without giving you a chance to explain yourself. No. Shiharu aside, you don't know Kaniko-chan. Takshi countered. I'm sure she has her reasons. Nidog's voice was dripping with sarcasm. It's not like I have seen the same attitude from those around our previous hosts in the past. Since we're on the subject of truth, here's another one for you. Gratitude, friendship, loyalty, affection, all those things you people treasure. They mean nothing in the face of self-preservation. Their fear of you will override all those lukewarm feelings, and before you know it, your so-called friends will turn on you and cast you aside. You sound very sure of your views, but not all people are like that. A monster like you can't possibly understand that. Nidog growled. What we understand is only what we experience ourselves. Just like my users, I too was judged to be a grotesque monster when I was born and was exiled to Niflheim by the Norse gods, trapped beneath the roots of Yggdrasil. I had done nothing wrong, but I was deemed to be too much of a threat simply because I was born from Ymir's vengeful thoughts when Odin and his brothers cut him apart. I'm sure your sunny disposition didn't do you any favors. Nidog said. The world will never acknowledge you to be anything other than a calamity. No matter what you accomplish, no matter how hard you struggle, there will never be any true recognition for you. All because you were saddled with a fate beyond your control. You know it's unfair, don't you? Even if it is, there's nothing I can do about something already done. Takshi said. What matters is the future, Nidog said. However, it's unfortunate that the conclusion is already set in stone. You can never become like the heroes you so admire. No, even a normal life will forever be out of your grasp. So instead of fighting it, why not just make peace with it? Make peace with it? Takshi frowned. What are you talking about? Corpse breath. Nidog said. Let go of your inhibitions and show the world how deep your hatred runs. That's what you want deep down, isn't it? It is why those vengeful thoughts are swirling in the dark corners of your mind. That's you, Takshi shouted in his thoughts. That's always been you. I told you before, I'm not falling for this crap. Nidog chuckled. You still refuse to acknowledge the resentment you harbor. You think being ostracized for so long had no effect on you, that you don't resent the world on some level, that you're not envious of those who were blessed with a normal life while you weren't. Emotions like that cannot be fabricated, not by me, not by my peers either. They've always been there, lurking beneath that cheerful facade of yours. Not even if that's true, I refuse to go down that path. Never, Nidog huffed. But never say never. I'm sure you'll come around soon enough, and it will be glorious. Until then, have fun playing house with those devils who would turn on you at a moment's notice. Nidog fell silent after that, but his words continued to ring in Takeshi's head. Bastard's really good at this, Takeshi grimaced, a troubled expression on his face. Can it be? Takeshi, turning his sights towards the classroom door, Takeshi noticed that Rias was standing there, a concerned expression on her face. President, I saw you chasing after Kaniko, so I followed after you. Rias said. What's the matter? You look troubled. It's nothing. Takeshi lied after a moment's hesitation. I'm fine. If you would just... Oh, no, you're not getting away that easily, Rias said as she approached Takeshi. Something definitely happened. If you want to talk about it, I'm here to listen to you. Takeshi bit his lip, a conflicted expression on his face, before speaking. President, are you sure that taking me in was the correct decision? Where did they come from? Rias frowned. Is it because of how that female Oni views you? Or because of Kaniko's attitude? Or both? As much as I hate to admit it, Chiharu has a good reason for hating me. Takeshi said. When I chanced upon their fight in the forest, I did take my time intervening, which resulted in the death of one of her comrades. I didn't think of it too deeply at the time, but maybe I was actually enjoying the fighting. Could that be the true reason for me not acting sooner? As for Kaniko, perhaps she sees something in me that I do not. Something devil. Takeshi looked Rias straight in the eye before speaking with an unsteady voice. I thought I knew who I was, but I'm starting to have doubts. If that's the case, maybe leaving this peerage is for the best. Before I do something irreversible. Rias said nothing for a few seconds. Then, she suddenly embraced Takeshi, burying his face in her breasts. Hey, President, Takeshi said, feeling his cheeks growing hot. This is, idiot, Rias said in a soft tone as she caressed Takeshi's head. You're part of this family until the bitter end. There's no way I'll abandon you. What purpose would that serve other than driving you to become that which you fear? But the danger, that's something we're all aware of, and we accept it. Rias said. We took a vote after all, and everyone was in favor of you joining us despite the potential danger. A vote? Takeshi frowned. First time I'm hearing that. It was a major decision that would affect all of us. Rias said. It was only right that Yudo, Akeno, and Kaniko had a say in this. Even so, how can you say you trust me despite my baggage? Takeshi asked. This is just too risky for you guys. Tell me something, Rias said, forcing Takeshi to look her in the eyes. Do you feel responsible for the death of that Yokai? If you could go back and change things, would you do it differently? What kind of question is that? Takeshi narrowed his eyes at Rias with a quizzical look on his face. I do feel responsible. Not acting fast enough is what got him killed after all. If I could do something to change that, you can be damn sure I'd do it in a heartbeat. Then I don't really see what all the doom and gloom is about, Rias said. From what I can see, your morals and sense of responsibility are still intact. You're still the same good-natured person who came to our rescue while ignoring the danger to himself. How can you know that? What if I'm lying to you right now? Because I can tell you're always wearing your heart on your sleeve. Rias smiled. That's why I can trust what you say. Plus, you're my adorable servant, so I have faith in you that you'll be able to prevail in the end no matter what the evil dragons within your sacred gear throw at you. So, have a little faith in yourself as well. Faith, you say. Takeshi sighed. I don't know if faith alone is going to cut it here. I wouldn't underestimate its power if I were you. Rias said. Faith is what sustains and empowers gods after all. Good point. Takeshi let out a small smile. Rias matched it with one of her own, and then her expression turned serious. About Kaniko, don't let her reaction trouble you so much. That girl has had a very difficult life, and even the tiniest inkling that someone close to her might go out of control scares her. She'll come around once she realizes you are still the same as always. Someone close to her, Takeshi murmured. Senjutsu's risks that comment about her sister back then, could it be? What's that? Rias asked. Did you say something, Takeshi? No, I was just thinking out loud. Takeshi said. I should be off. We've got a battle coming and all that. Just as he was about to exit the classroom, Takeshi turned to Rias. President, thank you for hearing me out and everything. Anytime. Rias smiled. You can always depend on me, just like how I'm depending on you. I'll do my best to live up to your trust, Takeshi said as he exited the room. Nidog's voice echoed in Takeshi's mind once again. She might be buttering you up now, but once her losses outweigh her gains, she'll cut you off without a moment's hesitation. There is no safe haven for you, and no one you can believe in. The sooner you realize this, the more grief you'll spare yourself from. Should I be deceived by your bitter words then? Takeshi scoffed at Nidog's words. Sorry, but in this case, I'll place my bets on red. Nidog scoffed. You may not want to understand now, but you will be forced to soon. There's only one path available to you. We'll see about that, Nidog, Takeshi said out loud as he left the occult research club behind him. In an undisclosed location, sitting cross-legged inside a spacious chamber filled with worn-out tubes and machinery in various states of disrepair, Issei observed various holographic images formed through magic circles, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Are you still here, Issei? You know what they say about all work and no play." The one who had spoken was Rengokuki, the three-horned Oni, a wide smile on his face. Issei briefly glanced at him before returning his attention to the arcane projections before him. "I'll play once the mission is complete," Issei said, something which has become a lot harder now that the devils have been thrown into the mix as well. "That was inevitable the moment we found out the key to unlock the seal was in their hands," Rengokuki said. "Looks like the info from that masked man was right once again. It would have been a lot easier if he had told us of its identity from the start instead of being all cryptic about it." Issei frowned. "We wouldn't have lost so many of our comrades in the earlier battle to ascertain its aura signature had he done so." "That was unfortunate," Rengokuki remarked. "I don't get why we had to attack now though. Couldn't we just wait until the ritual formation is complete and grab the key then?" "That wasn't an option," Issei said. "The Yokai will surely sense the energy emanations from the ley lines once the formation for the seal's removal is close to completion. Waiting until then to confirm the key's location and seize it would be riskier. Identifying aura signatures is a time-consuming process after all. More importantly though, I'm still concerned about that mysterious benefactor. If only we knew his true motives." "You think he's planning to backstab us?" Rengokuki said. "Let him try. It's going to be the last thing he ever does. Izanami-sama will see to that once she finally crosses to the world of the living. Either way, we should still keep our guard up," Issei said as he stood up. "The goal is finally within reach. We can't afford to stumble here." "Right you are," Rengokuki smiled. "However, I must admit I'm impressed with you, kid. You were born and raised as a domesticated one, yet you turned out to be every bit as cruel and savage as us natural ones. Tell me, did you really feel nothing when you slaughtered your little girlfriend during our raid in Hakone Shrine?" "No," Issei said. "She was a disgrace to our kind, just like all the other blood traders that follow the Shinto gods and their lapdogs. Killing her was a mercy. I knew there was a reason I liked you." Rengokuki let out a hearty laugh as he slapped Issei on the back. "Once we pull this off, Izanami-sama is sure to give us a hefty reward. You and I will be going places, Issei. Let's not get ahead of ourselves," Issei said. "First, we need to claim the key. That's going to be a tricky one." Rengokuki rubbed his chin. "With the devils being on guard now and the Yokai on patrol, simply swooping in and securing it will be difficult. We'll lose even more forces in a direct attack, and the possibility of us being annihilated is a little too high for my liking." Issei was silent for a bit, but then a sinister smirk appeared on his face. "I just thought of a good idea," Issei said. "That Chiharu brat is part of the pursuit squad? No. In that case, that's perfect." "Oh, I like that expression," Rengokuki chuckled. "Seems like you've come up with something nasty. If this works, the key will fall to our hands with little trouble," Issei said. "After that, this country. Then, the whole world will bow to the might of Yomi. All is for the sake of Izanami-sama's cherished desire." Rengokuki said so as he and Issei took their leave. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.